Chapter 1, Tsunade. This memory, hiss. Uchiha Shin woke up in a daze, rubbing his swollen temples as a flood of memories surged through his mind. I didn't expect this. I actually transmigrated into the world of Naruto? My past life's memories, they feel like a dream. He furrowed his brows, his fingers tracing the fabric of his sheets. A thought struck him suddenly. But where's my cheat ability? My system? Where's the ding 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 notification? Muttering to himself, he sat up and pressed down on something soft, his small hand sinking into an unexpectedly plush sensation. Stop moving, kid. Ugh, I swear, I can't handle drinking anymore. And you puked all over me last night. A lazy, drowsy voice murmured beside him. Before he could react, a fair, delicate hand draped over his stomach. Feeling the warmth and softness, Uchiha Shin stiffened, his gaze slowly moving toward the figure lying next to him. Tsunade, the future Sunin, was fast asleep beside him. Her smooth, ivory skin, cascading golden hair, and youthful, delicate features made her look utterly ethereal. Her slightly disheveled nightwear did little to hide the allure of her figure, and her slow, steady breaths carried the faint scent of alcohol. A surge of adrenaline shot through him, snapping him into full wakefulness. Taking a deep breath, he caught the lingering traces of alcohol on himself, and in an instant, the events of last night resurfaced. He had been in this world for 10 years now. A mere child, 10 years old, and a member of the Uchiha clan. His relationship with Tsunade? A product of circumstance. His talent was mediocre at best. Though the Uchiha clan had taken care of him as an orphan, by the time he could fend for himself at 5 or 6, their interest waned. His peers had outpaced him. Uchiha Mikoto, his childhood friend of the same age, had already attained the level of a genin, while he lagged behind, struggling even with basic jutsu. For an Uchiha, that was disgraceful. This sense of inadequacy had driven him into a spiral of self-doubt. To cope, he frequently visited the gambling dens, drawn to the thrill as a form of escape. And that was how he got involved with Tsunade. Unlike many in Konoha, Tsunade did not harbor hostility toward the Uchiha. As Hashirama Senjo's granddaughter, she had little interest in the old grudges between their clans. Over time, their interactions grew, and before he knew it, she had dragged him into taverns, encouraging him to drink despite his protests. Last night had been one such occasion, except this time, he had stubbornly forced down several drinks, leading to his current predicament. She pinned me down with her 106 centimeters boobs and made me drink. I'm only 10, damn it. What is wrong with this woman? Recalling the painful but erotic memories of last night, Uchiha Shin didn't know whether to be angry or happy. Of course he is happy, he. It was a pity that he was powerless now, otherwise he would definitely have to retaliate with his lower body part. He reached out and gave her a few light pinches in retaliation, though his current strength was far from sufficient to make an impact. Little brat, that hurts. Tsunade mumbled in her sleep but did not wake. To her, he was nothing more than a child, akin to her younger brother. Even in her drowsy state, she didn't seem bothered by his presence. Shin sighed and dragged himself to the bathroom. Splashing cold water on his face, he looked into the mirror, taking in his reflection. His youthful, handsome features were perhaps his only remarkable trait. But right now, his appearance was the least of his concerns. Because in the next instant, his dark pupils shifted. A crimson hue bled into them, and Tomo surfaced, spinning within his irises. 1 Tomo. 2 Tomo. 3 Tomo. And then, the Tomo connected, twisting into an entirely new pattern. An intricate, 8-pointed design emerged. Mangekyo Sharingan. Shock coursed through him, followed by an overwhelming wave of exhilaration. He had directly awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Perhaps it was the sudden resurgence of his past life memories, triggering the latent potential within his soul. But his excitement quickly waned. This world was filled with monsters. Cage-level shinobi, war-hardened legends, even celestial beings. Against the looming threats of the future, the second and third great ninja wars, the emergence of the Akatsuki, the shadow of Madara's influence, even the Mangekyo felt insufficient. Not to mention the inherent drawbacks. Without an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, his vision would deteriorate with use. And he had no brother, no immediate way to evolve his eyes further. The cursed eyes, this power can't be used recklessly. Despite that, he clenched his fists, determination hardening his gaze. With these eyes, he could at least ensure his survival. With these eyes, he could kill a cage-level opponent if necessary. The next step was understanding his ocular abilities. The Mangekyo Sharingan was unique to each wielder, reflecting their deepest emotions and desires. Closing his eyes, he focused. When he reopened them, an overwhelming surge of information flooded his mind. His left eye. Soul rend, reflection. It held 2 functions. The first allowed him to construct abilities from his imagination, consuming both his pupil power and chakra to materialize them. The second allowed him to analyze and reconstruct techniques based on existing abilities, but the outcome was always uncertain. His right eye. Soul rend, sacrifice. It allowed him to absorb and convert external forces into his own strength, though at a cost. Shin's brows furrowed. He needed to test it. The right eye's ability required a suitable subject, so he decided to experiment with the left eye first. His chakra affinities were fire, lightning, and wind, a rare combination among Uchiha. His first thought was to construct Chidori or raise Nan, but both were techniques he could learn naturally. Wasting his ocular power on them would be foolish. Instead, a more ambitious idea took root. Kekkei Genkai. Could his left eye construct one? Focusing his thoughts, he honed in on a nature transformation that would align with his affinities. Magnet release. The Mangekyo spun as his left eye activated. An intense strain shot through his body as chakra surged through his tenketsu. Blood trickled down from his eye as the ability took hold. Magnet release, magnetic pull. Without forming any seals, he raised his hand and immediately, every iron object in the room trembled. Kunao, shuriken, needles they all shot toward him, stopping just short of his skin, suspended in midair. Pointing toward the wooden door, he gave a silent command. Bang! 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 The weapons launched forward, embedding themselves deep into the wood. A slow smirk spread across Shin's lips. This world had given him a second chance. And he would make damn sure to survive in it no matter the cost. Chapter 2, Healing Technique. If it were a sneak attack, this level of lethality would be enough to take down a genin with ease. The only issue is my current chakra reserves. I can't use magnet release more than 3 times. Staring at the scene before him, the wooden door now riddled with iron spikes, Uchiha Shin couldn't help but smirk. The excitement in his heart practically leaped onto the paper. Acquiring a Kekkei Genkai had been unexpectedly simple, and the ability of his left eye was extraordinary. However, the slight blurriness in his vision and the overwhelming fatigue in his body quickly sobered him up. Due to my lack of chakra, the magnet release created by my Mangekyō Sharingan just now completely drained my ocular power. I need to increase my chakra reserves as soon as possible. Having decided on his next course of action, Uchiha Shin slowly made his way back to the bedroom. Tsunade was still fast asleep, snoring softly. Without hesitation, he settled into her warm and inviting embrace, resting his head against her soft chest before closing his eyes. When he finally woke up, it was to the sensation of Tsunade rubbing his face. Phew, finally awake. Seeing him stir, Tsunade let out a sigh of relief. Her expression carried a hint of guilt. Yesterday, she had dragged Shin along for drinks on a whim, momentarily forgetting that he was only a 10-year-old child. As she spoke, she pulled a small table closer, revealing a lavish lunch spread across it. Judging by its quality, it must have been quite expensive. Uchiha Shin, now fully awake, glanced at the half-eaten meal and then at Tsunade with a look of mild irritation. Tsunade, you're not expecting me to pay for the hotel and food, are you? I'm not that stingy, okay? Do I look like that kind of person? Tsunade immediately scowled at his accusation. She was dressed in light blue pajamas, her golden hair slightly messy from sleep. However, Shin didn't hesitate to retort, unfazed by her reaction. You did lose all your money yesterday, didn't you? At his words, Tsunade visibly deflated. Scratching her head awkwardly, she muttered, I'll win it back next time. Besides, you won a lot yesterday, didn't you? I was celebrating your victory. She then leaned in closer, her voice playful. The steak here is excellent, and as your big sister, I took you out to have a good time. Don't be so stingy. She even winked at him, as if pleading for mercy. Shin rolled his eyes. Was it really okay for her to treat a 10-year-old like this? This woman had no shame. One thing is separate from another. I can cover the cost, but I have a condition. Uchiha Shin held up a single finger, his expression turning serious. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. A condition. Seeing his resolute gaze, she couldn't help but be surprised. Why was this kid suddenly acting so mature, even negotiating with her? Noticing his unwavering stare, she instinctively folded her arms over her chest. The slight movement caused her loose pajamas to shift, revealing an impressive cleavage. She recalled the events of the morning. She had been half asleep and didn't think much of it at the time, but now that she reflected on it, it was slightly embarrassing. You little brat, what kind of perverted thoughts are running through your head? Did Jiraiya teach you this? She narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Shin shot her a look that screamed, you're overthinking this. I want you to teach me medical ninjutsu, he stated bluntly. That shouldn't be a problem for you, right, Tsunade? His slightly provocative tone made Tsunade frown. What do you mean not a problem? I'm the foremost expert in medical ninjutsu, you know. She pinched his cheek in response, looking smug. However, after agreeing, she began to reconsider. She was well aware of Shin's background. She had already investigated his past. Was he seeking to learn medical ninjutsu because he felt he lacked talent in combat? The thought made her heart ache slightly. There was something oddly endearing about his determination. If you're serious about it, I'll teach you, she finally said, running her fingers through his messy black hair. As for the accommodation and meal expenses this time, yeah, those are still on you. Shin didn't concern himself with whatever thoughts were running through Tsunade's head. Instead, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a thick stack of ryo. Strictly speaking, all of this money had been won using Tsunade's terrible luck. He had realized early on that she was cursed when it came to gambling. If he simply bet against her, he would always win. Thanks to this, he had pocketed 500,000 ryo in a single day, far exceeding the allowance his clan provided. Tsunade's eyes lit up at the sight of the money. Unfortunately for her, Shin carefully counted out only a few bills before stuffing the rest back into his pocket. Tsunade could only grumble internally, vowing to win it all back next time. After finishing lunch, the two left the inn, making their way back toward the village. Along the way, Tsunade began teaching Shin the basics of medical ninjutsu. The most fundamental aspect of medical ninjutsu is chakra control, she explained, her tone now serious. You need to maintain a stable and continuous output while ensuring that the chakra has a healing effect. This requires precise control beyond the norm. She came to a stop, gesturing toward a nearby forest. To start, I'll teach you the first stage of chakra control training, tree climbing. She approached one of the trees and casually stepped onto its trunk, walking upward as if gravity held no meaning to her. In a few strides, she reached the top of the towering tree. After effortlessly leaping down, she grinned at Shin. All right, give it a try. This was a standard training method, one that most genin learned from their sensei. She still remembered how humiliating her first attempts had been, constantly falling on her backside. She couldn't wait to see Shin go through the same struggle. However, Shin didn't immediately rush forward. Instead, he focused inward, feeling the flow of his chakra. Ever since awakening his Mangekyō Sharingan, it was as if his body's dormant potential had been unleashed. Even after a short rest, his chakra reserves had already risen to that of an elite genin. His physical abilities had improved as well. His body, though still small, was now comparable in strength to an adult's. If he factored in the insight and hypnosis abilities of his Mangekyō, he was confident he could take on a Chunin, perhaps even a weaker Jonin. This level of growth was something he never would have imagined before. Returning his focus to the task at hand, Shin took his first step onto the tree. Crack! His foot crushed the bark instantly. Before Tsunade could even start laughing, he took a second step. Hey! Her amusement was quickly replaced with disbelief. Shin continued walking up the tree, adjusting to his newfound chakra control with each step. By the time he reached the higher branches, he was moving with ease. Tsunade could only stare, dumbfounded. Well, that's unexpected. Chapter 3, Uchiha Clan. In a matter of seconds, Uchiha Shin stood exactly where Tsunade had been just moments ago. Taking in the lush greenery surrounding him, Shin inhaled deeply, the fresh air filling his lungs as a satisfied smile spread across his face. This feeling, it's incredible. Looking down at the stunned Tsunade below, he leaped down effortlessly, landing beside her without making a single sound, a testament to his refined chakra control, now on par with hers. How the hell did you do that? Tsunade pointed at him, then at the tree trunk, disbelief etched all over her face. She could tell from his initial struggle that he had absolutely no prior training in chakra control. Yet, in a span of mere moments, he had not only improved but had reached a level that took even talented shinobi years to achieve. It was beyond comprehension. Scratching his cheek nonchalantly, Shin grinned and declared, I'm just naturally gifted. Tsunade fell silent. She had heard stories about Shin, about how he had always been painfully average. Never the worst, never the best. Just another Uchiha among many. And now, here he was, boasting about extraordinary talent. It was almost laughable. Yet, she couldn't deny what she had just witnessed. Unwilling to accept such a ridiculous explanation, she dragged him to a nearby stream to test him further. If this was some kind of fluke, it wouldn't hold up under scrutiny. But as she watched him not just walk on water but somersault across the river surface with effortless ease, her expression grew even more complicated. Her gaze held a mix of awe and horror, as though she were looking at some unnatural phenomenon. Did I just discover a genius in medical ninjutsu? Even as she returned to Konoha, a sense of disbelief still lingered in her mind. Determined to humble him, Tsunade decided to teach him the mystical palm technique, a technique that only elite medical nin could master. Surely, this would stump him. When he inevitably failed, she would guide him properly. After explaining the basics, she left in a hurry, seemingly lost in thought. Shin, however, absorbed the information instantly and, without wasting time, made his way back to the Uchiha compound. Since Uchiha Madara's departure, the Uchiha clan had splintered into two factions, the Hawks, who wanted to rebel against Konoha, refusing to be subjugated, and the Doves, who sought to integrate peacefully into the village, rejecting the life of war and shadows. The Hawks, once led by Uchiha Setsuna, had been steadily losing influence after he was imprisoned by the second Hokage, Senjo Tobirama, for conspiring against the village. Since then, the clan's situation had only worsened. Despite having control over the Konoha police force, the Uchiha remained widely distrusted. Their natural arrogance and superior attitude only deepened the wedge between them and the rest of the village. Following Tobirama's death, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, took office and the Uchiha's position became even more precarious. The clan had been forcibly relocated to the outskirts of Konoha, isolated from the village's center. Now, with his newly awakened Mangekyō Sharingan, Shin could feel the constant surveillance on him. From the moment he entered the village, someone had been watching him. Only when he crossed into Uchiha territory did the oppressive gaze finally recede. Even if the Uchiha haven't been wiped out yet, the third Hokage and Danzo won't show any mercy when the time comes. The year was Konoha year 35, and the Second Shinobi World War had already begun. Though the war had not yet escalated into a full-scale conflict, the signs were clear. The Shinobi Academy had started forcing early graduations, and the atmosphere in the village grew heavier by the day. True war was imminent. Once the battles began, Shin was certain of one thing: the Uchiha would be used as expendable pawns. I need to get stronger. Fast. Setting a one-year goal, Shin resolved to reach genin level strength at the very least. Anything less, and he would be nothing more than battlefield fodder. He had no intention of dying young. Power. Women. Absolute strength. The most primal of desires drove Shin forward. Upon returning to the Uchiha compound, he immediately sought out the Elders' Hall. With both Madara and Setsuna gone, the Uchiha had yet to elect a new clan leader. The hawks and doves remained at odds, neither side willing to submit to the other. For now, the elders held authority, managing internal affairs and distributing resources. Shin needed to make himself stand out to prove his worth and claim a larger share of the clan's training resources. As he approached the elders' hall, he caught the attention of 3 figures leaving the building. The young man at the front, mature beyond his years, narrowed his eyes in mild irritation upon seeing him. Shin met his gaze but quickly dismissed him, looking away as if he wasn't worth his time. That man was Uchiha Fugaku, a few years older than Shin. Having already graduated from the academy, Fugaku was deeply involved in the clan's internal politics. His father, a high-ranking elder of the Doves, had great influence, making Fugaku a well-respected figure despite his age. The two had little interaction, but Uchiha Mikoto changed that. Mikoto, the granddaughter of the Hawk faction's elder, was a beauty well-loved within the clan. Fugaku had once proposed a political marriage to unite the Hawks and Doves through her, but the idea was fiercely opposed by the Hawks, not to mention Mikoto herself. Since then, Fugaku had harbored a personal grudge, frequently sending his lackeys to trouble Shin whenever possible. Before regaining his past memories, Shin had usually avoided conflict, opting to escape rather than engage in pointless fights. But today was different. This time, he didn't slow down. He didn't hesitate. He walked straight past Fugaku and his men, heading directly for the elders' hall. Seeing Shin's complete disregard, Fugaku's eyes darkened with irritation. This was new. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. In the past, low-ranking Uchiha like Shin would have treaded carefully around him, yet this guy was acting like he owned the place. Go. With just a glance, Fugaku sent a silent signal. The 2 shinobi flanking him, Uchiha Yao and Uchiha Inahiro, understood immediately. Though the Uchiha forbade killing among their own, teaching someone a lesson was an entirely different matter. Both Yao and Inahiro were already genin, and they moved quickly, sneers on their faces as they closed in on Shin. They didn't expect resistance. But what they didn't know was that Shin had changed. Chapter 4, Fight. Uchiha Shin walked through the Uchiha district, his expression as cold as ever. He didn't even spare a glance at the 2 boys approaching him with hostility burning in their eyes. You didn't even greet us, Shin. Seems like you still haven't learned basic etiquette, Uchiha Inahiro sneered. We wanted to continue sparring with you yesterday, but you disappeared for the whole day. Where'd you hide? Did you crawl into some hole like a damn rat? Uchiha Yao mocked, his voice laced with malice. Both boys reached out, gripping Shin's shoulders, their intent clear. But before Yao could finish his taunt, Shin moved. In a blur, Shin's right hand shot forward, his fingers locking around Yao's throat like a vice. Before Yao could even process what was happening, Shin lifted him off the ground and slammed him down with crushing force. Bang! Dust rose from the impact as Yao choked, blood spilling from his mouth before his eyes rolled back and his body went limp. The laughter and jeering of the surrounding Uchiha clan members died instantly. Uchiha Inahiro's face twisted in rage. Shin, are you looking for death? He snarled. Uchiha Inahiro's eyes turned crimson, his single Tomo Sharingan spinning as he drew a kunai and took a step forward. You think you can attack one of us and walk away unscathed? Shin finally lifted his head. His gaze locked onto Inahiro, revealing his own crimson eyes, not a single Tomo, but 2. Illusion, Sharingan. The moment their eyes met, Inahiro's movements froze. His breathing hitched as he suddenly fell to his knees, dropping the kunai. No. No, don't. Don't kill me. Please. I'm begging you, he screamed, his face contorted in sheer terror. His own hands moved against his will, forcing his kunai into his palm, drawing blood as he sobbed and wailed. Silence. The assembled Uchiha members watched in stunned horror. Some had activated their Sharingan in instinctive reaction, but none dared to move against Shin. Shin exhaled calmly and turned his gaze toward Uchiha Fugaku, who stood among the crowd. Their eyes met, and in that instant, Fugaku felt something he had never experienced before: fear. His own Sharingan flared to life, twin Tomo spinning, but his body remained frozen under Shin's gaze. It was as if an overwhelming pressure bore down on him, forcing him to acknowledge the gap between them. Shin's voice was quiet but carried enough weight to crush stone. I will take back everything owed to me. I have no time to play these childish games with you. And with that, he turned away, walking toward the elders' hall. Fugaku clenched his fists. He wanted to step forward, to stop Shin, to force him to acknowledge his authority. But his body wouldn't move. His fingers trembled, and his breath came in uneven pants. By the time he regained himself, Shin had already disappeared into the elders' hall. Fugaku's face twisted in humiliation. How dare he talk to me like that, he muttered. Even so, he didn't pursue him. His body still remembered the suffocating feeling of Shin's eyes locking onto his. He quickly used his Sharingan to dispel the genjutsu on Inahiro. The boy gasped, clutching his bleeding hand as he shuddered. He had barely returned to his senses, but the lingering fear in his eyes said it all. As the clan members carried the unconscious Yao away, murmurs spread among them. No one was talking about the beaten clan members. All eyes were on the boy who had just displayed a matured Sharingan at the age of 10. Inside the elders' hall, Shin stood before 2 men. One was an older man with grey hair, Uchiha Shinji, grandfather of Uchiha Mikoto and an elder of the clan. The other was a middle-aged man with sharp eyes and an unmistakable resemblance to Fugaku Uchiha Toyama, Fugaku's father. Shin's gaze flickered to Toyama, then back to Shinji. He bowed slightly. Elder Shinji. Elder Toyama. His tone was flat, but when he said Toyama's name, there was an edge of contempt. Toyama's expression darkened. He had already heard what happened outside. He could barely stomach the idea that a mere child had humiliated his son's group so effortlessly. Shinji, on the other hand, chuckled, his old eyes gleaming. Shin, I heard you've awakened the double Tomo Sharingan. Shin met his gaze and, without hesitation, activated his Sharingan. The two Tomo in each eye gleamed with power. Shinji's face split into a wide grin. Good. Good. Good, he said, laughing. Toyama scowled but said nothing. The reality was undeniable. A 10-year-old with a double Tomo Sharingan was a prodigy. Even if he disliked Shin, there was no refuting his potential. Shinji leaned forward, placing a hand on Shin's shoulder. From now on, your training resources will be increased to the highest level. If you wish, you may move into the core district. Shin nodded. I leave it in your hands, Elder Shinji. Toyama exhaled sharply and stood up, glaring at Shin before turning on his heel and leaving. Shin watched him go, already sensing the man's hostility. It didn't matter. He would deal with him in due time. Once Toyama was gone, Shinji's expression softened. Shin, I didn't expect you to give me such a surprise. But listen to me carefully. His voice lowered, growing serious. Be careful. Konoha isn't as stable as it was during the time of the first and second Hokage. Your talent won't remain hidden for long. Shin remained silent, listening. Shinji sighed. Tobirama Senju may have distrusted us, but he at least gave us the police force to wield some authority. The current Hokage, however. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not as soft as he appears. He wears a kind mask, but his methods are far more insidious. He tolerates us because we are useful. But never forget, the moment we become a threat, we will be crushed. And with talent like yours, Shin, you will be seen as a threat. For the first time, a smirk tugged at Shin's lips. Then let them fear me. Shinji chuckled. You remind me of Madara at times. Shin turned away. I am not Madara. I am Uchiha Shin. As he left the hall, Shinji watched him go with a mix of amusement and concern. This boy would shake the foundations of Konoha. Chapter 5, Mikoto Uchiha. Well, I'll keep it in mind, Grandpa Shinji. Uchiha Shin nodded solemnly. Even without Uchiha Shinji's warning, he had already made preparations. Shin could see the concerns in Elder Shinji's eyes. He was beginning to understand the darkness that lurked within the walls of Konoha. I am relieved by your words. I won't say more. Take these ninjutsu scrolls and put them away. If you ever need guidance from a senior in your training, you can request an instructor from the clan. Mikoto is waiting for you at home. Go and see her. At the end, Uchiha Shinji offered a rare smile. He had watched Uchiha Shin grow up and knew his character well. That was precisely why he had been subtly maneuvering behind the scenes to bring his granddaughter closer to Shin. Mikoto's parents, his own son and daughter-in-law, had died on the battlefield. As an elder, Uchiha Shinji had to consider his granddaughter's future, and from the very beginning, the only candidate he deemed worthy of her was Shin. Before, Shin's talent had been unremarkable, which caused him some concern. But now, witnessing the progress he had made, all of Shinji's worries were put to rest. Hearing that Mikoto was waiting for him at home, Shin scratched his cheek with an awkward smile. It was obvious that she was worried about him while he was away. He nodded repeatedly before selecting a few ninjutsu scrolls, along with storage scrolls and the financial resources the clan would allocate to him later. This time, he primarily chose Uchiha Kenjutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu, Body Flicker Technique, Demonic Illusion, Hanging Bind, and a few C-rank fire release techniques. The Uchiha clan was naturally attuned to fire release, while other elements were rarer. Shin's plan was to first master the Shadow Clone Jutsu, using clones to speed up his training. For now, his primary goal was refining his chakra control and developing his newly awakened magnet release. As he walked home, Shin mentally listed the things he needed to procure: kunao, shuriken, explosive tags. He needed to stock up on all of them. Once he mastered fire release, he could experiment with crafting high-grade explosive tags. And with his magnet release, he might even be able to develop a technique akin to a guided missile. On top of that, he needed to put the Chidori and Raise Nan on his training schedule. It was going to be a busy time. Thinking of all this, Shin lifted his gaze and saw his home come into view. The large estate had been left behind by his parents. It was said that they had died on the battlefield. He was only 2 or 3 years old at the time and had few memories of them. Normally, the house was silent. But today, the scent of food lingered in the air. Recalling what Elder Shinji had told him, Shin quickened his pace. I'm back. The moment he stepped inside, he called out habitually. Welcome home, Shin-kun. A clear, feminine voice laced with surprise echoed from the inner room. A moment later, a girl about a head shorter than him emerged. Her jet black hair, as soft as silk, framed her delicate face. Her large, dark eyes gleamed with warmth. She had smooth, fair skin, and if one got close, they'd catch a faint, pleasant scent. She was petite and beautiful, wearing an apron that accentuated a subtle domestic charm. Shin-kun, you disappeared all day. I was really worried. Did Inari and the others do something to you? If they did, I won't forgive them. Mikoto stepped closer, scanning him for any injuries before letting out a relieved sigh. At the end of her sentence, she spoke with a hint of anger. Recently, she had learned that Uchiha Inari and his group had been bullying Shin. Seeing how protective she was of him, Shin only smiled and gently ruffled her hair. Don't worry. I'm fine. Men should solve their own problems. I'd rather protect my woman than have her protect me. Shin whispered in a soft, teasing tone beside Mikato's ear. Faced with his straightforward words and the serious look in his eyes, Mikato froze. A shy blush crept up her cheeks, and she quickly averted her gaze. Girls in this world matured early, and Mikato, at 10 years old, understood the implications of Shin's words. But even so, such an open confession caught her off guard. It was too much to process at once. Seeing her bashful reaction, Shin couldn't help but smile. Right now, Mikato looked just like an adorable kitten, one that made people want to tease and spoil her. Since Mikato wasn't raising her head anytime soon, Shin took the initiative to change the subject. I'm starving. Mikato, I smelled something amazing when I walked in. What did you cook? Ah. It's potato stew and seafood soup. I'll go serve it now. Using the opportunity to escape, Mikato hurriedly rushed into the kitchen. Chuckling, Shin walked into the inner room and sat down, waiting for her. In the meantime, he took out a storage scroll and retrieved the ninjutsu scrolls inside. With just a glance, he memorized their contents. Ever since I awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan, my memory and learning ability have improved drastically. Controlling his chakra flow, Shin formed the ram seal. With a puff, a shadow clone appeared beside him. A quarter of my chakra was consumed. With proper control, I can create one more without completely draining myself. His fine chakra control allowed him to minimize waste, which was why he could create multiple clones. If an ordinary genin tried to use the shadow clone jutsu, they'd likely exhaust themselves in a single attempt. With that, Shin created a second shadow clone and sent them to train ninjutsu in the backyard. Just then, Mikato returned, carrying a pot of stew. She paused at the sight before her. Shadow clone jutsu? Shin-kun, you actually learned it. Her tone was filled with surprise. She recognized this jutsu, but she never expected Shin to use it so effortlessly. In her understanding, he shouldn't have had access to such a technique. I just applied for it at the Elders' Hall, Shin explained casually. To be precise, I asked Grandpa Shinji. He looked at her and smirked. Just now, he told me you were here. Also. He activated his Sharingan, the two tomo in each eye spinning slightly. I awakened my eyes. By revealing it now, he could prevent her from worrying unnecessarily. Mikato's breath hitched as she stared at him. She understood what this meant. Uchiha Shin was no longer the weakling the clan once looked down upon. The real battle was only beginning. Chapter 6, Third Hokage. I only have one tomo, Shin-kun, you are amazing. Uchiha Mikato set down the pot and looked at Uchiha Shin with admiration. No wonder Shin seemed different today, more confident, mature, and undeniably charming. Uchiha Mikato, her cheeks still tinged with pink, was genuinely happy for Shin. At the same time, her sharp mind quickly pieced together a possibility. Could Uchiha Shin's direct confession earlier have been something he had already discussed with her grandfather? If that were the case, then the situation between her and Shin. Lost in her own thoughts, Mikato sat down, suddenly behaving like a well-trained young wife. Throughout the meal, she kept sneaking glances at Shin, her expression unfocused. When she was about to leave, Shin pointed toward the bathroom and asked, Mikato, do you want to take a bath before heading back? A bath? Catching the amused glint in Shin's eyes, Mikato suddenly had a bad feeling. She didn't refuse, as she had planned to bathe when she got home anyway. But when she saw Shin follow her inside, Mikato, who already understood the difference between men and women, blushed like a boiled octopus. She had always bathed alone. Sharing a bath with someone else was an entirely different matter. Instinctively, she wrapped her towel tightly around her body, shrinking into the warm water, her large eyes cautiously watching Shin as he entered. Despite being only 10 years old, Uchiha Shin already stood over 1.5 meters tall. Though he had no previous talent in ninjutsu, he had trained his body diligently. The Uchiha clan's wealth ensured he was well-fed and in peak condition, far superior to the average child his age. Tall, sharp-featured, with visible muscle definition and a natural presence, he was undeniably handsome. For any woman, that was a dangerous combination. Mikato's heart pounded in her chest. She covered her flushed face with her hands, but her fingers parted slightly, allowing her to peek at Shin. Noticing her shy reaction, Shin smirked and turned toward the bathtub. As their eyes met, Mikato instantly submerged her head, retreating into the water like a startled rabbit. And Shin, like a predator closing in on its prey, moved forward. Before Mikato could resurface, Shin reached out and tickled her underarms. Ah! That tickles! Gasping, she sprang up from the water, glaring at him in embarrassment. But Shin wasn't paying attention to her angry expression. Instead, his breath hitched at the sight before him. Droplets of water cascaded down her smooth, pink-tinged skin, her collarbones glistening under the dim light. The sight was mesmerizing. Shin-kun, this is really embarrassing. Mikato whined, her voice soft with shyness. Unable to handle his intense gaze, she crouched back down, arms wrapped tightly around herself. Though her tone carried reprimand, it lacked any real bite, and Shin could sense her hesitation. Emboldened, he slowly reached forward. His fingers schemed the water, sending ripples across the surface, before gently pulling Mikato into his embrace. Warmth. Softness. The subtle fragrance of her wet skin. Mikoto tensed against him, her entire body rigid from the unfamiliar closeness. I just want someone to hold, Shin murmured, his voice low and magnetic. Mikoto, will you grant me that? His breath tickled her ear, making her heart skip a beat. Why yes. Mikoto answered without thinking, her mind blank, body weak against him. She had no will to resist. Shin, however, knew not to push too far. He wanted to enjoy this moment but understood the importance of patience. If he rushed things, it could all backfire. For now, getting used to each other like this was enough. And besides, he had his own limitations. Mikoto still needed training. Her body was fragile. If he were too hasty, it would only cause problems later. As he pondered, enjoying the soft warmth in his arms, Mikoto gradually relaxed. Through their closeness, she could sense the exhaustion hidden beneath Shin's usual confidence. An hour later, Mikoto hurriedly left, never once looking back. Even as the cool night air brushed her face, her cheeks still burned with heat. Shin, missing the sensation of her warmth, sighed before dispelling his shadow clone. A flood of fatigue and training memories overwhelmed his mind. His body slumped onto the bed, and as he lay back, he began integrating the shadow clone's experience. The mental and physical burden is heavy, but for now, I can endure it. I've nearly mastered the fireball jutsu, and my phoenix fire jutsu and genjutsu techniques are progressing well. A little more training should do it. I still need a mentor to refine my swordsmanship. Only through real combat will I gain true insight. As for medical ninjutsu, maybe I should test the mystical palm jutsu on an injured animal tomorrow. With those thoughts, Shin closed his eyes and began refining his chakra using the Uchiha clan's exclusive training method. Unlike the standard techniques used outside, the Uchiha's method was far superior, efficient, precise, and tailored for their bloodline. Meanwhile, across the village, in the Hokage's office, the news of Shin awakening his second Tomo had reached Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third Hokage, his expression unreadable beneath the shadow of his hat, calmly scanned the report. Another Uchiha has awakened their Sharingan. Double Tomo at 10 years old. He exhaled through his pipe, then muttered, "Tell Denzo to keep an eye on him." Young, talented Uchiha were dangerous. Their potential needed to be guided or controlled. We must strengthen his training and instill the will of fire within him. We cannot afford another Uchiha turning into a traitor like Setsuna. Sarutobi, ever cautious, carried on the paranoia of his predecessor, Senju Tobirama. The Uchiha were strong. Too strong. And their ambitions made them dangerous. Unlike Tobirama, however, Sarutobi did not want to outright alienate them. The ninja world was already on the brink of war. Another great conflict was inevitable. Right now, Konoha could not afford to weaken the Uchiha. Their strength was necessary for the village's survival. If a genius had emerged within their ranks, then the best course of action was clear. Send him to the battlefield. Sarutobi's gaze darkened as he made his decision. If Uchiha Shin was so talented, then he would serve his purpose well. Whether he survived or perished would be up to fate. Chapter 7, Training. In the early morning, Uchiha Shin woke up earlier than usual. Although he had only refined chakra for 2 or 3 hours the previous night, his total chakra reserves had doubled. This refining speed is dozens of times faster than before. Feeling invigorated, he had a quick breakfast before heading to a weapons shop in Konoha to stock up on supplies. With a space-sealing scroll strapped to his back, he formed a shadow clone midway through the journey. The clone transformed into the likeness of a wandering academy student who had conveniently skipped class, ensuring that if anyone checked, he was still within the village. Meanwhile, the real Uchiha Shin made his way to the Uchiha district, leveraging the Konoha Police Department's authority to slip out of the village unnoticed. His destination was a dense forest nearby. With graduation approaching, the Ninja Academy no longer held anything of value for him. The only reason to attend was the chance to sit next to Uchiha Mikoto in class. Then again, he could simply go home later and have her all to himself, which was far more appealing than wasting time in school. For serious training, the seclusion of the forest was much better. He didn't want to reveal too much in the clan's training grounds. Gathering chakra to his legs, Uchiha Shin bent his knees slightly before launching himself into the air, landing effortlessly on a thick tree branch over 10 meters high. From this vantage point, his keen eyes scanned the forest, quickly catching sight of a tiger prowling below. This wasn't just any tiger, it was enormous, at least the size of 3 grown men, marking it as a low-level ninja beast. Although it possessed chakra, it lacked the intelligence of a proper summoned creature. Most ninjas ignored such beasts, though some captured them to use as disposable summons. Unlike true contract creatures, these beasts had no intelligence or ability to communicate, making them little more than living weapons. For an ordinary genin, taking down such a beast would be difficult. Uchiha Shin, however, was no ordinary genin. From the sealing scroll on his back, he withdrew several kunai attached with explosive tags. Dashing across the treetops, he positioned himself directly above the tiger. Roar, roar, roar. Sensing an unusual presence, the tiger looked up sharply, baring its gleaming white fangs. A deep, guttural growl rumbled from its throat. Whoosh. 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 3 kunai cut through the air, streaking toward the tiger. Roar. The beast let out an earth-shaking bellow, unleashing a sudden gust of wind from its maw that deflected the incoming kunai. Magnetic release. With a mere flex of his fingers, Uchiha Shin manipulated the kunai mid-air, redirecting them towards the tiger's vital points from 3 different angles. The neck, the back, the waist. Boom. 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 The detonating tags erupted in a violent chain of explosions, shaking the surrounding trees. When the smoke cleared, the tiger lay on the ground, its body charred and torn apart, the scent of burnt flesh thick in the air. The power of a single explosive tag is comparable to a hand grenade, enough to kill most ninjas who don't specialize in physical endurance. Most shinobi had fragile bodies, and a well-placed explosive tag was more than enough to be fatal. Just as he was about to approach the carcass, Uchiha Shin's eyes narrowed. The scent of blood had attracted company. From the shadows of the trees, a pack of 7 or 8 wolves emerged, their predatory eyes flicking between the fallen tiger and the lone shinobi. They didn't hesitate. With a chorus of snarls, the wolves lunged. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Shin's hands blurred through seals at lightning speed, completing the jutsu in under 2 seconds before spewing out a rapid barrage of small fireballs. Each flame missile was guided with precision by his Mangekyō Sharingan, ensuring every single shot hit its mark. Boom. 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 The wolves howled in agony as they were incinerated or blown back by the concussive force of the explosions. Shin paid them no further mind, instead stepping toward the tiger's corpse and placing his palm on its still warm flesh. Time to test his right eye's ability. Soul Sacrifice. Sacrifice. The intricate 8-pointed design in his right eye spun rapidly, and a jet black flame ignited in his palm, engulfing the tiger's corpse. Within seconds, the flesh was consumed, and a thin wisp of energy was drawn into his eye before dispersing throughout his body. He exhaled sharply as the vitality spread, reinforcing his muscles and slightly increasing his chakra reserves. If I had to put this into game terms. Chakra plus 10, Constitution plus 1. A smirk played at the corner of his lips. The increase was small, but it was there. And unlike mere training, this was immediate. Soul Sacrifice was unique in that it had minimal chakra cost when used on the dead. But against the living, the energy expenditure was far greater, making it impractical unless the target was immobilized. His gaze shifted back to the still breathing, but crippled, wolves. He cracked his knuckles. Mystic Palm Technique. Using the nearly perfect training dummies in front of him, Shin attempted to refine his medical ninjutsu. His initial attempts were clumsy, possibly due to his lack of formal medical knowledge. No matter. Those that he failed to heal properly, were promptly used as fuel for soul sacrifice. After a long and bloody session, only one wolf survived intact, while the others had been sacrificed to nourish his growing strength. The wolves weren't as valuable as the tiger, but hey, scraps are still meat. Satisfied with his progress, Shin formed a hand seal and created 5 shadow clones. 2 clones focused on refining his ninjutsu. Another 2 worked on developing Rei's Nan and Chidori. The last one went hunting for more training materials. As for Shin himself, he sat cross-legged on the surface of a stream, refining his chakra while contemplating his next step. I should develop a taijutsu style suited for me. At the moment, he was proficient in ninjutsu, and his Mangekyō Sharingan made him near immune to most genjutsu. However, his hand-to-hand combat still had room for improvement. The standard strong fist style was too simple. It relied purely on brute force, with little finesse or adaptability. That wasn't enough. He needed something versatile, something deadly. His mind drifted to 2 potential inspirations, lightning chakra armor, the One Piece world Rokushiki, or also called as Navy 6 styles, and a refined, chakra-based martial art that could maximize his body control. A smirk spread across his lips. Time to forge my own path. Chapter 8, Tsunade. With his own lightning chakra as the core, Uchiha Shin began to manifest the lightning release chakra mode. With his physical prowess and chakra as the foundation, he also developed a version of the 6 styles, Rokushiki, infused with chakra. The chakra he had accumulated over time was nearly depleted in an instant. His left Sharingan's power was being drained continuously, his vision blurred, but in exchange, his lightning chakra instinctively spread throughout his body. A thin veil of electricity coated him entirely, arcs of blue lightning crackling along his form. In that moment, his strength, speed, and durability were enhanced significantly. However, the transformation lasted only a second before it dissipated, his chakra reserves already running dry. Still, from that brief experience, Uchiha Shin had successfully deduced the principles behind the lightning release chakra mode. His adaptation of the 6 styles was not identical to the original, as he had incorporated chakra into each technique. Soru, shave. Instead of stepping multiple times in an instant, he used a burst of chakra from the soles of his feet to achieve high-speed movement. Jeppo, moonwalk similar to water walking, but by forcefully releasing chakra into the air, he created an aerial stepping effect, allowing brief airborne mobility. Rankyaku, tempest kick, and Shigen, finger gun. By bursting chakra at the moment of impact, he could unleash vacuum slashes and concentrated bullet-like force. It's different from the original techniques, but it suits me better this way, he mused. If he had to use the original Soru, which required stomping the ground dozens of times within 0.36 seconds, he'd never master it in a short period. But at the moment, he had no energy to train any further. Executing reflection twice in a row had pushed his body to its limits. TCH, my left eye's vision is getting worse, this is a pain. I wonder if I can recover it by absorbing the Sharingan's pupil power from another source. Feeling the strain in his eye, Uchiha Shin frowned. Until he figured out how to replenish his pupil power, he had no choice but to seal off his left eye's abilities. After a short rest under a large tree, his vision slightly improved. Noticing that the sun was now at its peak, he decided to head back. At the same time, his shadow clone in the village had seemingly drawn attention. Tsunade? What is she doing here looking for me? Without hesitation, Uchiha Shin used the substitution technique to swap places with his clone, ensuring a seamless transition. As he walked out of the alleyway, his demeanor had changed, his gaze was sharper, his expression more fluid compared to the stiff and mechanical face of his clone. Tsunade, who had been standing by the roadside, immediately caught the difference. So you're back? Good. We still have more medical ninjutsu training to do. Hey? I thought learning mystical palm technique was enough. Seeing Tsunade's eager expression, Uchiha Shin couldn't shake the feeling that she had ulterior motives. Noticing his wariness, Tsunade ruffled his dark hair in annoyance. Medical ninjutsu isn't just about one technique, you know. There's plenty more to learn. She then crossed her arms and gave him a firm look. Honestly, kid, I think your talent in other areas is pretty average. Why not focus on medical ninjutsu? You could actually accomplish something with it. Tsunade was being sincere. She had no idea that Uchiha Shin had awakened the double Tomo Sharingan already. What she did notice, however, was his extraordinary chakra control the day before, and it genuinely impressed her. Besides, with Shin nearing graduation, Tsunade figured she'd take him under her wing if possible. That is, if he stopped calling her by her full name like some brat. The first time they met, he had called her Aunt Tsunade, which nearly got him killed. After a lot of nagging, she made him change it to just Tsunade. But he refused to call her Big Sis despite her insistence. Now, she wanted him to address her as master. Looking at her confident grin, Uchiha Shin immediately sensed that she was up to something. That said, her mischief was likely nothing malicious, just her trying to mess with him in some way. After considering his options, Uchiha Shin made his decision. Fine, I'll learn. But I want to bring someone with me. Bring someone? Tsunade raised an eyebrow, unsure of what he was planning. Uchiha Shin's expression was serious. I want Mikoto to train with me. She's my classmate and childhood friend. If possible, I want her to become a medical nin in the future. His request wasn't for some trivial reason. With the second shinobi world war looming on the horizon, it was inevitable that Uchiha Mikoto would be sent to the battlefield. Even he wasn't sure if he could always be there to protect her. If she learned medical ninjutsu and got into the medical corps, her survival chances would increase exponentially. Tsunade nearly burst out laughing at his request. Oh, so that's how it is. Here I am giving you special guidance, and you're out here trying to get your girlfriend in too. Uchiha Shin stood straight and smirked. That's just normal consideration. Strictly speaking, my ideal type is more like you, Tsunade. His voice was calm, his gaze unshaken. However, his eyes betrayed him, fixating on something else entirely. A certain deep valley of snow-white skin was captivating his attention like an inescapable black hole. Tsunade leaned in closer, nearly touching his face. If she moved forward just a little more, their lips would meet. Uchiha Shin, unfortunately, lacked the guts to follow through. If he tried anything here, he'd be lucky to make it out with just a few broken bones. Tsunade blinked in surprise before following his gaze downward. Realizing where he was staring, she instantly grew furious. You little brat, you're even worse than Jiraiya. Without hesitation, she swung her fist at his head. But the moment she struck, she hit nothing. Uchiha Shin had effortlessly dodged her punch, as light as a feather. Oh. Tsunade hadn't put much force into the strike, but the fact that he dodged so easily meant his reflexes were considerably advanced. Crossing her arms, she studied him more carefully now. The two locked eyes for a few moments before Uchiha Shin smirked and took a step back. Lady Tsunade, my frail body can't handle your monstrous strength. Besides, what you just did was very close to sexual harassment. Tsunade's face twitched in irritation, her chest heaving. You were literally staring at my... I was just stating my preferences, Shin said smoothly. Also, Lady Tsunade, you might want to check your surroundings. Turning, she saw a growing crowd watching them. Nearby villagers were whispering, watching the scene unfold. Tsunade, realizing how it looked, immediately grabbed Shin by the collar and dragged him away, ignoring the murmurs of "So Lady Tsunade likes younger men. And damn, no wonder I'm still single." Embarrassed and fuming, she grabbed Uchiha Shin by the collar and dragged him away before any more rumors spread. Chapter 9, Training with Tsunade. By the way, Tsunade, can I bring Mikoto with me? Shin, who had been pulled aside into an empty corner by Tsunade, spoke with a calm expression. Tsunade, having been tormented by him to the point of exhaustion, waved her hand dismissively. Fine. I give up, you little brat. Alright, I'll go get Mikoto then. Where should we meet? Just come to my house. With that, Shin, taking the initiative, quickly disappeared. Watching him leave, Tsunade had a complicated expression on her face. That kid, when there are a lot of people around, he'll still give me some respect and call me Tsunade-sama. But his words, ugh, he's venomous and sweet at the same time. Tsunade crossed her arms beneath her ample chest, sighing with an unreadable emotion. When he had said he liked her, she had felt genuinely pleased. Being admired by a kid like him meant she still had her charm. Besides, Shin was undeniably easy on the eyes. It was obvious that he'd grow up into a handsome man, unlike Jiraiya, whose face made her want to punch him more often than not. What were those idiots saying earlier? That I like younger boys. Tsunade muttered, frowning. Is that why I'm still single? If I really wanted someone. Her voice trailed off as she walked into her home. Finding a boyfriend wasn't easy for her. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, most men were too intimidated to approach her. On top of that, she had high standards. She didn't like ugly men, simple as that. Ideally, he'd be handsome, strong, and wouldn't nag her about her gambling habits. Not too much to ask, right? Her thoughts suddenly drifted to Shin. Other than his age, he met all of her criteria. Tsunade sat down, suddenly restless. Was she really starting to think that way about him? Was she? No, she muttered, shaking her head and pressing her fingers to her temples. I've just been single too damn long. But the more she told herself to stop thinking about it, the more Shin's face popped into her mind. Tsunade, I'm here. Shin's voice rang from outside. Ah. Tsunade jolted upright, quickly patting her flushed cheeks before taking a deep breath to calm down. I can't believe a little brat actually managed to distract me. She grumbled, straightening her clothes and heading outside. When she stepped out, her gaze immediately landed on Uchiha Mikoto, standing next to Shin. Mikoto, dressed in the traditional Uchiha uniform, looked like the perfect girl next door type, cute, composed, and undeniably elegant. Tsunade narrowed her eyes slightly. For some reason, she didn't like looking at her. No wonder this kid wants to learn medical ninjutsu, she muttered under her breath. She's just as cute as I was when I was younger. Tsunade sighed before putting on a smile and welcoming them in. She could afford to be casual in front of Shin, but with Mikoto here, she found herself instinctively holding back a little. Tsunade-sama. I admire you so much. I never thought I'd get to meet you in person like this. The moment they stepped inside, Mikoto's excitement was evident. She practically sparkled with admiration. Tsunade felt a pang of guilt for her earlier pettiness. I'm happy to meet you too, Mikoto, she said with a soft smile. You're adorable. I bet a lot of people like you. Mikoto shyly glanced at Shin, who, as always, looked completely unaffected. I think we should start training soon, he said flatly. Tsunade rolled her eyes at his fake indifference and went to grab some books. The foundation of medical ninjutsu starts with this, she explained seriously. If you don't master the theory behind the mystical palm technique, you'll end up killing someone instead of saving them. She flipped open a thick medical textbook. You need to understand human anatomy, organs, pressure points, chakra pathways. Where to stop bleeding, how to temporarily suppress poison, all of it. Shin remained quiet, but her words reminded him of the wild wolves he had killed in the forest. Well, then, I'll start learning, he said simply, picking up the book and scanning its contents. His left eye soul, reflection allowed him to internalize knowledge with extreme efficiency. The more he learned, the easier it became to perform advanced techniques. Medical ninjutsu wasn't just about saving others, it was about survival. If he could heal himself in battle, it meant he could keep fighting longer. Tsunade watched him with mild surprise. This is the first time I've seen this kid so well behaved. The last time he looked this peaceful was when he was asleep. A faint memory surfaced, Shin's head resting against her chest as he slept soundly that morning. Her cheeks burned again, and she quickly averted her gaze. Tsunade-sama, what does this mean? Mikoto's voice brought her back to reality. The girl was pointing at a passage in the book, looking confused. Oh right, that means. Tsunade quickly shifted into teaching mode, explaining the text seriously. The afternoon passed quickly. Tsunade went from being impressed, to astonished, to just outright numb. The reason? The stack of books next to Shin. In mere hours, he had memorized what would normally take months to learn. Training a medical nin was far more difficult than training a regular shinobi. But for Shin, the usual barriers simply didn't exist. After multiple tests, Tsunade confirmed he had genuinely absorbed all of it. And the practical training? That was even more ridiculous. With the foundational knowledge solidified, his mystical palm technique was now precise. He successfully healed an injured fish in a single try. And after a few repetitions, he performed it flawlessly, with no wasted chakra. Mikoto, by comparison, was still a prodigy in her own right. In Tsunade's eyes, she was a genius. But next to Shin? It took her half an hour of repeated attempts before she could even begin stabilizing chakra flow properly. Shin, meanwhile, was already on the level of a trained medical nin. The mystical palm technique required precise chakra control, adjusting output based on the patient's condition. Too much chakra could damage healthy tissue, causing severe complications or even coma. Even for Tsunade, a veteran of countless battles, the technique wasn't as effortless as what she was seeing from Shin. Yet here he was, pulling off medical ninjutsu as if it were second nature. Tsunade leaned back, rubbing her temples as she sighed. Why the hell does this brat make everything look so damn easy? Chapter 10, Uzumaki Mito. I'm a master now, right? Uchiha Shin felt he had learned well today and looked at Tsunade with a confident smile. Tsunade nodded subconsciously, then quickly shook her head. Humph, you still have a lot to learn. Don't get too full of yourself. As she spoke, Tsunade cast a pleading glance at Uchiha Shin. She didn't want to lose face in front of Uchiha Mikoto and hoped Shin would play along. Shin immediately understood and put on a humble expression to cooperate. After all, Tsunade had helped him so much, giving her some face was the least he could do. Unfortunately, Uchiha Mikoto wasn't fazed by Tsunade's words at all. She simply looked at Shin with admiration. I've been studying this for so long and still haven't mastered it, but Shinkan managed to read the whole thing already. The few books she had read were nothing compared to the mountain of scrolls studied by Uchiha Shin. The sharp contrast made Mikoto realize just how vast the gap between her and Shin truly was. Mikoto, who already considered herself Uchiha Shin's future wife, wasn't jealous of his talent. Instead, she felt proud of it. She had even spoken with her grandfather, Uchiha Shinji, that morning, and he had expressed his support for her choice. Seeing the affectionate atmosphere between the two, Tsunade grew irritated and sent them home early. She herself didn't linger and instead made her way to the Senjo clan's old compound. The Senjo had followed Hashirama's vision and fully integrated into Konoha. Now, only a few people remained in their once grand residence. Tsunade was here to see her grandmother, Uzumaki Mito, who had chosen to stay in the clan's home. As she entered the courtyard, she spotted an elderly woman with long, crimson hair seated in a chair. Despite her age, Mito still radiated an aura of wisdom and quiet power. Tsunade beamed and ran forward. "Grandma, I'm back." Uzumaki Mito looked up at her granddaughter with a knowing smile. "Tsunade, how are things going with that Uchiha boy?" Tsunade sighed and muttered, "His talent is even more ridiculous than what I told you yesterday." Then, in a louder voice, she added, "He's a little brat, but he knows how to give me face in front of outsiders. My impression of him is neither good nor bad." Her gaze flickered slightly as she spoke, as if trying to downplay her true thoughts. Mito observed her carefully, then nodded. Her expression remained neutral. "He should be graduating soon. If you approve of him, Tsunade, you should consider taking him as your apprentice." Tsunade hesitated. "I was already thinking about it, but why are you pushing this, Grandma? I feel like you have your own reasons for taking an interest in him." Uzumaki Mito simply shook her head, sighing internally. Her granddaughter was skilled, strong, and brilliant in her own way. But she had never been one for politics. As a student of Sarutobi Hiruzen, she had inherited his worldview and couldn't always see the bigger picture from an independent perspective. But Mito had lived through it all. As the wife of Hashirama Senju, she had been at the heart of Konoha since its founding. And she had seen what was happening now. Since the third Hokage had taken power, she had watched Konoha's inner workings shift. With the new war raging across the continent, Mito could feel change on the horizon. The Senju clan had been integrated into Konoha as per Hashirama's wishes, but that had only made it easier to break them apart. Under Sarutobi's leadership, the backbone of the Senju had been systematically deployed to battlefields, ensuring that each generation lost more and more of its strength. Once the current generation perished, the Senju would exist only in name. And Noeki, her intended successor for the clan, was too young, too naive. He lacked his grandfather's strength and his father's cunning. Mito couldn't entrust him with the future of the clan. She had no illusions. Her time was running out. And when she was gone, there would be no one left to protect what remained of the Senju. That was why she had pushed Tsunade to train Uchiha Shin. Not just for the boy's sake, but because she saw an opportunity to unite the two greatest clans of Konoha. The Uchiha had been pushed to the margins, just like the Senju. But unlike Sarutobi and his advisors, Mito didn't fear the Uchiha. She saw them for what they were, the only clan powerful enough to challenge the manipulation running through Konoha's veins. She had known of Shin's awakening of the Sharingan long before Tsunade mentioned it. If this boy could be nurtured properly, if he had the right character, he could become the bridge between the Senju and the Uchiha. A true alliance between those two clans would be powerful enough to prevent both from being erased from history. And then there was the matter of the Uzumaki. Konoha had received multiple distress calls from the land of whirlpools. The Uzumaki clan was under siege, and the other great nations wanted their sealing techniques for themselves. But despite being their supposed ally, Konoha had done nothing to help. Mito wasn't blind. She knew why. Sarutobi and his council had already secured Uzumaki sealing techniques. They no longer saw any strategic reason to protect the clan itself. Mito clenched her fists. She wouldn't allow this. She gently stroked Tsunade's hair and finally spoke. "Tsunade, I need you to tell Hiruzen that my health is failing. It's time to find a new Jinchuriki for the Nine Tails." Tsunade stiffened. "Grandma, what are you saying? You're still strong." Mito cut her off with a smile. "I know my own body, Tsunade. Just do as I ask. And make sure the new host is from the Uzumaki clan." Tsunade hesitated but ultimately nodded. She didn't fully understand why Mito was so insistent on the host being an Uzumaki, but she wouldn't argue. With a heavy heart, she made her way to the Hokage's office. She relayed Mito's words. When she finished, Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, a contemplative look in his eyes. After a moment, he spoke. "I understand. However, the land of whirlpools is in a precarious position. Many forces have their eyes on them, and they may seek to eliminate the Uzumaki altogether." His voice was gentle, but Tsunade didn't miss the underlying message. Konoha wasn't going to intervene. Chapter 11, Uzumaki Clan. When Tsunade heard the news from Hiruzen Sarutobi, a deep sense of unease settled in her gut. Something was wrong. The situation in Uzushiagakuer had turned dire. Why was she only hearing about it now? Konoha and the Uzumaki clan had always been close allies, yet there had been no word, no warning. That silence itself was suspicious. The thought flashed through her mind, but Tsunade didn't dwell on it. Instead, she stepped forward, urgency in her voice. "Then send reinforcements immediately," she demanded. Hiruzen sighed, his face creased with the weight of his responsibilities. All the great nations have their eyes on Konoha. Most of our forces have already been deployed to the front lines. Even Jiraiya and Orochimaru are being mobilized for battle. Right now, it's impossible for Konoha to send aid to the land of whirlpools. His tone was grave, almost apologetic. The meaning behind his words was clear. Konoha was struggling to protect itself. There was no hope for Uzumaki. Tsunade clenched her fists. She wanted to argue, to fight against the reality of the situation, but she had no counter. Hiruzen, seeing her reaction, softened his voice. Regardless, the Uzumaki clan has always been Konoha's most trusted ally. I will make the necessary arrangements. His words brought her little comfort, but at least he was taking it seriously. As she turned to leave, something occurred to her. Pausing, she glanced back at the old man. Hiruzen tensed at the movement, his mind already racing. Had she caught on to the delays? Was she going to press him further? He was already preparing another speech when Tsunade casually said. Old man, I need a favor. I want to take on 2 apprentices. They're from the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen's expression sharpened. The Uchiha? Which 2? Tsunade saw no reason to hide it. One's named Uchiha Shin. I met him a few times at the gambling den. Played a couple of rounds against him. The kid's got a good sense for medical ninjutsu, so I figured I'd take him under my wing. Hiruzen's lips twitched. Meeting a future student at a casino? That was certainly unique. But given that this was Tsunade, it wasn't all that surprising. The other is Uchiha Mikoto. She's Shin's childhood sweetheart, also talented. But mostly, the brat insisted on bringing her along. The name Uchiha Shin immediately caught Hiruzen's attention. He had already taken note of the boy's potential. And if Tsunade trained him, that was an opportunity. If he could be nurtured properly, molded in the right way, perhaps a new Uchiha Kagami could be born. Hiruzen made up his mind in an instant. His expression softened, and he gave Tsunade a warm, approving smile. I'll approve it. The academy will be advancing graduation soon. The war is escalating, and young shinobi must be prepared. Tsunade nodded and left, satisfied. Not long after, Danzo stormed into the Hokage's office, his face dark with displeasure. Hiruzen, he began, his voice cold, why did you assign Uchiha Shin to Tsunade? I already marked him for root. Hiruzen barely reacted. He had expected this. Danzo continued, his irritation clear. I was preparing to bring him in, and then you just hand him over to that gambler? Do you realize how much of an asset he could be? Hiruzen met Danzo's glare with a calm, steady gaze. Root is not the right place for Uchiha Shin. We need another Uchiha Kagami. Danzo understood immediately. The third Hokage wanted to shape the boy into a loyal shinobi of Konoha, rather than let him be swallowed by the Uchiha's growing discontent. This wasn't about nurturing a soldier, it was about political maneuvering. Danzo's grip tightened, his anger simmering beneath the surface. He wanted to argue, to push back, but in the end, he couldn't. Hiruzen was still Hokage. Instead, he shifted topics, his voice lowering. And what about Uzumaki? Hiruzen exhaled, taking a long, slow drag from his pipe. The Uzumaki sealing jutsu is too dangerous. If it falls into enemy hands, it will be a disaster. Danzo narrowed his eyes. Are you suggesting the usual approach? Hiruzen said nothing. The meaning was clear, they would allow the Uzumaki clan to burn. They would watch from the shadows, ensuring the destruction was total so that no rival village could gain control of their techniques. And then, Konoha would swoop in and collect the remnants of their knowledge for itself. Danzo smirked. Humph. You're as ruthless as ever. Hiruzen sighed, as if the weight of the world rested upon his shoulders. Mito has sent word. She wants the next Jinchuriki to come from the Uzumaki clan. Danzo scoffed. TCH. A host for the Kaibi has no right to make demands. His tone was full of disdain. The Uzumaki clan, once powerful, had lost their standing. They were no longer a force to be reckoned with, just a name, a bloodline with valuable abilities, but little political weight. Hiruzen didn't bother to argue. Instead, he turned his gaze back to Danzo, his voice unreadable. Then, you know what to do. Danzo dipped his head slightly. Root understands. With that, he turned and left. Back in the depths of Root headquarters, Danzo sat in his chair, fingers steepled as he contemplated his next move. His voice was low, a whisper to the darkness. If she wants an Uzumaki Jinchuriki, then we'll find her an orphan. Soon after, his operatives received their orders. Their mission, infiltrate the ruins of Uzumaki. They were to remain in the shadows, watching, waiting. And when the time was right, they would strike. Chapter 12, Tsunade-sensei? Early in the morning, Uchiha Shin had no choice but to follow Mikoto to the academy. Today was the day of graduation, and teams would be assigned their genin-sensei. He had to show his face. But when the door slid open, Uchiha Shin's expression turned from disinterest to surprise. Tsunade. The woman in question, golden hair tied into a ponytail, stood before them in her Konoha flak jacket, arms folded under her ample chest. Even the standard-issue uniform couldn't fully conceal her impressive figure. Her smirk was self-satisfied, a glint of amusement in her brown eyes. Ha! Didn't see this one coming, did you? She laughed, her tone full of smugness. Uchiha Shin blinked. The Hokage actually let you take a team. Tsunade's eye twitched, but before she could retort, Mikoto, standing gracefully beside Shin, beamed. Lady Tsunade, it's great that you are leading our team. Tsunade nodded rapidly, pleased with the response. Damn right. From now on, you'll be calling me sensei. She turned to Shin and jabbed a finger at him. And don't you forget it. Shin rolled his eyes. Shouldn't a team leader be tested before they're allowed to take students? The room fell silent. Tsunade, who had been basking in her moment of glory, froze. Her victorious grin stiffened as the reality hit her. She still had to conduct the official genin test. Her nostrils flared as she glared at Shin. TCH, as if I needed you to remind me. And don't even think about failing on purpose. Shin didn't bother responding, just smirking slightly. In truth, he already knew the test was just a formality. Given his performance at the academy, he could pass without breaking a sweat. Not that it mattered. Tsunade wasn't the type to send them back even if they failed. No, this was just her way of flexing her authority. Before long, the three of them arrived at a secluded training ground. The air was still and thick with morning dew, the forest casting long shadows. Tsunade cracked her knuckles. All right, brats, come at me. Show me you're not a couple of weaklings. Mikoto and Shin exchanged a glance. They didn't need words to understand each other. They moved. Mikoto's Sharingan spun to life, a single tomo glinting in each eye as she flicked her wrist. A shuriken flashed through the air, and as it spun, she formed a rapid set of seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The single projectile multiplied mid-air, splitting into 5, all hurtling toward Tsunade. Tsunade smirked and stomped down. The ground exploded beneath her foot, a shockwave blasting outward and deflecting the shuriken effortlessly. Shin, however, had already begun his own attack. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. A sphere of roaring flames, as wide as a cart, surged toward her. Tsunade's brow furrowed. The hell? This kid's got firepower on par with a genin. Raising her chakra, she clenched her fist and threw a punch. Strength of 100 seals. The fireball shattered on impact, the sheer force sending embers flying and splitting the ground beneath her. But when she lifted her gaze, Shin's Sharingan locked onto hers. Genjutsu, Binding Crucifix. The world around her warped. The sky and ground bled into a dark, crimson abyss. Large, jagged spikes erupted from the void, stabbing through her limbs, locking her in place. Outside the illusion, Tsunade's body went rigid, her pupils dilating. In an instant, Shin's fingertips pressed lightly against her throat. The genjutsu shattered. She gasped, staggering back, her pride taking a harder hit than her body. Looks like you lost, sensei. Shin's smirk was positively insufferable. Mikoto, standing beside him, covered her mouth as she giggled. Tsunade grit her teeth. TCH, you little brat. I let that happen. She cracked her knuckles again, her tone dark. All right. No more playing around. Her foot slammed into the ground. Heavenly foot of pain. The earth erupted, a crater forming beneath her as a wave of raw force blasted outward. Shin's body blurred. His form became almost weightless as he twisted midair, using body flicker to escape the destruction radius. He landed smoothly, lips curving upward. This is good practice. Before his feet were even fully planted, Tsunade was already closing the distance. Chakra enhanced punch. The air cracked as she swung. Even the motion alone sent a shockwave across the training field. Shin barely managed to evade, feeling the whoosh of displaced air as the fist narrowly missed his face. The impact cratered the ground where he had just stood, sending chunks of earth flying. 2 shadow clones flickered into existence at his sides. Wind blade. Shigen. One clone swung a chakra-infused blade of wind, slicing through the air, while the other lunged with a finger strike, focusing chakra into a precise point of impact. Tsunade, realizing she couldn't fully dodge, raised her arms to block. The wind blade tore through her sleeve, leaving a thin cut on her forearm. The second strike hit her square in the stomach, the force spreading through her muscles and sending a sharp jolt through her body. But this time, Tsunade didn't flinch. The vast amount of chakra in her system surged, suppressing the pain instantly. With a single, rapid movement, she backhanded the clone into oblivion. Not bad, she admitted. But I'm done holding back. In the blink of an eye, she was on him again, moving faster than before. Her fist connected. And Shin's body disintegrated into nothingness. A log replaced him, splintering under her strength. Substitution Jutsu. Tsunade clicked her tongue. Chapter 13, Fight. What made Uchiha Mikoto stop in her tracks was Uchiha Shin, who appeared out of nowhere behind Tsunade. Tsunade was stunned for a brief moment after being pierced through by Shin. She had expected him to dodge or at least put up some resistance. After all, given the level of physical prowess he had demonstrated, there was no way he should have been taken down so easily. But just as that thought crossed her mind, Shin, who had been impaled through the abdomen, disappeared in a puff of white smoke with a resounding bang. A shadow clone? When? Tsunade barely had time to react before she felt the wind shift behind her. Raise Nan. Shin formed a raised Nan with one hand and drove it viciously into Tsunade's back. Tear. The spiraling sphere's immense force instantly shredded the fabric on Tsunade's back. But in the very next instant, her body exploded into a chunk of wood. A substitution. The leftover raised Nan energy slammed into the wooden block, instantly reducing it to flying sawdust. Several meters away, Tsunade reappeared, beads of sweat trailing down her forehead as she looked at Shin in shock. If this were a battle against an opponent of equal strength, this kid could have actually killed me. Damn brat, you really go for the kill. I'm done for, Tsunade muttered, finally accepting the reality that a true monster had emerged from the Uchiha clan. From the few techniques Shin had shown so far, she wasn't even sure what else she could possibly teach him. Shin, however, wasn't listening. His gaze was locked onto Tsunade. Because her back had been torn open by his raised nan and she had used the body replacement technique to escape, she had yet to register the full extent of her situation. The tattered remnants of her shirt clung desperately to the front of her body, barely concealing the breathtaking view of her snowy peaks. The rise and fall of her chest with each breath was mesmerizing, forcing Shin to hold his breath instinctively, unwilling to miss a single moment of this spectacle. Are you even listening, kid? Tsunade frowned, noticing his distracted gaze before following it downward. Aya! She let out a startled cry, her cheeks instantly turning as red as the setting sun. Panicking, she tried to cover herself with her arms, but in doing so, she shifted too much, causing the tattered fabric to slip further. A second later, the remaining shreds fell uselessly to the ground. Damn it! Why don't I have a camera right now? Fuck. Shin instinctively reached for his pocket, only to realize devastatingly that he didn't have a phone in this world. By the time he looked up again, his moment of frustration was cut short. Because standing right there was Uchiha Mikoto. Smiling. But the ominous glint in her eyes, coupled with the blood-red glow of her three-tomo Sharingan, sent a shiver down his spine. Shin-kun, she said sweetly, though her voice held a terrifying weight, could you please turn around? Rather than a request, it was more of a demand. Shin glanced at Tsunade who was now squatting down in an attempt to shield her exposed body and knew there was only one right answer. Why yet? Of course. Like a proper gentleman, and a man who valued his life, Shin swiftly turned his back. Only then did Tsunade breathe a sigh of relief. If this had been before, she might not have been so self-conscious. But after spending the last couple of days with Shin, she had subconsciously started seeing him as her peer. Mikoto immediately stepped in, her anger momentarily set aside due to the situation. Without hesitation, she removed her outer coat and draped it over Tsunade's shoulders. Here, Tsunade-sama. Quickly, put this on. Thank you, Mikoto. Tsunade exhaled, standing up with a lingering flush on her cheeks. Her embarrassment still hadn't fully faded. Mikoto, despite being a woman herself, couldn't help but admire the legendary Sunin's beauty. But as her gaze drifted downward, she subconsciously glanced at her own chest. When the hell will mine grow to that level? She thought bitterly. The sheer scale of it. Her brief moment of comparison was cut short when she noticed Shin glancing in their direction, chin in hand as if analyzing something important. Mikoto's coat only barely covered the front, forcing Tsunade to hold onto it awkwardly. Realizing Shin's gaze was still lingering, Tsunade immediately ducked her head, trying to shield herself as much as possible. A mix of mature womanly charm and shy girl-like innocence combined in that moment, making the scene even more dangerous. Shin swallowed. This wasn't something he could handle so early in the morning. Damn brat. Tsunade finally snapped. Stop looking at me. Her voice wavered, as if she wasn't entirely sure whether she wanted to be seen or not. Shin-kun. Mikoto's voice came from beside him, her tone sending alarm bells ringing in his head. Ahem. Shin cleared his throat and waved a hand dismissively. I just thought I could help, you know. I've got an extra set of clothes here. Reaching into his space ceiling scroll, he retrieved a loose coat and offered it forward, successfully diverting attention away from himself. Tsunade momentarily forgot her embarrassment, instead focusing on why Shin conveniently had a coat that was a perfect fit for her. But she wasn't about to complain. Just as she grabbed it, however, Shin suddenly caught her wrist, halting her movement. I'll heal your wounds first. Then you can put on your clothes. His tone was unusually firm, leaving Tsunade momentarily stunned. Fine. A soft green glow enveloped Shin's hands as he placed them gently against Tsunade's bare back. The sensation of his hands firm, warm, and unexpectedly gentle sent a shiver up her spine. Tsunade's ears burned red. Her heart pounded wildly, her mind turning blank. She felt utterly frozen, unable to move. The medical ninjutsu didn't take long. After all, Mikoto was watching, and Shin wasn't about to push his luck. Once he finished healing the cuts on her back and wrists, he immediately withdrew his hands and turned away like a proper gentleman. Tsunade remained frozen in place, staring blankly ahead, her entire body feeling hot. Tsunade-sama, Mikoto said softly. Shin-kun is done. Ah. Oh. Oh. Jolted back to reality, Tsunade quickly grabbed the coat and slipped it on. She frowned. The fit was oddly perfect. But now wasn't the time to ask. Instead, she exhaled deeply and faced Shin. You passed, she said, gritting her teeth. Obviously. It was no longer an assessment. It had turned into a one-sided beatdown. And to top it all off, she had been humiliated in a way she would never live down. In the future, in front of Shin and Mikoto, she wasn't sure she'd ever be able to hold her head up high again. How the hell do you have so much combat experience, she demanded. And what the fuck are those weird techniques? Tsunade reached out and viciously ruffled Shin's hair, venting her frustration. Unfortunately for her, Shin didn't seem bothered in the slightest. If anything, he looked like he was enjoying it. Chapter 14, Danzo. Facing the childish Tsunade, Uchiha Shin chose to bear it. He shrugged helplessly and said, I've been practicing using my shadow clones to spar against myself recently. As for those moves, I figured them out on my own. Why can you say it so casually, bastard? Tsunade suddenly realized that her previous understanding of Uchiha Shin had been completely wrong. This guy isn't just a genius in medical ninjutsu. He's capable of creating entirely new taijutsu and ninjutsu at such a young age. His future potential is immeasurable. In addition to feeling somewhat embarrassed, Tsunade also felt a strange sense of pride. Ahem, I think you should change how you address me, right? Tsunade perked up and smiled at Uchiha Shin expectantly. Even Uchiha Mikoto suddenly felt that Tsunade was acting a little shameless now. Uchiha Shin, however, was speechless that Tsunade was still stuck on this topic. He had no real desire to argue about it. What's the point of calling her sensei? Wouldn't it be far more amusing to rebel against the sensei instead? Alright then, Tsunade-sensei. How does that sound? Do you like it? Uchiha Shin looked at Tsunade teasingly. Seeing him say it so easily, Tsunade deflated like a punctured ball. The pride she had felt just a moment ago vanished in an instant. Her punch had landed on nothing but air, and now she was just left frustrated. Uchiha Mikoto, who was watching from the side, laughed softly before adding, Tsunade-sensei, do you like how I'm calling you that too? Watching the two of them team up against her, Tsunade was even more irritated but completely helpless. Uchiha Shin had no intention of continuing to bully Tsunade. Since she was his teacher now, he fully intended to make the best use of her. My dear sensei, I have some questions for you. Tsunade suddenly felt that being Uchiha Shin's sensei was not going to be easy. You saw me naked just a few minutes ago, and now you're suddenly coming to ask for guidance like nothing happened. Can't you give me a break? Fine, just ask. But don't ask anything weird. If you want to learn my super strength, I can teach you. Tsunade quickly regained her composure, patting her chest confidently. She had never officially taken on a student before, but she figured she would make a good teacher. Uchiha Shin blinked, momentarily distracted by the way her assets bounced. He quickly forced himself to focus again. That's the problem with being around Tsunade. Staying mentally focused was an ongoing challenge. I wanted to ask about Chakra nature transformation. Oh? You're already starting to look into that. Tsunade studied Uchiha Shin with a complicated expression before sighing. At least he's asking a serious question. Normally, it takes years for a shinobi to properly learn Chakra nature transformation. But for someone like you, it should be easier. The first stage is learning to continuously and stably infuse your chakra with its elemental properties. The second stage is about increasing the volume of chakra infused with that nature in an instant. The third stage, which is the hardest, is integrating nature transformation into jutsu. The jutsu we use today were all created by shinobi before us using nature transformations like this. By the way, what was that technique you used earlier? Tsunade's voice lowered at the end, sounding somewhat cautious. Raise Nan. Seeing her hesitation, Uchiha Shin decided to clarify. Tsunade's eyes widened slightly before she continued, the raise Nan you used earlier is purely chakra manipulation without any nature transformation. If you manage to apply an elemental transformation to it, you could create an entirely new jutsu. At this point, Tsunade couldn't help but be surprised by Uchiha Shin's creativity. When she was his age, she hadn't even learned many jutsu, let alone created one. But here he was, developing an entirely new technique from scratch. The raise Nan was incredibly unique. It didn't require hand seals to shape chakra, yet it was highly destructive. Having personally experienced its power, Tsunade had no doubt that it would rank as an A-rank jutsu. Shaking her head, she pushed those thoughts aside and led both Uchiha Shin and Mikoto back to Konoha. To train chakra nature transformation, they would need specific materials. Meanwhile, Uchiha Mikoto needed to continue her training in medical ninjutsu. She had just awakened her 3 Tomo Sharingan all at once, so she needed time to fully adapt to it. Once a Uchiha awakened their Sharingan, the more Tomo they had, the greater their potential. With the 3 Tomo Sharingan already unlocked, Mikoto's future as a genin was practically guaranteed. Uchiha Mikoto couldn't wait to tell her grandfather the news. Uchiha Shin was even considering celebrating the occasion. But it was also proof of just how deeply Mikoto cared for him. If he hadn't transformed back from the Kunao just now, he had a feeling Mikoto might have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan in an instant. The Uchiha are known for their extreme emotions. Could Mikoto end up becoming a Yandere? Uchiha Shin cautiously glanced at Mikoto beside him. Mikoto, who had been watching him all along, immediately flashed him a sweet smile. For some reason, that smile sent a chill down Uchiha Shin's spine. Thinking back to the Uchihas in his memory, it was hard to find even one who wasn't emotionally extreme. And Uchiha Obito. That guy went completely off the deep end. Mikoto, meanwhile, definitely had the potential for something similar. Maybe in the future, should he fake his death for a while to push Mikoto toward awakening the Mangekyo? As time passed, Uchiha Shin continued training his chakra nature transformation with Tsunade, though his mind kept drifting back to that thought from time to time. Meanwhile, news of the situation in Uzumaki had begun spreading throughout Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window in his office, pipe in hand, silently watching the abandoned Senju compound in the village. It looks like he's finally getting desperate. Guess he's sending someone to clean up the mess. Muttering to himself, Hiruzen called for Danzo. Is route ready? We've already entered Uzumaki's territory. Danzo's voice was cold and emotionless. Kumigakuer, Tsunagakuer, and Uegakuer have all sent their forces. Once the battle reaches its peak, Root will step in and provoke the other villages into further action. And when the time is right, we'll select a suitable Uzumaki survivor. Danzo's gaze darkened as he spoke. He had invested a great deal of effort into this operation. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen acting as though he wanted no part in it was leaving all the dirty work to him, only to issue orders as if he bore no responsibility. Danzo's dissatisfaction with Hiruzen deepened, as did his hunger for the Hokage position. Hiruzen, seeing his expression, didn't drag the conversation on any longer. Without hesitation, he gave the order to issue an S-rank mission. Chapter 15, Hiruzen Hypocrisy. Due to the urgency of the situation, Konoha is powerless, and everything hinges on which shinobi step forward to take action. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed out the window with a calm expression, as though he were discussing something utterly mundane. Danzo, standing behind him, felt a chill run down his spine. Most of the genin and chunin had already been deployed to the front lines. This meant that the shinobi remaining in Konoha were undoubtedly the elites, waiting for further orders. Hiruzen's plan was clear: force the Senjo clan to deplete their own forces. The shinobi willing to take on a mission as dangerous as rescuing the Uzumaki were bound to have deep ties to Uzumaki Mito. And those shinobi were, without a doubt, the remaining elites of the Senjo clan. In this situation, where all major forces wanted to erase the Uzumaki, even if the Senjo sent their best, without Konoha's backing, they would be walking into a death trap. No need for Konoha to lift a finger, other villages would handle the bloodshed. Danzo clenched his fists. For all his talk of underhanded tactics, assassination, and subterfuge, it was Hiruzen who played the game best. Not only did he operate in plain sight, but he was far crueler than Danzo himself. At the Senjo compound, Tsunade sat in silence for a long time. The news of Konoha issuing the rescue mission had reached her, and now she was just staring at the message, lost in thought. Grandma. Shin was right. That old man dragged this out on purpose. When Tsunade had been training with Uchiha Shin, he had casually pointed out a few things about the situation with the Uzumaki. She hadn't believed him then after all. Her understanding of the third Hokage told her he wasn't that kind of person. But now? Now, she had no choice but to accept the truth. Uzumaki Mito, watching her granddaughter's reaction, reached out and flicked her forehead with a sigh. I told you before, don't underestimate him. That boy sees things more clearly than you do. Grandma. You never told me anything about this. How was I supposed to know? Tsunade covered her forehead, pouting in frustration. Mito merely raised an eyebrow. Then why do you think I could see it? Tsunade had no response to that. Instead, she shifted the topic. Grandma, I'm taking the mission. I have to go. Mito's gaze softened. Move cautiously. Take Doma, Hayato, and the others with you. There's no avoiding this now. A heavy pause. But when the time comes, put your life first. The weight of the statement wasn't lost on Tsunade. Mito knew this mission could mean death for many, including her. But the Uzumaki were her people, and she couldn't just watch them be slaughtered. The Senjo and Uzumaki had always stood together. If one suffered, the other had a duty to help. The real problem was Hiruzen. They had little time. Tsunade clenched her fists. I'll do everything I can. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shin halted the forming of a wind-release-infused raised nan in his palm upon hearing the news. Though barely a week had passed, he had already made significant progress in elemental chakra manipulation. He hadn't stopped hunting wild beasts either, using his rebirth ritual to absorb their chakra and life force. In terms of sheer chakra reserves, he had already reached Chunin level. Physically? He could headbutt an average Chunin into unconsciousness. A smirk formed on his lips. Even without my Mangekyō Sharingan, I can take on a Jonin. If they underestimate me, like Tsunade did before, I can kill them outright. That was enough to convince him. He was going to follow Tsunade's team to the land of whirlpools. If his guess was right, Uzumaki Kushina was being brought to Konoha around this time. If luck was on his side, he could make contact with her early. Given that she was the future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, forming a connection could only be beneficial. But he had another objective. The bodies of the shinobi who would die in the coming battle. A full-scale war meant corpses everywhere. So far, I haven't absorbed the chakra or life force of a shinobi yet. His pulse quickened at the thought. Wild animals weren't enough. He needed something more potent. Sneaking out was easy. The Uchiha police force was a convenient tool. His status within the clan let him bypass the usual security measures without issue. Packing 2 storage scrolls, making sure to inform Mikoto, and double-checking his equipment, Shin set off. He trailed behind Tsunade's team, keeping his distance so as not to be detected. By the time he arrived in the land of whirlpools, the battle had already begun. Various forces were closing in from different directions, besieging the Uzumaki village. Relying on their powerful barriers and terrain, the Uzumaki were fighting fiercely. Shin surveyed the battlefield, murmuring, Kumigakuer, Iwegakuer, Kirigakuer, even Tsuna's involved. Everything that could go wrong, did. He had expected conflict, but this was worse than anticipated. Though the enemy shinobi had removed their forward protectors, he could recognize their techniques and battle formations. Then, there's someone here. A Kirigakuer sensornin suddenly turned in his direction. In an instant, 5 elite Chunin rushed toward him. Hidden mist technique. A dense fog spread instantly, obscuring everything. But for Shin, it was pointless. With his Mangekyō Sharingan, he could see perfectly. Calmly, he slipped 5 kunai from his pouch, each one wrapped with an explosive tag, and threw them. The Kirigaku shinobi sneered, seeing his aim go wide. Ha! What a damn amateur! Magnet release, magnetic guidance. With a flick of his wrist, the kunai veered mid-air, stabbing straight into their throats. Shock flickered across their faces. Before they could react. Detonate. Boom. 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 5 headless corpses hit the ground. Blood painted the battlefield, soaking into the earth. Shin stared down at the scene, unfazed. Not much different from killing beasts, really. Was it just his tolerance for violence? Or had he always been this bloodthirsty? It didn't matter. The mist still hung thick in the air. Without hesitation, he moved to the bodies, pressing his palms against their still warm flesh. The remaining chakra and life force of the Kirigaku shinobi rapidly drained away, absorbed into his body. Time was short. He had to feast before the battlefield claimed its next victims. Bonus chapter, 100 Power Stones. Chapter 16, Battlefield, 1. Soul, Sacrifice. Uchiha Shin performed the same technique, engulfing the bodies of the 5 Kirigaku in black flames, reducing them to ashes. The dark fire carried their chakra and vitality, surging into his body like a tide. My body, it feels stronger. The chakra I used has not only replenished but increased significantly. A rush of exhilaration filled Shin as he felt the subtle yet undeniable changes within himself. His senses sharpened, his muscles felt denser, and his chakra reserves swelled beyond their previous limits. Since he had already mastered chakra nature transformation, he could clearly perceive the properties of his own chakra. And now, after absorbing the chakra of these mist nin, he noticed something unexpected. His chakra affinity had gained an additional element. Water style. I actually acquired a new chakra nature. Shin muttered, his Sharingan spinning in fascination. This was beyond what he had anticipated. Grinning, he rifled through the remains of the slain Kirin, swiping everything of value: kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, ration pills before vanishing into the nearby forest. His supplies had doubled after looting both sides of the battlefield. Looking back at the flames raging through the wreckage, his eyes gleamed with greed and excitement. Right now, every ninja on this battlefield is an experience point waiting to be claimed. The battlefield was already a chaotic mess. What was a little more carnage? A sadistic smile curled across Shin's lips as he extended his palm. Chakra swirled rapidly in his grasp, forming a raised nan, crackling with electrical energy. Lightning release, raised nan. With a flick of his wrist, the spiraling sphere shot forward. Unlike a normal raised nan, this one shimmered and distorted the air, making it almost invisible to the naked eye. A Tsunade, preoccupied with attacking the Uzumaki clan's barrier, suddenly sensed something off, but before he could react, the raised nan struck him square in the temple. Bang! The impact was like a high-caliber rifle round going off, bursting through the Tsunade's skull. Brain matter and shards of bone splattered across his comrades, who recoiled in horror. One of them barely had time to scream before another explosion tore through his chest, leaving a gaping hole. Blood spurted violently as his body collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. In mere moments, nearly 10 Tsunade lay lifeless, their corpses littering the battlefield. Only an elite genin managed to retreat, dragging a few survivors with him. Hidden in the shadows, Uchiha Shin motioned for his shadow clones to retrieve the bodies. His face split into a wide, wicked grin. Hiding and sniping from the dark like this, it's almost too fun. With his stolen chakra replenishing his reserves, he didn't hesitate to create more clones, bombarding the battlefield with multiple lightning release, raised nan. Despite the continuous assault, his chakra levels remained stable, thanks to the energy absorbed from his fallen enemies. Then, something new surfaced in his mind. Wind release, vacuum sphere. A B-rank jutsu that launched compressed wind bullets upon exhaling, similar to the Phoenix Fire jutsu, but with slicing force instead of flames. I can steal jutsu, too? Now this is a pleasant surprise. He instinctively knew how to perform the technique, as if he had practiced it for years. Testing it would have to wait. New prey had arrived. I sense chakra fluctuations over here. It must be an escaped Uzumaki. After them. A squad of Uegakunin rushed toward his position. With his disguise, a darker complexion and slight changes to his features, they immediately assumed he was a Kumonin. Since the hidden villages had agreed not to attack each other during the siege, the Iwanin hesitated. The leading genin stepped forward, narrowing his eyes at Shin. If he's an Uzumaki in disguise, we kill him. If he's really from Kumogakuer, we back off. Before they could confirm either way, Shin acted. Magnet release, nail hell. In an instant, several iron nails hidden beneath the dirt shot upward, hurtling toward the Uegakuer team with deadly precision. The genin reacted instantly, deflecting the first nail with his kunai, only to realize, too late, that the nails were wrapped in explosive tags. Boom. 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 The detonations tore through the squad, leaving only the elite genin standing amidst his injured comrades. It's an enemy. Kill him. The surviving Iwanin quickly formed hand seals. Earth release, rock pillar prison. Massive stone pillars erupted from the ground, encasing Shin in an inescapable cage. The genin followed up instantly. Earth release, rock spear barrage. Jagged stone lances burst from the ground, aiming to skewer Shin alive like a pincushion. Lightning release, iron body. An aura of crackling lightning surged around Shin as his muscles hardened, his skin becoming as unyielding as tempered steel. The stone spears shattered upon impact, leaving him completely unscathed. He smirked. That all you got? Damn those Kumonin. I knew they were up to something, the IWA genin snarled, mistaking Shin for a cloud nin due to his lightning release. The moment he prepared for a counterattack, his body suddenly stiffened. What the? I can't move. My body, it's numb. The remaining genin screamed in panic, realizing their limbs refused to obey them. Shin chuckled darkly, stepping forward from the crumbling rock prison. Ah, that paralysis toxin works wonders. Not just the nails, but every weapon he carried was coated in fast-acting nerve poison. Even the slightest scratch meant total immobilization. Wait. Let's talk. The genin tried to bargain, his voice laced with desperation. Shin merely grinned, raising his hand to form another raised nan, this time infused with wind release. Sorry, but talking won't increase my experience points. The wind-imbued sphere roared in his palm before he slammed it into the genin's chest, shredding him apart in a burst of blood and entrails. As the remaining IWAnin fell to the ground, paralyzed and helpless, Shin's grin widened. Now, let's see what new abilities you guys have for me. The battlefield burned behind him, screams and explosions filling the air. And amidst the chaos, Uchiha Shin continued his rampage, growing stronger with every life he claimed. Bonus Chapter, 100 Power Stones. Chapter 17, Battlefield, 2. Lightning Release, Chidori. Uchiha Shin had no intention of wasting time with idle chatter. His right hand clenched as a violent, high-intensity electric current crackled to life, forming the signature piercing weapon. This technique demanded mastery over both chakra nature transformation and shape transformation, something that had taken him considerable effort to perfect. ZZZT. 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 The battlefield was drowned in the ear-piercing screech of 1,000 birds as arcs of lightning erupted from his palm. Before anyone could react to the deafening noise, Shin vanished, his form consumed by the crackling energy. In a split second, his right hand plunged through the chest of an Uegakuer Jonin, shattering the man's heart in a single, decisive strike. The lightning chakra cloak combined with Chidori's speed boost. If I didn't have the Mangekyō Sharingan, I wouldn't have been able to follow that movement, Shin muttered to himself, his Sharingan spinning as he observed the aftermath of his strike. The speed of the thrust was beyond human reaction time. Without the precognition granted by the Sharingan, it would have been impossible to follow, let alone counter. But the result was undeniable, instantaneous death. Even without a paralytic agent coating his blade, the sheer force of his attack had been more than enough. Run. Even with his heart obliterated, the dying Jonin's last act was to clutch at Shin's wrist in a desperate attempt to trap him. The Uegakuer Chunin behind him, wide-eyed with terror, shed tears of fear and anguish before turning to flee. Soul, sacrifice. The retreating Uegakuer shinobi failed to notice the faint glow in Shin's Mangekyō Sharingan as his technique activated. The Jonin's body blackened in an instant, crumbling into dust as his remaining life force was drained away. A surge of vitality and chakra flooded into Shin, replenishing the energy he had expended. He didn't bother pursuing the fleeing Chunin. Instead, his gaze shifted to the Uegakuer ninja paralyzed by his earlier attacks, their bodies immobilized by a potent poison. With a single gesture, he drained them dry. The influx of chakra and life energy strengthened his body further. He could feel it. The total amount of chakra he wielded now placed him at the upper echelon of Chunin. His physical strength had increased by at least a third, and even the slight blurriness in his left eye had begun to fade. He also sensed something new. Earth release. Absorbing the essence of his victims had granted him an additional chakra nature. His smirk widened. So excess vitality replenishes my lost ocular power. If I keep this up until the end of the war in the land of whirlpools, I might fully restore my sight. A chilling excitement settled in his chest. Kill. 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 The battlefield was a feeding ground. His prey lay scattered before him, and their strength was his for the taking. Even techniques weren't beyond his reach. Though he didn't automatically gain knowledge of jutsu from those he drained, his Mangekyō Sharingan had recorded every movement they had made. A few minutes of practice, and he would be able to replicate them flawlessly. For the next several days, Uchiha Shin became a ghost haunting the battlefield. He attacked indiscriminately, cutting down anyone who crossed his path, adapting his style for maximum psychological warfare. Against Uegakuer shinobi, he used lightning release. Against Kirigakuer shinobi, he wielded wind release. Against Kumigakuer shinobi, he countered with earth release. With every battle, the chaos deepened. Distrust spread like wildfire. Now, when shinobi of different villages encountered each other, their first instinct was to attack without question. You cowardly IWA bastards, only attacking from behind. What gives you the right to talk, Kumo scum? You two animals think we won't retaliate? What did Kirigakuer ever do to you? I should be the one asking that. 3 times today, Sand shinobi have attacked us unprovoked. Bit by bit, reason gave way to blind rage. The alliances crumbled. What had once been a unified assault on the Uzumaki clan turned into a brutal free-for-all. Meanwhile, within Uzushiagakuer, the leaders of the besieged village took notice. Why are they fighting amongst themselves? For weeks, the Uzumaki clan had been on the verge of annihilation, struggling against the combined forces of multiple hidden villages. They had been moments away from complete collapse. And yet now, their enemies were at each other's throats. Tsunade, did you send someone to make them fight among themselves? Uzumaki Rashimai, one of the remaining clan elders, turned toward the Senjoku no Ichi in confusion. She had brought reinforcements, but they had never discussed sabotage of this scale. Tsunade shook her head, equally puzzled. No. This wasn't us. On the battlefield, Uchiha Shin casually looted the corpses around him, muttering under his breath, "No need to thank me." Back in the village, Uzumaki Ashisui, the clan chief, turned to his advisors with grim determination. The barrier protecting the village won't last much longer. We have no hope of receiving aid from Konoha. Our only option is to ensure that at least some of our clan survives. Tsunade's expression darkened. The truth had become painfully clear since her arrival. The Uzumaki clan had sent a call for aid to Konoha long ago. And Konoha had ignored them. The realization weighed heavily on her. The Hokage she had once respected, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was not the man she had believed him to be. But there was no time for regrets. The Uzumaki had already made their decision. The young ones have been sent away through the village's hidden passages, an elder reported. We don't know how many will survive, but we must buy them time. Their mission was clear: those who remained would fight to the last man, drawing enemy attention to ensure the next generation had a chance to escape. Tsunade clenched her fists. She wished she could escort the evacuees personally, but it would be pointless. If she and the Senju forces abandoned the front lines, the enemy would simply wipe out everyone at once. We'll stay and fight, she declared. Rashimai hesitated, but he could see it in their faces. None of the Senju shinobi had any intention of running. He gave a reluctant nod. They had accepted their fates. As the defenders prepared for their final stand, the chaos outside finally subsided, and a chilling realization dawned upon the enemy forces. The Uzumaki clan is trying to escape. They must not be allowed to live. Hatred filled their hearts. The Uzumaki sealing jutsu was too dangerous to leave unchecked. Their enemies knew if even a handful of survivors escaped, retribution would come. And so, they resolved to ensure there would be no survivors. The final battle for Uzushiagakuer had begun. Bonus Chapter, 100 Power Stones. Chapter 18, Battlefield, 3. The temporarily allied shinobi immediately pursued the direction in which Tsunade and the remaining Uzumaki clan members had fled. Uchiha Shin followed closely behind, stepping into the ruins of the once thriving Uzumaki village. His crimson eyes scanned the bloodied corpses littering the ground. He sighed, an unusual softness in his voice. I doubt anyone will come to collect your bodies, so let me take care of them. For the first time, Uchiha Shin didn't reach out to touch the fallen. Instead, he stood still, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning ominously. As his gaze swept across the remains, a flicker of black flame ignited in his pupils. This was a new application of soul sacrifice, a technique he had refined after repeated use. Using soul sacrifice through direct contact consumed no ocular power. However, this external method of absorption. His dojutsu, it's similar to Amaterasu, yet distinct. Unlike Amaterasu, which burns indefinitely until its target is destroyed, his flames are controlled by his chakra reserves. The black flames devoured the corpses, fueling his vitality at the cost of his ocular energy. Large-scale use placed an immense strain on his body. But burning them one by one was too inefficient. As the black flames dissipated, surging chakra and life force flooded into his body, replenishing what he had just expended. More than that, Uchiha Shin could feel the Uzumaki chakra and vitality actively transforming him. More than 130 trillion cells in his body were undergoing a radical metamorphosis. Moments later, he became acutely aware of the sheer volume of excess vitality coursing through him. To test it, he ran a kunai across his arm. A deep gash formed, crimson blood welling up only to close within seconds. I've acquired the Uzumaki clan's enhanced life force, a variation of their so-called sage body. He clenched his fist, feeling the raw power surging within. However, he wasn't naive enough to assume he had awakened yang release. If I were to absorb chakra from Senju shinobi, no, that won't work. Only Senju Hashirama possessed that level of innate power. Senju Hashirama, the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra. Ordinary Senju didn't even inherit wood release, much less his divine vitality. And even those who could wield wood release paled in comparison to Hashirama. If I wish to manifest wood release, do I need Hashirama's chakra itself? Shin suppressed his growing ambitions and instead focused inward. The transformation of his physique had elevated his chakra reserves to the level of a seasoned jonin. If I refine it properly, reaching cage level within a year is not impossible. Most importantly, the Uzumaki life force was mitigating the cost of his Mangekyo Sharingan. This meant he could now utilize soul sacrifice and his ocular powers far more frequently. I left 5 shadow clones hidden throughout Uzushiagakure's ruins. I should assist the Uzumaki clan first. Despite harvesting so many fallen Uzumaki, Uchiha Shin still felt compelled to aid them, if only because of his past ties with Tsunade. Yet, the moment he moved, he abruptly stopped. Dozens of kunai and shuriken tore through the air toward him from the shadows. HN. Uchiha Shin's Mangekyo spun once. The incoming projectiles froze in midair, then reversed course, shooting back toward their wielders. Bang! 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 The kunai and shuriken clattered to the ground, their wielders narrowly dodging. Emerging from the darkness were 5 masked shinobi. 1 elite jonin and 4 chunin. Silent, disciplined, and lethal. Root operatives. Danzo had dispatched multiple teams to the land of whirlpools, tasked with securing useful materials. They had not expected to find an Uchiha desecrating the battlefield, harvesting corpses for his own gain. Though uncertain of what he was doing, their orders remained unchanged: capture him. Danzo had explicitly instructed them to retrieve an Uzumaki orphan and any valuable assets. The lone Uchiha before them met the criteria. Lightning Release, Lightning Shadow Clone Jutsu. Uchiha Shin didn't recognize their affiliation, but he knew a fight was inevitable. His newfound vitality was still settling, but his chakra reserves were rising rapidly. In a flash, he summoned 5 shadow clones. The clones launched a synchronized counterattack the instant they materialized. Earth Release, Swamp of the Underworld. The root Jonin swiftly weaved hand signs, slamming his palms onto the ground. The earth beneath Shin liquefied, morphing into a vast, sinking mire. The moment his movements were hindered, the Jonin formed another set of seals. Wind Release, Vacuum Wave. Dozens of razor-sharp wind blades shot forward, spiraling toward Shin. Lightning Release Armor, Iron Fortress. Shin's blood surged, accelerating his body's electrical impulses. Lightning flickered across his form, reinforcing his muscles and skin. The spinning wind blades struck but failed to cut through his flesh. His clothes were shredded, scattering in the wind, revealing battle-hardened muscles gleaming with chakra-infused durability. A hidden cloud technique. The root Jonin's brows furrowed in surprise. He had assumed they were dealing with Konoha remnants. Hidden Cloud's lightning-based taijutsu was a different threat altogether. Understanding the sheer power behind lightning release armor, the Jonin swiftly leaped back to create distance. But the moment he landed, he felt something tightening around his ankles. His gaze flicked downward. Dark, glistening iron sand. Magnet Release, Iron Sand Bind. Shin muttered. At the same time, his clones were eliminated by the root Jonin, vanishing in puffs of smoke. But instead of disappearing entirely, the destroyed clones transformed into crackling bolts of lightning. Bang! Zzzt. The electricity surged into the bodies of the root Jonin, paralyzing them momentarily. Magnet Release, Iron Sand Death Spear. With a flick of his wrist, Shin compressed the swirling iron sand into a massive spear and launched it forward. The immobilized Jonin barely had time to react before the weapon skewered them to the ground. Earth Release, Earth-style Wall. The root Jonin hastily formed a defensive barrier to block the next strike. Yet, his trapped legs left him vulnerable. The iron sand constricting his lower limbs began burrowing into his flesh. Realizing the inevitable, the Jonin didn't hesitate. With wind release chakra coating his hand, he severed his own legs in a single, clean motion. Splat! Blood erupted from the wounds, staining the battlefield. From a distance, Uchiha Shin involuntarily tensed, phantom pain creeping through his own limbs. Yet, the root Jonin didn't falter. Expressionless, unwavering, his hands immediately moved to form new seals. Bonus Chapter, 100 Power Stones. Chapter 19, Battlefield, 4. Illusion, Tree Binding Death. The root Jonin formed a rapid sequence of hand seals and immediately cast a genjutsu on Uchiha Shin. For a split second, Shin's vision blurred, and in that moment, massive tree roots burst from the ground, twisting around him like serpents and constricting his movements. The root Jonin dashed forward recklessly, as if intending to sacrifice himself to take Shin down with him. What a waste of an illusion against me. Genjutsu of that level doesn't work on me. Against these eyes, no genjutsu will ever work. Shin's Mangekyō Sharingan flared to life, effortlessly reflecting the genjutsu back at its caster. The root Jonin froze in place, his mind ensnared in his own illusion. Without hesitation, Shin flicked his wrist and sent a kunai whistling through the air, piercing straight through the man's heart. As he lay dying, his eyes remained locked onto Shin's crimson pupils. With his last breath, he gasped in disbelief, that Sharingan, you, are. Before he could finish, Shin ignited his corpse with black flames, erasing all traces. The consuming flames spread, devouring the other fallen root operatives, and the chakra they left behind was absorbed, restoring Shin's own reserves. Glancing at the discarded masks scattered around him, Shin narrowed his eyes, already piecing together the identity of these men. Their masks, not quite like the Anbu's. More intricate, more distinct. The ninja from other villages are preoccupied hunting down the Uzumaki. That must mean these bastards are from root. His voice was low, his expression unreadable. As a Uchiha, one unavoidable obstacle stood in his path: Danzo Shimura. If he had the power, the first name on his list would be that old bastard. Always lurking in the shadows, orchestrating schemes, playing the most despicable roles in Konoha's darkest moments. If his suspicions were correct, then Root was heavily involved in the downfall of the Uzumaki clan. Shin shook his head, brushing the thought aside. No point dwelling on it now. The corpses had been erased, and his soul sacrifice ensured there would be no traceable evidence left behind. Root wouldn't be able to track him so easily. With that, he shifted his focus and sprinted toward the direction of the Uzumaki clan's retreat. When Shin caught up to Tsunade and the retreating Uzumaki, he was surprised to see that their situation was far better than he had expected. It seemed that his actions had already begun to shift history's course. The Uzumaki had suffered fewer casualties than anticipated, thanks to Tsunade and her elite squadron. Behind her, several Senju Jonin stood firm, their hands flashing through a sequence of seals. Earth Release, Earth Flow River. The terrain beneath the enemy shinobi suddenly liquefied into a swirling mire, swallowing them into its depths. A massive tidal wave of mud surged forward, slamming into the pursuers with crushing force. The scattered ninja teams struggled to find footing, some caught off guard by the sudden shift. That was when the Uzumaki struck back. Adamantine sealing chains. Dozens of golden chakra chains burst forth from the backs of the remaining Uzumaki warriors, binding the lead enemy shinobi instantly. Trapped in both the sinking mud and the relentless sealing technique, their ability to pursue was swiftly neutralized. Summoning, Slug Division. Tsunade's voice rang out as she summoned Katsuyu, the massive slug immediately fragmenting into hundreds of smaller forms that latched onto each wounded ally. Through their division, Katsuyu channeled Tsunade's chakra into every injured ninja, activating her mystic palm technique. Since their retreat began, fewer than 10 Uzumaki had fallen, an incredible feat, with over 80% of the credit belonging to Tsunade's unparalleled medical skills. Their strategy was clear. Fight. Retreat. Recover. Maintain their strength. Meanwhile, the pursuing ninja coalition, an uneasy alliance of various factions, had suffered from Shin's earlier interference. Their already fragile trust had cracked, with groups eyeing each other with suspicion rather than cooperation. And then, Shin saw an opportunity. He wasn't about to waste it. Magnet release, iron sand scattershot. Shin raised his hand, and in an instant, thousands of iron sand particles shot forward like a hailstorm of bullets. Splurt. 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 The pursuers never saw it coming. The iron sand projectiles tore through flesh and bone, embedding themselves into their bodies. Some collapsed immediately, screaming as the magnetic iron surged deeper, slicing into their organs like unseen blades. Soul sacrifice. Without mercy, Shin unleashed black flames once more. The dying ninja were engulfed in the abyssal fire, reduced to nothing but smoldering ash. Enemy attack. We're under attack from behind. The survivors screamed in panic, their cries alerting the rest of their forces. When the leading ninja turned back, their blood ran cold at the sight of their comrades incinerated by inextinguishable black flames. Black flames. No. It can't be. Is that Amaterasu? Is this Konoha's backup? A sense of dread settled over them. Every elite genin who had survived the first great ninja war remembered one thing clearly: the nightmare of facing the Uchiha in battle. The inextinguishable black flames of Amaterasu had left an unforgettable horror in their minds. Now, history was repeating itself. The Uzumaki and Tsunade also turned, catching sight of the masked figure standing amid the chaos, his blood-red Sharingan glowing ominously. The entire battlefield fell into a hushed confusion. Why was an Uchiha helping the Uzumaki? Tsunade's thoughts raced. The number of known Mangekyo Sharingan users in the Uchiha clan could be counted on one hand. No matter how she looked at it, this masked shinobi should have had no reason to interfere. Meanwhile, Shin basked in the overflowing chakra surging within him, rejuvenated by the destruction he had wrought. Forming hand seals, he inhaled deeply. Fire release, great fireball technique. Whoosh. A massive fireball, nearly twice the size of an average shinobi, roared from his mouth, streaking across the sky with blistering heat. The ground beneath it blackened, plants withering into nothing but cinders. A simple C-rank jutsu, but with his chakra reserves, it rivaled the destructive power of an A-rank technique unleashed by an elite genin. Counter it. Now. Desperate cries rang out as the coalition scrambled to mount a defense. Water release, waterfall technique. Several genin formed seals, spewing forth torrents of water to intercept the incoming inferno. SSSSSHHHH. Boom. Steam erupted violently as fire met water, the explosive clash sending waves of scalding vapor across the battlefield. The unfortunate ninja closest to the collision screamed as their flesh was cooked alive by the sheer heat. Others were hurled backward by the resulting shockwave. Despite the direct counter, the attack had only been partially neutralized. The remaining shinobi hesitated. Fear crawled into their bones. Their pursuit of the Uzumaki wavered. And when the steam finally cleared, Uchiha Shin was nowhere to be seen. Dash. Bonus chapter, 100 Power Stones. Chapter 20, Battlefield, 5. Uchiha Shin was not prepared to engage the allied shinobi forces head-on. They had hundreds of shinobi, and if he were surrounded, he would be forced to use Susanoo to fight back. The outcome could very well be a battle to the death, with little to gain from it. Moreover, he did not want to reveal too much of his power. If he became a significant threat, the consequences could be more than he wanted to deal with. While Uchiha Shin hesitated, Tsunade and the remaining Uzumaki clan members used the opportunity to escape the battlefield. Only when they reached a relatively safe distance did they slow down, catching their breath. Tsunade remained deep in thought, unable to shake the image of the 8-pointed star Mangekyo Sharingan she had seen earlier. Who is that Uchiha? Why does he look so familiar? Just as she exhaled, preparing to regroup, a sudden presence halted her. A dozen jonin and several dozen chunin materialized in the clearing ahead. Their numbers alone made up nearly half of the combined force that had pursued them earlier. Each one wore a mask, their identities hidden, their intent clear. The air grew tense, every shinobi instinctively preparing for battle. Through the Yamanaka clan operatives embedded en route, Danzo received the information immediately via mind transmission. His expression darkened as he processed the situation. Are the shinobi from the other villages all incompetent? His irritation vanished as he gave his next order, no matter. Eliminate the remaining Uzumaki and Senju. Tsunade is not to be allowed to escape. The Yamanaka agent transmitted the command instantly. The masked route operatives turned their cold, emotionless eyes toward the exhausted Uzumaki survivors. Trained to obey without hesitation, conditioned through brutal psychological reprogramming, and bound by the cursed tongue eradication seal, they were perfect killing machines. Even when faced with the very allies they had once fought beside, they did not falter. Enemy attack. Brace for combat, someone shouted. The Uzumaki and Senjo survivors, despite their exhaustion, pushed themselves to meet the incoming assault. The prolonged battle had drained their chakra reserves and physical stamina. If not for the Senjo's natural vitality and the Uzumaki's formidable endurance, they would have collapsed long ago. Tsunade, nearly out of chakra from continuous healing, could do little but watch as the tide of battle shifted against them once again. Having escaped one enemy, they had now fallen into an even deadlier ambush. TCH. This is getting annoying. A voice rang out from behind. Uchiha Shin had arrived. Magnet release, iron sand barrage. With a flick of his wrist, he shaped the metallic sand around him into razor-sharp projectiles, hurling them toward the root operatives with deadly speed. The well-trained root shinobi immediately reacted, some dodging, others raising barriers or counter-attacking. Two of them vanished underground. Earth-style, hiding like a mole technique. From below, they launched a surprise grab for Shin's legs, attempting to immobilize him. At the same time, three root operatives wove hand signs in unison. Fire-style, dragon flame jutsu. Three torrents of fire erupted toward Shin, cutting off his retreat. The searing flames obliterated the trees in their path, creating an inferno that threatened to engulf him completely. Before he could react, the Yamanaka clan operatives en route struck with their own secret technique. Mind-body switch jutsu. A formless spiritual force shot toward Shin, attempting to invade his mind and seize control of his body. As the energy invaded his consciousness, Shin found himself inside a vast mental space, a void of pure white. Now you're mine. A smirk crept across Shin's face. A pair of blood-red Mangekyō Sharingan spun to life in the void. Get out of my head. With an explosion of mental energy, he shattered the Yamanaka's intrusion. Back in reality, the root operative who had attempted the possession gasped as his body convulsed. Blood leaked from his eyes, nose, and mouth before he collapsed unconscious. He has a Mangekyō. His final words were barely a whisper before darkness overtook him. But Shin had no time to gloat. His legs were still trapped. The roaring flames were seconds away from reaching him. His Mangekyō spun rapidly. The air trembled as a massive surge of chakra erupted from his body. Golden, ethereal ribs materialized around him in an instant. Boom. The fire struck the skeletal barrier of Susanoo with a deafening impact. The explosion sent a shockwave through the battlefield, yet the flames were utterly negated. Not a single ember passed through. All eyes turned toward him. But it wasn't over. With a flex of his will, Susanoo materialized golden arms, which immediately slammed into the ground. Boom. The earth split apart, revealing the two root operatives who had hidden underground. Realizing their failure, they attempted to drag Shin down with them. But the Susanoo hands moved faster. Snap. The sound was sickening. The two shinobi were reduced to crushed remains in an instant. Only their lifeless arms still clung to Shin's legs. Disgusting. Get it off. Shin willed Susanoo to pry the severed limbs from him, discarding them like filth. His terrifying Mangekyō bore down on the remaining root operatives. The chakra surrounding him grew denser, more oppressive. The golden skeletal form of Susanoo expanded, rising nearly 10 meters high. Now armed with an enormous golden blade, Susanoo raised its weapon and swung downward with earth-shattering force. Panic rippled through the root operatives. Wind style, vacuum sphere. Lightning style, thunder dragon. Water style, water-severing wave. A barrage of high-level ninjutsu shot toward Shin. Yet he stood motionless, allowing the attacks to collide with Susanoo head-on. The resulting explosion should have been enough to obliterate an entire squad of Jonin. But as the smoke cleared, Shin remained untouched. His golden Susanoo stood tall, unshaken. He cracked his neck, his gaze locked onto his enemies. Is that all? A chill ran down the spines of the remaining root shinobi. Tsunade, still struggling to stand, watched in stunned silence. That Susanoo, his Sharingan. Just who the hell is he? But there was no time for answers. Shin tightened his grip on his blade. Let's end this. Bonus chapter, 100 Power Stones. Chapter 21, Battlefield, 6. You guys can take my attack too. Uchiha Shin, a grin hidden beneath his mask, commanded his Susanoo to bring down its massive sword. Boom. The ground within a dozen meters erupted from the impact, the sheer force obliterating 7 root operatives in a single strike. Despite witnessing the vast difference in power between them and their opponent, the root operatives did not falter. Instead, they continued their assault against Uchiha Shin without hesitation. They were root. No names. No emotions. No hesitation. Only the mission mattered. Against such mindless obedience, Uchiha Shin simply smirked beneath his mask. He was happy to grant them their deserved end. Death. Chidori Nagashi. With a surge of lightning chakra, Susanoo radiated a burst of electrical energy, sending thousands of volts coursing through the battlefield. A violent surge of electricity paralyzed the root operatives mid-attack, their bodies seizing up instantly. Uchiha Shin, ever opportunistic, did not waste the moment. Susanoo's massive blade swung in a brutal horizontal arc. Swish. The electrified blade cut through flesh and wood alike, root operatives and trees alike split in two as though a scythe had harvested a field of wheat. The aftermath was silent, save for the rustling of a gentle breeze. Bodies and broken tree trunks collapsed simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, the once dense forest surrounding Uchiha Shin was carved into an open field, wide enough to rival a training ground. At a safe distance, the Uzumaki refugees and Tsunade stood frozen, lungs seized as they watched the destruction unfold. Raw, Unrestrained power had been displayed before them. Had it not been for the quick reflexes of the senior shinobi among them, who had hastily erected earth-style defenses, they would have perished in the aftermath. From the moment Uchiha Shin had activated his incomplete Susanoo, only 3 minutes had passed. With his back turned to the group, Shin felt a trickle of blood escape his eye, though it was nothing concerning. First time using Susanoo, he muttered to himself. I'm still a little unrefined. Good thing I've built up enough ocular power, and acquired the Uzumaki vitality beforehand. He could feel it now, the cost of maintaining Susanoo. Every cell in his body screamed from the chakra drain, his life force forcibly being siphoned away. Without his new healing factor, he was certain his lifespan would be significantly shortened. For now, however, it simply left him breathless, as though he had sprinted across an entire country. Slowly, the golden skeletal frame of Susanoo faded, its overwhelming presence retreating back into his body. Without its crushing weight, his healing accelerated. 2 steadying breaths later, and he was back to normal. Can't let the corpses go to waste. Black flames erupted from his eye, consuming the fallen bodies. Within moments, they turned to ashes before flowing back into his right eye. A surge of chakra and vitality flooded his body. Though it failed to fully replenish his ocular power, his body felt completely refreshed. After ensuring his condition was stable, Uchiha Shin turned his attention toward the Uzumaki clan. The Senju shinobi and Tsunade visibly tensed as his gaze met theirs. Despite knowing he had just saved them, there was no guarantee that he was an ally. Conversely, the Uzumaki survivors gazed upon him with gratitude. To them, it did not matter who he was. In their darkest hour, he had been their savior. Uchiha Benefactor, one of the older Uzumaki Rashimai, finally spoke. What do you desire? Uchiha Shin glanced at Tsunade and the wary Senju before answering. I only speak for myself. But if you must ask, there is something I want. His artificially distorted voice cut through the tense silence. Rashimai, calm and collected, smiled diplomatically. May I ask what it is, Benefactor? Despite his age, the elder's instincts told him that this man was not their enemy. If anything, this Uchiha was more straightforward than most. Uchiha Shin did not hesitate. Your clan's sealing techniques. It was a spontaneous decision, but he refused to leave empty-handed. At his request, Rashimai's expression turned awkward. It wasn't that the demand was unreasonable. For the devastated Uzumaki, it cost them nothing. The problem lay in the practicality of it. Due to their rushed escape, the only sealing techniques they had managed to preserve were advanced clan secrets. Even if they handed them over, outsiders wouldn't be able to learn them. Benefactor, the scrolls we have contain only the most complex Uzumaki techniques. They are not easily mastered by those outside our bloodline, Rashimai cautioned. Uchiha Shin remained indifferent. That's fine. Just let me see them. Rashimai hesitated briefly but ultimately relented. Very well. At his signal, a young red-haired girl cautiously stepped forward, holding several scrolls in her arms. She was small, barely reaching his chest, with wild crimson hair cascading down her back. A round face, bright eyes, and a hesitant expression. Uchiha Shin took the scrolls and on a whim, reached down and pinched her soft cheeks. Cute, he murmured, amused. What's your name? The unexpected action startled her, but seeing that he wasn't hostile, she hesitated before speaking. Kei Kushina. Uzumaki Kushina. Benefactor, Rashimai interjected. This is my granddaughter. She is still young and ignorant. Please forgive her if she offends you. The clan elder was clearly attempting to de-escalate any potential conflict. Now, their lives were in Uchiha Shin's hands. Kushina, a good name. Something clicked in Uchiha Shin's mind. Now he knew why she seemed familiar. With a small nod, he glanced through the scrolls. Adamantine sealing chains, 4-symbol seal, Kagura Mind's Eye, Contract seal, Reaper Death seal. He barely schemed them before handing them back. Consider that my reward, he said. Like a magician, he produced a candy from his pocket and placed it in Kushina's hand. Then, he turned, sparing Tsunade one last glance. The subtle amusement in his gaze did not go unnoticed. Tsunade scowled, feeling an unfamiliar irritation. Why did she feel like he was laughing at her? I want to rip that mask off his face, she muttered. Meanwhile, Kushina stared at the candy in her hand, blinking in surprise. Slowly, she peeled the wrapper and popped it into her mouth. In the midst of genocide and despair, a small moment of sweetness bloomed in her heart. ***. Bonus chapter, 100 Power Stones. Chapter 22, Aftermath, bonus chapter. Tsunade, we, the Uzumaki clan, will not follow you back to Konoha. We are going to Taki no Kuni and will live in seclusion there. If you ever come, we will meet again. Uzumaki Rashimai handed Tsunade an iron token infused with his chakra. Take this with you. If you ever bring it to Taki no Kuni, the Uzumaki will sense it and come to see you. After that, the two were ready to part ways, but before leaving, Rashimai turned and placed a hand on Kushina's shoulder, guiding her forward. I know you came under Mito-sama's orders to find the next 9 tails Jinkra key. My granddaughter, Kushina, is strong. Let her go with you. Despite his reluctance, he made his decision. Letting his granddaughter leave with Tsunade was undoubtedly the best choice for her. The ones leaving for Taki no Kuni were old, sick, or too injured to defend themselves. The journey would be grueling, filled with dangers they could not anticipate. If they were hunted down again, protecting Kushina would be nearly impossible. She was already the only child to survive the attack on Uzushio. They couldn't afford to risk her life. Grandpa! Kushina cried, hot tears trailing down her cheeks. She understood why he was doing this, knew it was for her own good, but it didn't stop the pain from crushing her chest. She wanted to go with them, but she would only slow them down. That was a truth she couldn't deny. Gritting her teeth, she swallowed her sorrow and gave them one final bow. Tsunade remained silent, but her fists clenched, nails digging into her palms until they nearly drew blood. Her hatred for Sarutobi Hiruzen deepened. Had she arrived earlier, this wouldn't have happened. She had learned the truth from Rashimai, Uzushio had the means to escape unscathed. Their barriers were impenetrable, their finjutsu second to none. If they had received aid, they would have survived. But none came. Their so-called allies abandoned them, forcing them into a slaughterhouse. Now, they no longer trusted Konoha, and Tsunade had nothing to say in its defense. She kept asking herself. How did the village her grandfather, Hashirama Senju, built become like this? But there was no time to dwell on it. The enemy could still be near. They had to leave. Yet at that moment, on the ruined outskirts of Uzushio, Uchiha Shin remained. The shadow clone he sent ahead had gathered intel. A few kilometers away, a group of Uzumaki survivors was being slaughtered. If he hadn't seen it, he wouldn't have cared. But he had seen it. And he owed the Uzumaki clan a favor. He had gained knowledge of their secret techniques, and that knowledge was invaluable. Repaying the debt with a few corpses wasn't too difficult. At high speed, Shin arrived at his destination. A petite figure ran frantically through the forest. Her short red hair was tangled, her face streaked with dirt and blood. Behind her, several Iwanin chased, their kunao gleaming under the fading sunlight. Compared to the Uegakuchnin, the girl looked utterly powerless. She ran as fast as her legs could carry her, but it wasn't enough. In a matter of seconds, they caught up. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the ground, curling up in fear. Her small hands trembled as she clutched her head. No. Please. Don't kill me, she sobbed. One of the Iwanin scoffed. Hurry up. That damn shadow clone slowed us down. We need to get back and report. Yet. I'm handling it. They barely paid attention to the girl. One of them raised his kunao, preparing to plunge it into her skull like he was butchering an animal. But just as he brought it down, the blade stopped midair. What the hell? The Chunin tried to push down, but the kunao wouldn't move, as if an invisible force had locked it in place. Confused, he released it only to watch in horror as the kunao floated up, twisted, and drove straight into his forehead. His lifeless body hit the ground. The other Iwanin barely had time to react before their feet were snared. A thick layer of black iron sand wrapped around them, constricting their bodies like serpents. Magnet release, iron sand binding coffin. A cold voice rang out as Shin clenched his fist, pulling them into the air. At the same time, hidden explosive tags within the iron sand began to glow. Boom. The explosion reduced the two Iwanin to charred husks. Black flames licked at their corpses before vanishing. Their chakra, their vitality siphoned away and absorbed by Shin. He exhaled, then turned to the girl still huddled on the ground. You're safe now. His voice was softer, his hand glowing with faint green chakra as he activated the mystical palm technique to ease her injuries. At the warmth of his touch, the girl slowly raised her head. Her tear-streaked face, round and delicate, peered up at him with cautious hope. Her short red hair framed her face, dusty and tangled. She looked like a frightened animal. You saved me. Yet. I saved you. To ease her nerves, Shin deactivated his transformation jutsu, revealing his true face. The girl stared at him for a moment before suddenly throwing herself into his chest, clinging to him tightly. He blinked. Okay. Guess we're doing this. Her arms tightened around him, trembling, as she buried her face into his cloak. He sighed and returned the hug, rubbing her back in slow, calming circles. She was small 8, maybe 9 years old. And she'd just barely escaped death. After a few moments, he carried her to a safe spot, set her down, and pulled out some dry rations. Eat. She hesitated, then sniffed the food, hunger overriding caution. She stuffed a piece into her mouth, chewing as fast as she could. Only after a few bites did she realize Shin was watching her, smirking. She froze, cheeks burning. Trying to save face, she quickly chewed, swallowing with a gulp. But Shin merely chuckled, handing her a water bottle. Relax. Eat slowly, drink some water. No need to act cute, you're already cute. Her face turned scarlet. She lowered her head, focusing on her food, but Shin could see the tips of her ears glowing red. He smirked, leaning back. At least she's got some fight in her. He didn't know what he was going to do with her yet, but one thing was certain. She was his problem now. Bonus chapter, 100 Power Stones White Heavy check mark. Next bonus chapter, 250 Power Stones. Chapter 23, Uzumaki Kaneko. Uchiha Shin lit a bonfire and glanced at the silent girl beside him. To break the heavy silence, he took the initiative to speak. My name is Uchiha Shin, I'm from Konoha. Tell me your name. Hearing his direct approach, the startled girl stiffened before nervously replying, Kaneko. Uzumaki Kaneko. I'm from. Kaneko hesitated. The words caught in her throat as painful memories surfaced, her eyes welling with unshed tears. She had barely escaped with her life. Her home was gone. There was nowhere to return to. Noticing her distress, Shin reached out, giving her a gentle pat on the back to soothe her anxiety. So, where do you plan to go next? I don't know. Her voice was barely above a whisper as she shook her head, a lost expression on her delicate face. There was nowhere for her. She was just drifting, directionless. Instinctively, her gaze fell on Uchiha Shin, the boy who had saved her. He was only a little older than her, but there was something about him, an air of confidence, strength. A natural leader. She wanted to follow him. And it wasn't just because she had nowhere else to go. There was something deeper, an admiration buried within her heart that compelled her to stay close to him. As if afraid that he would reject her, Kanako hurriedly spoke. Uchiha-sama, I am very useful. My mother told me that my body is special. She clenched her fists and took a deep breath before revealing what she had never told anyone. If someone bites my skin or drinks my blood, they can recover their chakra and stamina. She stared up at him with desperate, pleading eyes. So please, let me follow you. The moment she spoke those words, her heartbeat quickened. It was a secret her mother had always told her to keep hidden. But right now, all she could think about was proving her worth so that Uchiha Shin wouldn't abandon her. She was weak, helpless, a small, trembling creature searching for shelter. All she wanted was for him to accept her, to give her a place by his side. Shin's eyes flickered with a brief hint of surprise. That ability, it sounded a lot like Uzumaki Kirin's. Realization dawned on him. Considering the timeline, Uzumaki Kirin hadn't even been born yet. That meant Kanako could very well be Kirin's mother. With that in mind, any thoughts of returning her to the Uzumaki clan disappeared. That clan was already on the brink of extinction. If he left her alone, her fate would likely be the same. His hand moved on its own, ruffling her vibrant red hair. A rare smile graced his lips. Since you want to follow me, then follow me. Kanako froze, her mind blank for a moment before a bright, overjoyed expression took over her face. Her cheeks flushed red, like a ripe apple under the firelight. Without thinking, she stretched out her small hand toward him. Then, Uchiha-sama, you can bite me to restore your chakra. She bit her lip lightly, mentally preparing herself for the pain to come. Shin's eye twitched. He flicked her forehead. Why the hell would I bite you right now? And don't just offer yourself up like that. You shouldn't treat yourself as a tool. Kanako let out a small yelp, rubbing her forehead. She hadn't expected him to react like that. She just wanted to be useful. But the warmth in his voice, the way he scolded her, it made her feel something unfamiliar. He didn't see her as just some object to be used. That meant more to her than she could put into words. She smiled softly, a genuine, relieved smile. To her, Uchiha Shin was like a god. That night, they slept beside the bonfire, Kanako curled up beside him, finally finding a sense of peace amidst the chaos. The next morning, Shin took her to gather and bury the bodies of her fallen companions. Kanako remained silent the whole time, her hands trembling as she placed stones over the makeshift graves. She was the only one left. Once they finished, Shin made a decision. He wouldn't go looking for more survivors. He had done what he could. It was time to return to the village. But first, he took Kanako to an isolated lake. Take a bath, he told her, already stripping off his own blood-stained cloak. You stink. Kanako's face turned crimson. Why, you don't have to say it like that. Still, she obeyed, slipping into the cold water, washing away the dirt, blood, and sorrow of the past few days. As she bathed, she underwent a transformation. The grime was washed away, revealing delicate, porcelain-like skin. Her crimson hair clung to her small frame like silk. Water droplets traced the curves of her body, glistening in the morning light. She was young, but there was a budding beauty hidden within her. A flower yet to bloom. Shin, standing nearby, caught himself staring for a moment before snapping out of it. Kanako, noticing his gaze, hugged herself. Uchiha-sama, the clothes, please. Right. He pulled out a spare set he had brought for Uchiha Mikoto and tossed them to her. The outfit was loose on Kanako, the sleeves too long, but it was better than nothing. She fidgeted with the hem of her clothes, biting her lip shyly. All right, let's go. Shin's voice snapped her out of her thoughts. We need to move quickly. Kanako tilted her head in confusion. What do you mean? Before she could react, Shin reached out, one arm slipping under her knees, the other around her back. With effortless ease, he scooped her up in a bridal carry. Wah! Kanako's scream rang through the forest as Shin took off at full speed. The wind rushed past them. Kanako clung to him instinctively, her legs kicking slightly before settling down. She was small, light, and the warmth of her body pressed against him made it impossible to ignore her presence. She covered her face with her hands, peeking at him through her fingers. I idiot. Give me a warning next time. Shin smirked but didn't answer, his focus already on their surroundings. Using his finely honed chakra control and the Mangekyō Sharingan's insight, he had started experimenting with a new technique, the Uzumaki Sage Mind Eye. It wasn't a jutsu, but an innate ability. The records he had found explained how those with strong Uzumaki blood could awaken it naturally. And thanks to the Uzumaki bloodline he had obtained, he had picked it up almost immediately. Even on his first attempt, he could sense everything within a 10-kilometer radius. Every enemy. Every movement. every fluctuation of chakra. With this, he easily avoided patrolling ninja and wild beasts along the way, ensuring their journey to Konoha remained uninterrupted. And all the while, Kanako smiled softly, her fingers gripping his cloak. She had no idea where the future would take her. But for now, she was content. Because for the first time in her life, she had found someone she could trust. Bonus chapter, 100 Power Stones white heavy check mark. Next bonus chapter, 250 Power Stones. Chapter 24, Back to Village. Uchiha Shin, after traveling tirelessly day and night, finally arrived in Konoha not long after Tsunade and her team had returned from their mission. Using the influence of the Uchiha name, Shin easily gained passage through the village gates, bringing Uzumaki Kanako along without issue. Without wasting any time, he made his way to the Hokage's office. At that moment, the third Hokage was in the middle of greeting Tsunade and Uzumaki Kushina. Damn old man, hurry up and register Kushina already. I need to get some rest. Tsunade snapped, her tone sharp and impatient. Unlike before, she wasn't bothering to hide her hostility toward Hiruzen Sarutobi. Knowing what her master had done, she felt nothing but contempt for the aging Hokage. If not for their past master-disciple relationship, she wouldn't even have wasted her breath speaking to him. Hiruzen, sensing her unusual hostility, wisely chose not to argue. He knew Tsunade well enough trying to explain himself would be pointless. He simply needed to wait for her anger to settle before attempting to smooth things over with his usual diplomacy. With the second shinobi war on the verge of breaking out, he couldn't afford to let a figure as influential as Tsunade slip through his fingers. If she walked away, the remaining Senju might follow, and despite the clan's diminished numbers, their heritage still carried weight. Even a dying lion was more dangerous than most beasts. Turning his attention away from Tsunade, the Hokage smiled kindly at the nervous young girl beside her. So, you must be Kushina. I'm the third Hokage, but you can call me Grandpa Third. I'll arrange your registration and accommodations immediately. Before he could say more, Tsunade cut in coldly. She's staying with the Senju. My grandmother will be overseeing her training. You don't need to trouble yourself. Without another word, she took Kushina's hand and led her away, not even sparing the Hokage another glance. Tsunade had no intention of letting Kushina be influenced by Hiruzen's usual smooth-talking ways. Watching them leave, the Hokage's expression darkened. Tsunade's grudge won't fade anytime soon, and now more Senju are returning to the village. His grip on his pipe tightened in irritation. What the hell is Danzo even doing? He can't handle something this simple. He took a deep drag to ease his nerves, but before he could exhale, the office doors suddenly slammed open with a loud bang. Cough, cough, cough. Hiruzen nearly choked, barely managing to keep his seat. His initial thought was that Tsunade had stormed back in, but when he looked up, he saw a different familiar face, Uchiha Shin, standing there with a wide grin, and beside him, a red-haired girl who looked nervous yet determined. Yo! Old man! Shin greeted with shameless enthusiasm. Uchiha Shin. Hiruzen's eyes flicked toward Kanako. And this girl, another Uzumaki. The striking red hair was unmistakable. Shin didn't hesitate, repeating the explanation he had carefully prepared. Didn't you issue that Uzumaki rescue mission? I tried to join up with Tsunade's squad, but by the time I arrived, Dozashio had already fallen. I found Kanako near the battlefield and decided to bring her back. He flashed a grin. Since I technically completed the mission, how much are you paying me, old man? Hiruzen stared at him blankly. He had suspected Shin's sudden interest in this mission had some hidden Uchiha agenda behind it. But now, it seemed more likely that Shin had simply taken the mission for easy money. This little bastard probably wandered the borders a few times, stumbled upon Kanako by pure chance, and somehow lucked into completing the task. Hiruzen wanted to call him out on abusing his Uchiha privilege to accept an S-rank mission far beyond his official clearance, but in the end, he let it slide. Uchiha Shin was still his student, after all, and Hiruzen had always been generous to those in his inner circle. Besides, with war looming on the horizon, the village needed the Uchiha more than ever. Now was not the time to provoke them. When Shin casually mentioned taking Kanako under his care, Hiruzen's gaze flicked between them. He wasn't blind, he could see the way the girl looked at Shin, practically glued to his side. There was no doubt she had already imprinted on him. Hiruzen sighed internally. You sly brat, you went on a mission and brought back a future wife? Shaking his head in resignation, he approved the arrangement. If nothing else, it saved the village the trouble of assigning her a caretaker. After handing Shin his reward and finalizing Kanako's registration, Hiruzen quickly dismissed them. As soon as they left the building, they were immediately stopped. You little bastard! You actually went to Uzushio. Tsunade's voice cut through the air as she stomped toward him, eyes narrowed in irritation. How come I never saw you there? She looked ready to grab his ear and give him a thorough scolding, but after a second of hesitation, she refrained. She knew from experience that Shin had a habit of turning things around on her when she got physical. The last time she tried to hit him, he had somehow maneuvered it into looking like she was flirting with him. Annoyingly, she could never predict what shameless stunt he'd pull next. Instead, she folded her arms and frowned. You do realize how dangerous that was, don't you? To her surprise, Shin didn't joke back immediately. Instead, he simply smiled. Come on, Tsunade. You're my teacher, aren't you? Did you really think I wouldn't follow you? Something in his tone made her pause. She knew he was messing with her again, but there was sincerity beneath it. He had genuinely been worried about her. Tsunade found herself momentarily speechless. In this village, there were few people who truly cared about her. It was unexpected, hearing that from Shin. Of course, she wasn't about to let him off that easily. She quickly changed the subject. Then tell me, where exactly were you during the battle? The enemy suffered massive internal strife. Was that your doing? Shin merely smirked, neither confirming nor denying. At the same time, he subtly raised a finger to his lips in a silencing gesture directed toward Kushina, who was standing behind Tsunade. Unfortunately for him, Kushina caught the motion and immediately narrowed her big, bright eyes at him in suspicion. Shin had the sinking realization that keeping his actions a secret from her might not be as easy as he thought. Bonus chapter, 100 Power Stones, white heavy check mark. Next bonus chapter, 250 Power Stones. Chapter 25, Danzo and Hiruzen. As the granddaughter of the Uzumaki clan head, Uzumaki Kushina had mastered the Kagura mind's eye from a young age. She had sensed and memorized the chakra fluctuations of Uchiha Shin before. The moment he appeared, she recognized him instantly. He was the Uchiha who had saved them. After witnessing the destruction of Uzumaki and enduring the relentless pursuit of enemies, Kushina had matured significantly. Seeing Uchiha Shin's subtle gesture, she immediately understood his intention. This was not the time to acknowledge him openly. Instead, her gaze shifted to Kaneko, and a long-lost, radiant smile spread across her face. Kaneko. I never thought I'd see you here. Kushina, it's you. Calling out each other's names, the two rushed forward, embracing and sobbing. Uzumaki Kaneko and Uzumaki Kushina had been close friends. Their Uzumaki blood was not only their shared bond but also the purest and most potent within their clan. Seeing their emotional reunion, Tsunade and Uchiha Shin exchanged glances and chose not to interrupt. The four of them continued walking, conversing as they searched for a decent restaurant to have a proper meal. Not long after they left, a figure with a stormy expression arrived at the Hokage building. Shimura Danzo. The moment he stepped into the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, spoke in a grave tone, his face dark with displeasure. Danzo, you disappoint me. The operation failed, didn't it? Danzo's lips pressed into a thin line. He had no excuses, only an explanation. Yes, the mission failed. But not due to a flaw in my plan. An unexpected variable interfered. His voice was flat, but there was an undercurrent of tension. The root squad I sent was ambushed by an unknown force. I dispatched 45 men. Only 5 returned. The weight of those words settled in the office like a lead blanket. They reported that the culprit was an Uchiha, one capable of wielding black flames similar to Amaterasu. Hiruzen's brows knitted together immediately. Are you certain it was an Uchiha? For a fleeting moment, Uchiha Shin's image crossed his mind. But just as quickly, he dismissed the thought. A boy who had only recently awakened his Tomo Sharingan and graduated from the academy? It was absurd to think he possessed such an advanced dojutsu. Besides, the Uchiha clan's movements were constantly monitored by the Anbu. To wield Amaterasu, one had to have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. No reports indicated such an occurrence within the clan. Hiruzen's sharp eyes bore into Danzo. Are you absolutely sure it was Amaterasu? Danzo hesitated for a moment before answering. According to my men, it's impossible to confirm. One of the root members was struck by the black flames, but they eventually burned out. If it were truly Amaterasu, they wouldn't have been extinguished. I can only conclude that it was a fire release technique mimicking Amaterasu. Hiruzen exhaled through his nose, his fingers drumming against the desk. So, someone wants to frame the Uchiha. His mind worked quickly. The Uchiha had no reason to be involved with the remnants of the Uzumaki. Their ties had long been severed. No, this had the markings of an external plot. Perhaps another village sought to stir internal strife within Konoha. Perhaps they hoped to use this incident as a pretext to justify an attack. Danzo nodded grimly, agreeing with Hiruzen's deduction. His own organization, Root, had eyes on all the key Uchiha figures at all times. It was inconceivable that one of them had slipped away to the ruins of Uzumaki. It's possible that another village staged this, Danzo admitted, his single eye narrowing. Or someone unknown is moving in the shadows. Hiruzen sighed, then leaned back. There is some good news, however, Danzo added. The assault on Uzumaki wasn't without consequence. The attackers suffered heavy casualties. How severe? By our estimates, at least 50 Chunin and 10 Jonin perished. Hiruzen's expression shifted, his eyes glinting. Good. A village's military strength was measured by its experienced ninja. Even Konoha, the strongest of the 5 great nations, had fewer than 300 Jonin. For weaker villages, the loss of 10 Jonin was a crippling blow. This will buy us time, Hiruzen said. For now, do not investigate Uzumaki further. Focus on the battlefield. The hidden rain has been growing increasingly restless. This Hanzo of the salamander has piqued my interest. Investigate him thoroughly, Danzo. Hiruzen's voice grew even colder. And as for the sand village, you know what to do. The tension in the office thickened, but Danzo merely nodded. The orders were understood. War was approaching, and there was no time to waste on distractions. The smaller nations, still recovering from the first great ninja war, had sensed weakness. Hidden Rain, led by Hanzo, seemed particularly eager for battle. According to Anbu reports, Rain's forces were preparing to march on the Land of Iron. And while these war preparations were underway, Uchiha Shin and Tsunade had parted ways, each returning to their respective clan estates. Uzumaki Kaneko followed Uchiha Shin, timidly taking in the surroundings. He was her only remaining anchor. So she clung to his presence, following closely behind. Upon returning, Uchiha Shin led Kaneko into the residence where he stayed. "Kaneko, from now on, this is your home too," he said. "Take your time to settle in. I need to report to the elders, but I'll be back soon." Reaching out, he gently ruffled her hair, a small gesture of reassurance. Kaneko nodded obediently, watching him leave before finally allowing herself to exhale. Now alone, she hesitantly began exploring the house. His kitchen. His bedroom. Her eyes fell on a set of recently discarded clothes. His clothes. Hesitating only for a moment, she picked them up, bringing them close to her nose. The familiar scent filled her senses. A warmth spread through her chest, a rare sense of security settling in. She let out a small sigh, then flopped onto the bed, burying her face into its softness. It smelled like him. Just as she was about to relax, a sharp presence flared at the doorway. Kaneko's body tensed immediately, snapping her head up. A beautiful girl stood there, eyes locked onto her. Scarlet Sharingan spun lazily in her gaze. "Who are you?" Uchiha Mikato's voice was sharp. "And why are you in Shinkan's house?" Kaneko gulped. This girl, she was definitely Uchiha. "I am from the Uzumaki clan. Lord Shin brought me here," she stammered. Mikato's intense stare didn't waver. But her tone softened, just slightly. "The Uzumaki clan." Her eyes flicked downward. Kaneko followed her gaze. She was still clutching Uchiha Shin's shirt. Mikato's lips pressed into a thin line. "And what," Mikato said coolly, "are you doing with Shinkan's clothes?" Bonus chapter, 100 Power Stones White Heavy check mark. Next bonus chapter, 250 Power Stones. Chapter 26, Chapter 26. Hearing Uchiha Mikato's question, Kaneko's face flushed immediately. She averted her eyes and stammered, I was just about to wash it." "Who even are you?" Kaneko seemed more confident when she thought of Uchiha Shin. However, Uchiha Mikato scoffed and proudly declared, "I am Uchiha Mikato, Shinkan's future wife. If his clothes need washing, it should be me doing it." Without hesitation, Mikato stepped forward and took Uchiha Shin's clothes from Kaneko's hands. Hearing Mikato's claim, Kaneko's momentum instantly disappeared. Shin had never mentioned having a fiancé. But looking at Mikato's confident expression, Kaneko couldn't help but believe her. Seeing Kaneko's sudden meekness, Mikato felt a pang of guilt, realizing she might have been too harsh. Her tone softened as she held Shin's clothes and decided to strike up a conversation. Faced with Mikato's questions, Kaneko didn't hide anything and slowly recounted everything that had happened. While the two talked, Uchiha Shin was across the compound, noticing Uchiha Shinji in high spirits. Ever since Mikato awakened the three Tomo Sharingan, Shinji had been in a great mood. Before an Uchiha unlocked their Sharingan, their talent was measured by their ninjutsu prowess. But once the Sharingan manifested, that measurement became irrelevant. The number of Tomo in one's eyes determined talent, and talent dictated status. Mikato, who was previously just an average genin, had climbed to Chunin level strength within a month, all thanks to her fully matured Sharingan. Seeing Shin return, Shinji's mood brightened even more. "Shin, you made it back safely. Next time you take on a high-risk mission or leave the village on your own, inform us beforehand," Shinji said, his voice stern despite his doting words. "Heading to a dangerous place like Uzushiagakuer. You should have had Uchiha escorts for protection." Shin shook his head with a small smile. "Grandfather Shinji, I know how to handle myself. Besides, I didn't come back empty-handed." With that, he activated his three Tomo Sharingan, deliberately revealing part of his strength. Shinji's eyes widened in shock. Immediately, he glanced around and signaled his confidants to seal the room. Once they were alone, he whispered, "Shin, when did you awaken the three Tomo Sharingan?" "During the battle at Uzushiagakuer," Shin replied smoothly. "It happened in the heat of battle." Shinji was overwhelmed with emotion. At Shin's age, he had only unlocked a single Tomo. The fact that Shin had already reached 3 meant his talent far exceeded that of most Uchiha. And with talent like this, the Mangekyō Sharingan wasn't just a possibility, it was an inevitability. "Don't reveal this, Shin," Shinji said gravely. "Not yet. Konoha is already in a state of war. If word spreads, you'll become a target." Shin understood his grandfather's concern. But he had his reasons for revealing his Sharingan to Shinji. It was a power move. He wanted Shinji to see his potential and grant him more authority within the Uchiha clan. "I understand, grandfather. I won't be reckless. But I also wanted to tell you something. I brought back a girl from the Uzumaki clan." Shin deliberately avoided mentioning her bloodline's secret techniques. After all, abilities like Kagura Mind's Eye and Adamant Sealing Chains were exclusive to the Uzumaki, impossible for outsiders to learn. Shinji frowned slightly. "You're asking me to accommodate an outsider?" Shin nodded. "Even if she can't formally join the clan, I want her to have unrestricted access to the Uchiha compound." Shinji hesitated, but because it was Shin making the request, he ultimately relented. "Granting an Uzumaki girl full Uchiha status isn't an option unless she marries you," Shinji said bluntly. "But I can approve temporary residency." Intermarriage with outsiders was rare in the Uchiha clan, but not unheard of. Temporary status was a loophole created for such individuals. Of course, to the Uchiha, These temporary members were always seen as outsiders. They weren't fully accepted by the clan. Not that Shin cared. He didn't want Kaneko to be close to the Uchiha anyway. Most of them were prideful and extreme in their ideology. The only reasonable ones he knew were Mikoto and Shinji. After settling Kaneko's situation, Shin asked Shinji for special medicinal supplements and advanced fire release jutsu. True physical enhancement required more than just rigorous training. Without proper nourishment and medicinal support, excessive training could lead to hidden injuries. For civilian-born shinobi, if they lacked talent in ninjutsu, their fate was practically sealed. Shinji agreed without hesitation. In fact, he worried Shin's request wasn't enough, so he provided additional financial support and even handed him a specially forged Uchiha Chakra blade. Unlike ordinary weapons, this sword was made of a rare alloy, far superior to those sold in regular blacksmith shops. Its chakra conductivity was exceptional. Shin didn't refuse the gifts. He had every intention of making the most of them. I need to plan for the future, he thought. Before I get dragged into war, I need cage-level strength. I have to master the sealing techniques I obtained from the Uzumaki, the fire release jutsu from Elder Shinji, and the fundamentals of the Navy 6 styles. I'll refine my physical abilities using the lightning chakra mode's principles. As he mentally outlined his training regimen, he arrived home. Seeing an extra pair of shoes at the entrance, a sudden sense of unease crept up his spine. Mikoto's here. He could already imagine the worst-case scenario, a full-blown argument between her and Kaneko. Taking a deep breath, Shin cautiously pushed open the door. What he saw in the living room shocked him. Mikoto and Kaneko were sitting together on the couch, chatting happily. What the hell? Shin was so sure he'd be walking into a battlefield, yet here they were, laughing like old friends. Mikoto turned to him and smirked. Oh, welcome home, Shin-kun. Kaneko blushed and looked away, but there was no trace of hostility between them. Shin closed the door and sighed. I really don't understand women. Bonus chapter, 100 Power Stones White Heavy check mark. Next bonus chapter, 250 Power Stones. Chapter 27, Time Skip, Bonus. 25 Power Stones away from 250 Power Stones goal for bonus chapter, and you guys will reach it, so here's the bonus chapter. Shin. Master Shin. Hearing Uchiha Shin's name, Uchiha Mikoto and Uzumaki Kaneko, who had been chatting, immediately called out. Uchiha Shin's expression stiffened for a moment, realizing that the two of them had grown quite close. That was unexpected. Once he understood their relationship, Uchiha Shin let out a sigh of relief. Mikoto had learned about Kaneko's past, and her sympathy had completely washed away any previous hostility. The suspicion and wariness she once had toward the so-called vixen disappeared, replaced instead by care and a strange sense of sisterhood. After Uchiha Shin returned home, the two women left him in the living room, casually telling him to watch TV while they disappeared into the kitchen to cook dinner together, still engaged in deep conversation. There weren't many programs in Konoha, and what was on the screen was mostly war updates. Not that Uchiha Shin paid attention. His thoughts were elsewhere, entirely focused on the two women in the kitchen. He listened carefully. Their conversation was normal. No hidden barbs, no passive-aggressive remarks, no underlying tension. That was a relief. For a long time now, Uchiha Shin had entertained certain thoughts about keeping both of them by his side. However, it wasn't something he could propose outright. The Uchiha clan had a reputation for intense emotions, and Mikoto had already awakened the three-tomo Sharingan. The last thing he wanted was for her to develop a certain disposition. If she ever turned yandere, things would get troublesome. Specifically, he was worried that she might attack Kaneko. As for himself, he wasn't worried at all. Mikoto's combat ability wasn't exactly terrifying. If it ever came down to a fight, he could easily overpower her, tie her up, and teach her a lesson. Kaneko, on the other hand, was a different story. She didn't have the strength to protect herself from Mikoto if things ever went south. With those concerns lingering in his mind, 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. During those 2 years, Uchiha Shin frequently visited the Senjo compound, kept up with his duties in the Uchiha police force, and perhaps most notably grew closer to Uzumaki Kushina. By now, Kushina had already graduated from the Ninja Academy and was apprenticed to Tsunade. More importantly, the Second Shinobi World War had officially begun. Even though the Uchiha clan had tried to avoid direct involvement, pressure from Konoha's higher UPS and internal factions, particularly those under Uchiha Toyama's influence, had ultimately forced them to participate. Uchiha Shin was no exception. Both Kushina and Kaneko, however, were exempt from the battlefield. Kushina was a candidate for the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and the village prioritized keeping her safe. Kaneko, as a refugee from the fallen Uzumaki clan, had no formal obligation to fight in Konoha's wars. That didn't mean she was weak. Under Uchiha Shin's tutelage, her combat abilities had improved dramatically. Aside from serving as his personal maid, she had developed formidable skills. As an Uzumaki, her chakra reserves were monstrous, and her proficiency in sealing jutsu, coupled with her use of Kagura's mind's eye, made her a force to be reckoned with. While she wasn't a full-fledged jonin, she was certainly at the level of a specialist, especially when it came to chakra reserves and sealing techniques. Physically, however, she was average at best. Uchiha Shin had only taught her a handful of taijutsu techniques. While Mikoto and even Tsunade had mastered Navy 6 styles, Kaneko had only learned a few moves like finger gun and moonstep, which is just enough to defend herself. Uchiha Shin himself had taken things further, unlocking a rare body control technique that allowed him to manipulate his muscles, hair, and even internal organs at will. Even in pure hand-to-hand combat, he could overpower most jonin with ease. Over the past 2 years, he had been careful not to overuse the ability in his left eye, the one that allowed him to manifest new techniques into reality. One of his more significant creations was the enhancement of the adamant sealing chains, allowing him to manifest them as weapons when using Susanoo. Another major development came when he enhanced Kagura's mind's eye. The upgraded ability Kagura's heart eye was no longer just a sensory technique. It could predict enemy movements, gauge strength levels, and even function permanently without chakra consumption. The only drawback was the increased mental strain and slight physical exhaustion. Understanding the potential risks, Uchiha Shin had refrained from recklessly creating new jutsu. Even with the resilience of his Uzumaki heritage, excessive use of his eye could lead to permanent damage. He had seen enough examples in history to know that reckless use of dojutsu could lead to blindness. He wasn't about to make the same mistake. Instead, he had focused on perfecting his existing abilities, especially his physical prowess and ninjutsu. One of his biggest accomplishments was finally stepping into cage-level strength. His chakra reserves were easily 3 times that of the third Hokage. Given a few more years, he could potentially reach the level of a true powerhouse like Hashirama Senju. Speaking of Hashirama, his final major experiment with his left eye had been the manifestation of wood release. Unfortunately, it wasn't the overwhelmingly powerful version wielded by the first Hokage. The wood-style jutsu he had gained was underwhelming. It was functional, sure, but nowhere near the legendary level of Hashirama's techniques. His control over wood release was on par with what Orochimaru's experimental subjects would later display, enough to handle a jonin, but not enough to compete with a true cage. The most useful application? Building houses whenever he traveled, so he wouldn't have to sleep outside like a commoner. If he had known it would turn out like this, he might have used his eye power for something else. With his left eye's pupil power running low, replenishing it was becoming a problem. Killing hundreds of ordinary beasts barely made a difference. Even draining the chakra of 100 shinobi wouldn't be as effective as taking the life of a single elite jonin. That was one of the reasons he had chosen to follow Tsunade to the battlefield. 2 years ago, he had gained immense benefits from the massacre in Uzumaki. The upcoming war? It was an opportunity. An opportunity to grow stronger. Unlike Uchiha Shin, Uzumaki Kanako wasn't pleased about his deployment. Mikoto would at least be by his side. She, on the other hand, would be left behind. The thought of spending months or even years without him left her feeling miserable. The night before Uchiha Shin's departure, as he lay in the bathtub, relaxing after an intense day of training, the door creaked open. Kanako stepped inside, a thin towel clinging to her damp skin. Bonus chapter, 100 Power Stones White Heavy check mark. Next bonus chapter, 250 Power Stones White Heavy check mark. Chapter 28, Bath. Kanako's sudden appearance made Uchiha Shin sit up immediately. Although his relationship with Kanako had deepened over the past 2 years, the number of times they had bathed together remained few. The main reason? Uchiha Mikoto practically lived in his house, and Shin wasn't reckless enough to start a fire in the backyard in front of her. Besides, 2 years ago, Kanako was still too young. Even if Shin had thoughts, he had no means to act on them. But now, things were different. The life force control technique he had refined allowed him to control every muscle in his body at will. He had also undergone rigorous physical training in the past 2 years. At just 12 years old, his height had already reached 1.7 meters, and his physique was no different from a seasoned shinobi in his late teens. Tsunade, who once dragged him along for drinks without hesitation, had recently been avoiding him. Most likely, it had something to do with the night they got drunk together. After downing several bottles of sake, he had pulled Tsunade into an embrace and shamelessly enjoyed the feeling. Since then, she hadn't invited him to drink again. What was the big deal? He ate a piece of grilled meat, she ate some boiled vegetables. It was a fair trade, right? She hadn't even gotten to the point of tearing down that thin paper window between them, so was there really a need to act so nervous? Lying in the warm water, Shin watched as Uzumaki Kanako approached the bath. A thin bath towel wrapped around her delicate frame, the soft fabric outlining her petite yet well-proportioned figure. She looked like a shy flower about to bloom. At this close distance, he could smell the faint, sweet fragrance emanating from her. Kanako pursed her lips shyly, her eyes filled with affection, and whispered, "Young master, allow me to wash your back." She had always called him Master Shin in the past, but upon learning about the Uchiha clan's internal power struggle and Mikoto's high status, she had consciously changed to Young Master. She believed Shin would eventually take control of Mikoto's faction, and his status and title needed to reflect that. More importantly, she had begun considering herself his servant. Shin had tried to resist at first, but eventually, he got used to it. Yet now, hearing her soft and slightly trembling voice, he felt his bones go weak. Shin intended to get up and step out, but Kanako immediately stopped him. "Let me come in and take care of it. There's no need for you to move." She hesitated for a moment before adding, "Young master, you are leaving with Lady Mikoto and Lady Tsunade tomorrow. Please allow me this small selfishness." Her breath was warm against his ear, her voice gentle, almost pleading. Faced with this combination of cuteness and seduction, the big and the small both agreed. Seeing Shin remain seated, Kanako's lips curled into a sweet smile, though her face was still tinged with shyness. As if trying to suppress her embarrassment, she clutched the towel around her tightly. But despite her effort, as she moved forward, the fabric slipped slightly, revealing her slender shoulders and smooth, porcelain-like skin. Though she lacked the overwhelming presence of Tsunade, her youthful charm was still enough to make one's heart race. Kanako stepped into the water, hesitating for a long moment before pressing her delicate, soft hands against his back. She did her best, using all the strength she could muster. Young master, I will train even harder from now on, so that I can truly assist you in the future. Shin chuckled. You've already done well. But if you truly want to help me, I can teach you something, deeper. Just as he spoke, Kanako's fingers unintentionally pressed against a sensitive spot on his back, sending a shiver down his spine. He turned around, his expression unreadable. Kanako was caught off guard, but before she could react, she suddenly felt as though the bathwater had gotten significantly warmer. No. Not the bathwater. A certain area within the bath had become unbearably hot. Kanako, I need your help with something important. Are you willing? Oh, of course, young master. What should I do? Kanako, still puzzled by the sudden heat, immediately responded upon hearing his serious tone. Seeing her innocent expression, Shin felt a pang of guilt. But strangely, that guilt only excited him further. The bath lasted much longer than usual. By the time they finished, Kanako was utterly exhausted. Shin carried her to bed and tucked her in under a warm quilt. Noticing a small stain at the corner of her lips, Shin deftly pulled out a handkerchief and wiped it away. Kanako had drunk an entire cup of warm milk earlier. Now, she was sleeping soundly, her small body rising and falling with each steady breath. Shin glanced at her peaceful expression and muttered to himself, good thing I've mastered body control techniques like chakra suppression and earth grudge fear. Otherwise, I really might not have been able to hold back. I should teach Kanako to handle things better next time. Smirking, he carefully left her room. Returning to his own bedroom, he let out a small sigh of relief when he realized Mikoto wasn't there. It seemed she was preoccupied with preparations for their departure tomorrow. No wonder Kanako had been so bold tonight. She had clearly seized the opportunity. To handle this troublemaker, alternating between rewarding her and disciplining her seemed to be the right approach. After some thought, Shin decided not to sleep in his room after all. With an almost habitual ease, he made his way back to Kanako's room and slipped under the covers beside her. As soon as he embraced her small frame, she instinctively curled up against him, seeking warmth. This little girl, if she didn't have someone to hold, she probably wouldn't sleep well all night. Kanako stirred slightly, her sleepy eyes half opening. Upon seeing him beside her, she shifted in his arms and nestled closer before drifting back to sleep. The next morning, Uchiha Mikoto arrived early. Upon stepping inside and seeing Shin and Kanako sleeping in each other's arms, her brows furrowed slightly. However, instead of scolding them, she simply smiled. Perhaps, after 2 years, she had grown used to Kanako's presence in Shin's life. After all, considering their circumstances, Mikoto had seen similar situations before. Time to wake up, both of you. She gently patted them awake. Kanako's eyes snapped open upon hearing Mikoto's voice. Realizing she was wrapped in Shin's arms and seeing Mikoto standing nearby, her face turned crimson. She looked exactly like someone who had been caught red-handed. Why, young master? Wake up. Lady Mikoto is here. Kanako hastily shook Shin, her voice panicked. Shin, unwilling to face reality, groaned before sitting up. Upon noticing Mikoto's unusually good mood, he sighed in relief. Over breakfast, Mikoto didn't bring up last night's events, nor did she question why Kanako seemed a bit more flushed than usual. Instead, she got straight to business. After finishing their meal, Mikoto, having already done her homework, briefed Shin on their next destination, the battlefield awaiting them. Chapter 29, Question. A year ago, when tensions between the great shinobi villages were at their peak, the leader of Mangekyo, Hanzo of the Salamander, emerged as a new force and waged war against the Land of Iron, Tsunade and Konoha in succession. Under Hanzo's command, Mangekyo's forces took nearly half a year to seize control of almost half of the Land of Iron's territory. His overwhelming victory cemented his reputation as a legend on the battlefield. After establishing himself as a dominant force, Hanzo turned his attention to Tsunade. However, his deadly poisons, which had previously wreaked havoc, were countered by Cho of the Hidden Sand. This unexpected setback forced Hanzo to retreat, as Mangekyo lacked the sheer military power to overpower Tsunade completely. Now, Hanzo has turned his sights back on us. At the same time, Tsunade has been launching skirmishes against Konoha's border forces. While other villages are caught up in their own conflicts, Konoha has not yet been directly targeted by them. Shin-kun, the battlefield we're heading to is likely Mangekyo. They're sending Lady Tsunade in a rush. I'm afraid Hanzo's poisons have already taken a severe toll on Konoha's forces at the front lines. I'll most likely be serving as a medical nin, which means I won't be in too much life-threatening danger. But you, Shin-kun, you'll definitely be deployed to the front lines, so you have to be careful. Uchiha Mikoto explained the current war situation to Uchiha Shin, analyzing the shifting allegiances and risks. More than anything, her concern was for him. Even though she knew Uchiha Shin was strong, she couldn't help but worry. Worrying about him didn't require a reason, it was simply how she felt. Uchiha Shin, who had already gathered some intelligence about the war, listened carefully. After Mikoto finished speaking, he nodded at her and responded seriously, "Don't worry, Mikoto. I won't die. You can be sure of that. Just wait for me to come back." His gaze flicked toward the bathroom for a moment before he smirked at Mikoto. She immediately caught his meaning, her face flushing slightly, but she still nodded seriously. After a brief discussion, they left Kaneko behind to look after the house and set off together. Upon reaching their destination, they spotted Tsunade, dressed in her standard Konoha shinobi attire. Her usual revealing outfits were replaced by a proper jonin uniform, sleeveless vest, mesh armor, and arm guards. However, even with the shinobi attire covering her, her impressive curves were impossible to conceal. Shin immediately noticed something seemed different about her today. They're smaller. Did she bind them down, or is she using some kind of armor plate? His eyes instinctively lingered on Tsunade for a moment, his thoughts wandering. Sensing his gaze, Tsunade quickly turned her head away, biting her lower lip. A faint blush dusted her normally fair skin. Shin had changed too much in the past 2 years. He was no longer a scrawny 12-year-old brat. Even though Tsunade had never actually compared men's physiques in detail, she was confident that Shin's build had developed into something beyond the normal standards of his age. It was as if he was physically compensating for his already monstrous chakra reserves. It was all because of his absurd rate of growth. The last time they drank together, things had almost gotten out of control. She still hadn't had a boyfriend before. She had been suppressing herself for so long, and now, the consequences of that were clear. This can't get out. If anyone found out, I'd definitely be arrested for corrupting a minor. She absent-mindedly touched her lips with her fingertips, still feeling some residual heat. Uchiha Mikoto, standing nearby, caught onto something. There was a different kind of tension in the air when Tsunade and Shin locked eyes. However, she didn't dwell on it too much. Instead, she cleared her throat and spoke softly, "Lady Tsunade, shouldn't we get moving?" "Oh. Alright, let's go. The squad is waiting at the village gate." Tsunade blurted out, quickly regaining her composure. She stole glances at Uchiha Shin as she began explaining the upcoming mission. Just as Mikoto had predicted, their destination was indeed a Megakure. Tsunade was currently engaging Konoha's forces, but that battlefield was being handled by none other than the infamous Konoha's White Fang, Hatake Sakumo. As a result, Konoha's legendary trio Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade were assigned to Megakure's front lines. Their mission was to repel Hanzo's forces before regrouping with Hatake Sakumo to counter Tsunade. Sakumo's sword techniques were particularly effective against Tsunade's puppet-based combat style. Meanwhile, Tsunade, as Konoha's foremost medical nin, was critical in developing a countermeasure against Hanzo's deadly poisons. The third Hokage's strategy relied heavily on each battlefield neutralizing the enemy's strengths. Theoretically, this approach was the safest course of action. However, Uchiha Shin knew something that the third Hokage did not. They were underestimating Hanzo of the Salamander. Right now, the shinobi world wasn't yet at the stage where cage-level fighters were treated as common foot soldiers, and super cage warriors ran rampant. However, Hanzo was one of the rare individuals capable of single-handedly shifting the tide of an entire war. That poison of his is a game-changer. Understanding the future course of events, Shin started contemplating how he could maximize his own gains while ensuring the safety of Mikoto, Tsunade, and himself. With that in mind, he moved closer to Tsunade and subtly hooked his pinky around hers. Tsunade, who had been walking with the main group, stiffened for a moment before shooting him a side-eye glare filled with affection. "We're heading to the front lines, you idiot," she muttered under her breath. "Now's not the time for this." Despite her words, she didn't pull her hand away. Shin chuckled but quickly got to the real reason he approached her. "Tsunade, how's your progress on the strength of 100 seal?" "Oh that." Tsunade visibly relaxed. When she had escorted members of the Uzumaki clan in the past, she had received some invaluable sealing techniques from them. Though she wasn't able to master high-level Uzumaki techniques like the adamant and sealing chains, she had taken inspiration from their knowledge. With Shin's guidance, she refined her yin seal development considerably. She lifted her forehead protector slightly, revealing the diamond-shaped mark on her forehead. "It's nearly complete. There are just a few minor adjustments left to stabilize chakra output." Shin nodded. "That's good. As long as you can control the output frequency and maintain chakra storage efficiency, you'll be able to keep your body in peak condition for extended battles." Hearing his approval, Tsunade couldn't help but smile slightly. After all, she had always valued his insights. A question. Hey guys, I have a doubt. I've noticed that many authors on Patreon offer advanced chapters for their novels. For example, some authors provide 30 chapters for $12, 60 chapters for $25, and 90-100 chapters for $38.40. But here's what I don't get. Why don't they just post the entire completed novel on Patreon for a fixed price? Let's say a novel has 230 chapters. And 30 public chapters, so private chapter are 200 chapters. If an author releases 100 advanced chapters for $40 in 1 month, then adds 30 extra chapters each following month, it would take about 5 months to release the full novel, meaning readers end up paying around $200 in total. Instead of stretching it out like this, why don't they just sell the complete 200-chapter novel at once for a single price? Why do they keep dragging it out with cliffhangers instead of letting readers buy and read the entire thing up front? Is there a specific reason behind this strategy? If an author offers 100 advanced chapters for $40, that means $40 equals 100 chapters in 1 month. After that, they release 30 extra chapters per month for the next 4 months. Month 2, 130 chapters total. Month 3, 160 chapters total. Month 4, 190 chapters total. Month 5, 200 chapters complete. If someone continues subscribing at $40 per month, the total cost for all 200 chapters over 5 months would be $40 times 5 equals $200. So reality, it takes 5 months, meaning the total cost is $200. Is this because people wouldn't pay a large amount upfront to read the entire novel, but they're more willing to pay a monthly subscription to read a little at a time? Would love to hear your thoughts. Chapter 30, Yin Seal. The Yin Seal had another advantage: it allowed for micro-adjustments to the body, maintaining a youthful appearance over time. Tsunade was still young, and she had no doubts about her beauty or figure, but who could guarantee the future? For a woman, retaining her youth could be just as important as strength. The confidence that she would never age gave her the ability to stand tall before Uchiha Shin, as if declaring that time would never take anything away from her. That lingering concern she had about a child being crushed under the weight of a massive force? It vanished the moment she completed the Yin Seal's development. When Uchiha Shin heard of her success, a flicker of intrigue flashed in his crimson Sharingan. The Yin Seal, an S-rank medical seal, it's definitely powerful. Uchiha Shin also planned to test his left eye's abilities in the future, especially its potential in an advanced form of sensory jutsu. Once I master the Yin Seal, I can ask Tsunade to take me to the Shikotsu forest and see if I can attain sage mode. Deep down, he had always wanted to visit Myoboku and Ryuhoka cave as well, learning all 3 variations of sage mode. Until now, he had never voiced this ambition, feeling he wasn't strong enough. But now, he had the strength and the confidence. These thoughts passed in an instant, he'd act on them only after the war concluded. Uchiha Shin followed Tsunade closely, listening to her detailed explanations as he learned the Yin Seal step by step. By the time their team had covered half the distance and made camp for the night, Uchiha Shin had already mastered the technique. However, he did not place the Yin Seal on his forehead like Tsunade. Channeling his chakra into a single point, a moment later, a black tomo pattern formed on his right shoulder. The seal greedily absorbed his chakra, storing it away like a hidden reservoir. Sitting cross-legged, refining his chakra, a rare smile appeared on Shin's face. The Yin Seal not only regulated the body's functions but could be used as an energy reserve. An extra chakra pool? No matter how he looked at it, it was a damn good deal. Shin-kun, your learning ability is incredible. Uchiha Mikoto, who had been observing him, spoke up. She could tell just by looking at him he had already mastered the Yin Seal. Meanwhile, even with Tsunade's direct guidance, she still couldn't grasp the fundamentals. Despite having awakened her 3 Tomo Sharingan, which had drastically improved her talent and learning ability, she still wasn't on Shin's level. Don't compare yourself to that little monster. There's nothing normal about him. Tsunade sat beside Mikoto, rolling her eyes at Uchiha Shin before clicking her tongue in reluctant admiration. Mikoto's face turned pink. After all, she had lived alongside Shin for 2 years, witnessing his growth both in skill and in certain other areas. And to be fair, Shin wasn't heartless. He had helped her when she struggled, albeit in his own way. From initial awkwardness to eventual familiarity, she had suffered a lot. Thinking about it, Mikoto glanced at Tsunade beside her with a hint of envy. Having observed her closely, she couldn't help but admire Tsunade's overwhelming presence. If given more time to develop, perhaps she, too, could reach the so-called fuel to the fire effect Shin always teased about. As they conversed, Shin suddenly stopped refining his chakra and turned his gaze toward the dense forest on the left. To be precise, he wasn't using his eyes. Kagura Mind's eye, his sensory ability had picked up on something. A group of ninjas was approaching stealthily. They were not reinforcements. Since they had not yet engaged, he couldn't determine their intentions, whether they were hostile or merely cautious. A 5-man team is approaching. Do we have backup nearby? Shin suddenly asked, addressing Tsunade. As the leader of the 30-man squad, she furrowed her brows at his words. The team's designated sensor ninja was equally confused. I don't sense anything. They're still 20 kilometers away. That's why. Shin replied flatly. 20 kilometers. The sensor ninja's eyes twitched. No known perception technique could detect enemies at such a range while also pinpointing their numbers. But everyone knew of Shin's special relationship with Tsunade. The sensor ninja dared not mock him outright. Lowering his head, he simply admitted, as Lord Uchiha Shin stated, I don't sense anything. Tsunade's brows knit together. We do have reinforcements, but not in this location. There have been reports of ambushes along the route to the Land of Rain. Her tone was grave, setting the course for their next actions. The resting ninjas instantly mobilized. Under Tsunade and Shin's command, a squad was dispatched to intercept the unidentified force. However, among the Konoha ninja accompanying Shin, a few expressions turned sour. Konoha's sentiment toward the Uchiha clan had not yet reached the point of open hostility, but the tension was undeniable. After all, the Uchiha were now primarily stationed in the Konoha military police force, essentially the village's enforcers. Their work was about as appreciated as that of overzealous security officers. Add to that their infamous tempers, and it was no surprise that most people viewed them with resentment. Having just settled down to rest, now being forced to march again because of an Uchiha's orders, it left a bad taste in their mouths. Sensing their displeasure, Shin ignored them. Silently, he dashed through the trees, his movements swift and fluid, forcing the others to work hard just to keep up. 5 minutes later, he halted. Visual on the enemy. Mikoto, right behind him, immediately spotted the 5-man team Shin had detected earlier. She signaled the other ninjas with quick hand signs. Enemy forces. The 4 Konoha ninjas who had doubted Shin's words fell silent. Tsunade's expression darkened as she recognized the enemy leader. That's Kazemaru, an elite jonin from Tsunagakuer. The Sand Village had already declared war on Konoha. For an elite jonin to be this deep behind enemy lines, he was undoubtedly on a critical mission. Tsunade cast a sidelong glance at Shin, her respect for him growing. When did this brat get such insane sensory abilities? Then, a sudden, absurd thought popped into her mind. Did this little bastard cheat with his perception ability every time we gambled and I lost? Her eye twitched. She'd get answers later. For now. War was waiting for them. A question. Dash. Hey guys, I have a doubt. I've noticed that many authors on Patreon offer advanced chapters for their novels. For example, some authors provide 30 chapters for $12, 60 chapters for $25, and 90-100 chapters for $38.40. But here's what I don't get. Why don't they just post the entire completed novel on Patreon for a fixed price? Let's say a novel has 230 chapters. And 30 public chapters, so private chapter are 200 chapters. If an author releases 100 advanced chapters for $40 in 1 month, then adds 30 extra chapters each following month, it would take about 5 months to release the full novel, meaning readers end up paying around $200 in total. Instead of stretching it out like this, why don't they just sell the complete 200-chapter novel at once for a single price? Why do they keep dragging it out with cliffhangers instead of letting readers buy and read the entire thing up front? Is there a specific reason behind this strategy? If an author offers 100 advanced chapters for $40, that means $40 equals 100 chapters in 1 month. After that, they release 30 extra chapters per month for the next 4 months. Month 2, 130 chapters total. Month 3, 160 chapters total. Month 4, 190 chapters total. Month 5, 200 chapters complete. If someone continues subscribing at $40 per month, the total cost for all 200 chapters over 5 months would be $40 times 5 equals $200. So reality, it takes 5 months, meaning the total cost is $200. Is this because people wouldn't pay a large amount up front to read the entire novel, but they're more willing to pay a monthly subscription to read a little at a time? Would love to hear your thoughts. Bonus chapter, 300 Power Stones. Chapter 31, Sand Shinobi. Uchiha Shin sensed something and glanced back at Tsunade. He could feel the slight hostility emanating from her, but it disappeared almost as quickly as it had come. He didn't dwell on it. He had more pressing concerns. His priority was simple: establish dominance. This was his first mission since returning, and the Konoha shinobi around him had underestimated him because of his age. That alone was unacceptable. Even if he wasn't living off Tsunade, the mere implication that he needed her support irked him. Move out. Without waiting for a detailed battle plan, Uchiha Shin rushed forward at the command. It was just a 5-man team led by an elite genin, hardly a challenge. If anything, this was an opportunity to test if his skills had dulled over the past 2 years. Seeing him charge in alone, Tsunade tensed. As his leading genin, she knew he was talented, maybe even monstrous, but talent alone didn't win battles. She lacked a full grasp of his strength. The same could be said for Uchiha Mikoto, who stood beside her, calm as ever. But as his wife, she would never question his decisions. Block their escape routes first. Mikoto activated her Sharingan, her 3 tomo spinning, and issued commands to the Konoha nin. The blood-red eyes alone were enough to send a chill down their spines. They obeyed without hesitation. Chidori Senbon. Shin flicked 3 shuriken into the air, coating them in lightning chakra before launching them forward. The electrified projectiles shot toward the enemy team, streaking through the air like miniature bolts of lightning. Enemy attack. Sensing the incoming attack, the elite genin Kazemaru reacted quickly, pulling out a kunao to intercept. Clang. The moment the kunao made contact, an electrical discharge exploded outward. The sudden surge of lightning chakra paralyzed the nearby Sunanin, leaving them momentarily vulnerable. Tuchnin barely had time to react before the shuriken pierced their throats. They clutched at their necks, gurgling as they collapsed. The remaining Sunanin faltered, their expressions shifting from confidence to horror. Their comrades had been alive mere seconds ago, and now they were bleeding out on the battlefield. Summon your puppets. Now. 3 Sunanin immediately deployed their puppets, one shaped like a feral beast, another resembling a heavily armored lizard, and the last a winged construct hovering in the air. Puppet users. Shin nearly laughed. They had no idea how outmatched they were. Although he possessed a certain advantage over them, he had no intention of using it. It simply wasn't necessary. With a sharp motion, Shin drew the katana from his back. The silver blade gleamed menacingly under the sunlight. Poison claw strike. 1,000 poison darts. Explosive feather barrage. The first puppet lunged, its claws coated in lethal poison. The second puppet spewed a barrage of razor-sharp needles. Above, the bird-like puppet unleashed a rain of explosive feathers. Tsunade and Mikoto stiffened at the sight. Even the Konoha nin, who had been skeptical of Shin's recklessness, momentarily thought he had made a fatal mistake. Just before the attacks reached him, Shin's blade crackled with lightning. Reikari, blade surge. With precise, fluid movements, he swung his sword. Sizzle. The puppet tiger's claws were severed in an instant. Shin pivoted, slashing through the incoming darts with such precision that they ricocheted back toward their owner. The lizard puppet was riddled with its own weapons before its controller could react. The explosive feathers descended, but Shin didn't even look up. Lightning style, thunder cage. A pulse of azure electricity radiated from his body, arcing toward the falling projectiles. Each explosive feather was intercepted midair, detonating harmlessly above him. The bird puppet, still hovering, was struck by residual lightning. Its chakra strings snapped, sending it crashing to the ground. In the span of mere seconds, the once formidable puppets had been reduced to smoldering wreckage. Kazemaru's eyes widened in shock. A monster! He muttered. Realizing the severity of the situation, he launched a desperate attack. Wind style, wind blade. A near-invisible crescent of wind chakra shot toward Shin, slicing cleanly through anything in its path. Wind chakra was notoriously difficult to counter with direct attacks. Against most shinobi, this would be a lethal move. But against Shin? He smirked. Too slow. As the wind blade approached, Shin adjusted his grip on his katana. The moment the two clashed, his blade cut through the wind chakra cleanly, dispersing the attack. Whoosh! The severed wind blade deviated, slicing through the trees behind him with surgical precision. Kazemaru paled. That technique, only Hotaki Sakumo, the White Fang of Konoha, had been known to do something like that. And now, before his very eyes, another Uchiha had done the same. You're getting distracted. Shin's voice snapped Kazemaru out of his daze. Reikari blade, thunderfall. With a flick of his wrist, Shin sent 3 arcs of lightning slashing toward his opponent. Wind style, great breakthrough. Kazemaru reacted instantly, unleashing a massive gust of wind in an attempt to disrupt the incoming attack. It was a mistake. The moment the wind clashed with the lightning arcs, the electricity dispersed into the air, but rather than vanishing, it was carried forward with the gust turning Kazemaru's own defense into his downfall. Lightning surged through the wind, striking Kazemaru directly. His body convulsed violently before he collapsed to his knees, steam rising from his burnt skin. Shin didn't give him a chance to recover. Bonus chapter -250 Power Stones. Chapter 32, Intel. Seeing Kazemaru's move, Uchiha Shin smirked. The lightning arc that was originally aimed at Kazemaru suddenly veered and struck the sand ninja behind him instead. These 3 sand shinobi were puppet users, and with their puppets destroyed, their combat capabilities were far weaker than even a standard Chunin. They stood no chance against Uchiha Shin's attack. The 3 were struck simultaneously, sent flying over 10 meters by the sheer impact. Of course, Uchiha Shin controlled his power. He wasn't going to kill them all, he needed at least one of them alive to extract information. Soru. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Shin vanished and reappeared before the retreating Kazemaru, giving him no chance to mourn his fallen comrades. Wind style. Kazemaru. Kazemaru tried to retreat while forming hand seals for a jutsu. But Uchiha Shin wouldn't allow it. In close quarters, letting an enemy complete hand seals was out of the question. All Kazemaru saw was a flash of lightning. Before he could even react, a blade crackling with electricity severed both his hands at the wrists, sending them flying into the air. The next moment, his entire body convulsed as the same electric charge coursed through him. Thud. Kazemaru collapsed, his body stiff and paralyzed from the surge of lightning. His wrists gushed blood, yet apart from his eyes, he couldn't move an inch. It's over already. The Konoha shinobi, who had scattered to engage the sand forces, were stunned at how quickly the battle had ended. Uchiha Shin turned to them, flicking the blood from his blade before speaking in a commanding tone. Clean up this mess. I'll handle the interrogation. His tone was that of a superior giving orders, firm, absolute, unquestionable. The 2 Konoha shinobi who had been gloating earlier felt a chill run down their spines when his Sharingan swept over them. It was as if Uchiha Shin had seen through every thought they'd harbored just moments ago. None of them dared to question him now. Even though he was speaking in such an overbearing manner, they no longer found it unreasonable. Uchiha Shin discreetly activated a fire-based absorption technique to consume the life force and chakra of the 2 sand ninja he had killed. The sensation of siphoning another shinobi's chakra was far more satisfying than feeding on wild animals. As the squad regrouped, Tsunade exhaled and glanced at Uchiha Shin. Damn kid, when did you get this strong behind my back? Feels like you could already give me a run for my money. Uchiha Shin internally scoffed. Compete with her? He had already surpassed her. What kind of self-delusion was she living in? Still, in front of so many people, he didn't bother mocking her. That's all thanks to your training, he said flatly, his tone mechanical and insincere. The other Konoha shinobi looked at Tsunade with newfound admiration. Seeing their gazes, Tsunade grinned smugly. At that moment, Uchiha Shin leaned in close and whispered, "It'd be unfair if I didn't give you a reward later." "Whatever it is, just say it," Tsunade said, confidently patting her chest. Uchiha Shin's eyes flickered as he looked at the ample view before him, his smirk turning mischievous. "I'd like you to use that sharp tongue of yours to mock me next time." Tsunade's expression froze. She instinctively crossed her arms over her chest. She hadn't expected him to turn his reward into something so depraved. But after a moment's hesitation, her face flushed red, and she nodded ever so slightly. "After we get back. Don't even think about asking for it now." "Got it, I know my limits." Uchiha Shin chuckled and rejoined the group. They returned to their temporary base, dragging the immobilized sand ninjas along. Seeing this, the other Konoha shinobi regarded Uchiha Shin with a mixture of awe and fear. The sensory ninjas, who had previously doubted him, lowered their heads and kept quiet, as if trying to make themselves invisible. Kazemaru remained conscious, his gaze steely despite his condition. It was clear that a simple interrogation wouldn't make him talk. "We're on a tight schedule. Should we just kill them?" someone suggested. "I think we should take them back to Konoha for questioning. Or maybe hand them over at the front lines." The group debated their next move. Tsunade, growing impatient, turned to Uchiha Shin. "What do you think?" Seeing her "I'll follow your lead" expression, Uchiha Shin sighed. She was pushing all responsibility onto him. But by now, the Konoha shinobi had stopped resisting his leadership. All eyes were on him, waiting for his decision. Noticing their shift in attitude, Uchiha Shin gave a small nod. He enjoyed being respected. Admired, even. But above all, he refused to be underestimated. There was no point in hiding his strength. He wasn't the type to play the fool to catch the tiger. Standing at the center, he raised his voice. "Take these sand ninjas to the front lines. I'll handle the interrogation personally." There were no objections. The group cleared a path for Uchiha Shin as he approached the captives. "Genjutsu, Sharingan." Grabbing the restrained Kazemaru, Uchiha Shin forced him to meet his gaze. The moment their eyes locked, Kazemaru's resistance crumbled, and the hypnotic pattern of the Sharingan reflected in his pupils. This technique, one of the many unique abilities of the Uchiha, had never failed him. With Kazemaru's will completely subjugated, Uchiha Shin began his questioning. Nearby, Uchiha Mikoto pulled out a scroll and started taking notes. The intel they extracted wasn't just about the Sand Village's plans, it also revealed the purpose of Kazemaru's team. Besides them, there were 5 other squads operating similarly. Their mission was to intercept Konoha's forces heading toward the Land of Rain. The Sand Village wanted to delay Konoha's reinforcements, forcing the war between Konoha and the Rain Village into a stalemate. If Konoha became bogged down in the Rain Village, they would have to fight on 2 fronts, giving the Sand Village a strategic advantage. The third Hokage's strategy was a swift blitzkrieg to eliminate the Rain Village forces, then focus on crushing the Sand. But if the Sand's plan succeeded, the war's outcome would become uncertain. "This information needs to reach Konoha immediately," Tsunade said, her expression serious. She quickly dispatched a messenger to relay the intel. As for Kazemaru and the remaining Sand ninjas, they were still taken to the front lines, just as Uchiha Shin had commanded. Bonus chapter -250 Power Stones. Chapter 33, Chapter 33. The next day, when Uchiha Shin and Tsunade arrived in the Land of Rain, the intelligence squad had already returned to Konoha with their findings. Upon receiving the report, the third Hokage narrowed his eyes and tapped his pipe against the ashtray, his face darkening. "Humph, so the Sand Village had such intentions all along." With a cold snort, Hiruzen immediately ordered the Anbu to secretly escort the next squad to the Land of Rain. Any Sand ninja found intercepting Konoha's forces was to be annihilated without mercy. After issuing the order, his gaze flickered upon learning that Uchiha Shin was responsible for this crucial intelligence breakthrough. A complicated expression crossed his face. Uchiha Shin is growing at an alarming rate. Defeating an elite Sand ninja squad on his own. Hiruzen murmured, lost in thought. If this had been at the start, he might have been pleased. Back then, he had believed Uchiha Shin to be aligned with his ideology. But over the past 2 years, through various exchanges, he had come to realize that Shin did not subscribe to the will of fire at all. That fact alone irked him. What was worse, Uchiha Shin had fully aligned himself with the Hawks of the Uchiha clan, further widening the ideological chasm between them. Hiruzen still remembered the era of the second Hokage, when the hawkish Uchiha Setsuna had attempted a coup. The memory remained fresh in his mind. If not for that incident, the Uchiha wouldn't have been gradually pushed to the outskirts of Konoha's political power. Still, Hiruzen knew he couldn't suppress them too overtly. Instead, he had promised the Uchiha that their contributions in this war would earn them the right to move their clan district back into the heart of Konoha. To that end, he had subtly steered the dovish Uchiha faction under Uchiha Toyama toward the sand front where glory was easier to attain. If he cannot be controlled, then he must be eliminated. Hiruzen took a deep breath and pushed the thought to the back of his mind. The war was ongoing, and Konoha could not afford to waste a valuable asset just yet. If Shin could be used and sacrificed for Konoha's victory, it would save Hiruzen a great deal of trouble. When Uchiha Shin and his squad reached the Rain Country's battlefield, they were swiftly integrated into the main force, where they encountered Jiraiya and Orochimaru. The Land of Rain's battlefield was vast. Konoha, with its superior numbers and military might, was steadily pressuring Megakura's forces. However, the hidden Rain village was holding out by leveraging its treacherous terrain and the sheer strength of its leader, Hanzo the Salamander. Jiraiya and Orochimaru, both in full combat gear, greeted Tsunade warmly. As fellow students of the third Hokage, their camaraderie was evident. Jiraiya's mood, however, darkened upon spotting Uchiha Shin beside her. He had long harbored feelings for Tsunade, and the rumors in Konoha about her preference for younger men only made him more uncomfortable. Seeing her conversing so freely with Shin, Jiraiya clenched his jaw. His mind drifted to those accursed rumors. Damn it, is it true that she likes young guys? He grumbled to himself but remained silent. His foul mood went unnoticed by Tsunade, who was more focused on the battlefield situation. Orochimaru, on the other hand, remained as unreadable as ever. However, upon learning that Shin had taken down an elite sand ninja team single-handedly, his snake-like gaze lingered on the young Uchiha with keen interest. After detaining the captured sand ninja, Tsunade wasted no time. Shin, Mikoto, come with me to the medical camp. I need to assess the wounded and analyze the effects of Hanzo's poison before I can create an antidote. Shin nodded without hesitation but made sure to check in with the Uchiha forces stationed here. It was then that he noticed a concerning pattern. The Uchiha positioned on the rain front were almost exclusively hawks. Meanwhile, the doves had been stationed on the sand front, where they had far more opportunities to gain recognition. Not only is this battlefield more dangerous, but even if we defeat a Megakure, it won't boost our reputation. Hiruzen really plays his little games well. Shin narrowed his eyes and scoffed internally. The hawks were already a minority within the clan, and with Hiruzen's manipulations, their numbers were dwindling even further. No wonder Uchiha Fugaku had managed to ascend as clan head later in the timeline. Hiruzen had likely been stoking internal conflicts all along. Yet, despite these political maneuvers, once the war ended, Konoha's suppression of the Uchiha only worsened. With the Nine Tails incident, Fugaku was eventually forced into the role of a rebel. The irony of it all was almost amusing. Uchiha Mikoto, walking beside him, also seemed troubled by these observations. However, she pushed her concerns aside and followed Tsunade into the medical tent. Inside, the sight was grim. Nearly a fifth of the wounded here were Uchiha. For those who succumbed to their injuries, Shin personally incinerated their bodies to prevent disease outbreaks, an unspoken, grim duty of war. Ordinary soldiers did not receive the luxury of a proper burial, and it was impossible to transport their remains back to Konoha. While others mourned, Shin saw opportunity. In less than a week, he had restored all the chakra he had expended in his left eye. His overall reserves had also expanded significantly. I might just get addicted to this. A dark thrill ran through him before he quickly suppressed it. Meanwhile, Tsunade had thrown herself into her work, working tirelessly to neutralize Hanzo's poison. A Megakure quickly caught wind of this development. Konoha's forces were emboldened, while a Megakure's morale wavered. Hanzo, fully aware of the situation's gravity, wasted no time. Their entire resistance hinged on two things: the sand village keeping Konoha occupied, and his poisons crippling enemy forces. With Tsunade on the battlefield, that second advantage was slipping away. Hanzo immediately dispatched his best assassins to eliminate her before she could succeed. But he had not accounted for Shin. With his formidable perception bolstered by the Kagura mind's eye, Shin intercepted every assassination attempt before the attackers could strike. In just 2 days, he had personally foiled 8 ambushes. His reputation on the battlefield was rapidly rising, second only to Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade themselves. Realizing that a highly perceptive shinobi was patrolling the enemy lines, a Megakure finally ceased its assassination attempts. They could not afford to keep throwing high-level combatants into a losing battle. Yet, even as a Megakure retreated into defensive strategies, Shin had no intention of slowing down. +. Bonus Chapter, 250 Power Stone. Chapter 34, Nawaki. Uchiha Shin took a deep breath, calming his mind before turning to Tsunade. Any progress on cracking it? He asked. Tsunade shook her head, frustration evident on her face. Seeing this, Shin exhaled and refocused, activating his Kagura's mind eye. In an instant, his perception expanded, scanning 100 kilometers in all directions. Every chakra signature, every presence within range, was laid bare in his mind. He continued his routine inspection of the camp, ensuring no enemy forces had infiltrated their ranks. Then, a frown formed on Shin's face. His brows furrowed as he examined the chakra signatures once more. It wasn't that he had found an unfamiliar chakra, rather, he had sensed a very familiar one. Nawaki? What the hell is Tsunade's little brother doing here? As the heir to the Senjo clan, Nawaki was someone Uzumaki Mito kept a tight leash on. The boy was never allowed to leave Konoha unsupervised, especially not to a war-torn front like the Land of Rain. It made no sense. 12 years old and sneaking onto a battlefield? That's some next-level brain damage, Shin muttered. His eyes narrowed as he pinpointed Nawaki's location. The brat's at Orochimaru's camp. Is he looking for his sensei? Shin knew the relationship between Nawaki and Orochimaru. Nawaki had been training under him for a while, and Shin rarely saw him outside of missions. It was always Orochimaru taking him along. But considering what Shin remembered about Nawaki's death in the Second Shinobi War, this didn't sit right. A conspiracy was brewing, and Shin could smell it. He didn't say anything to Tsunade. If she found out, she'd explode, and that wouldn't help anyone. Instead, he made an excuse, slipped away, and suppressed his chakra signature using Kagura's mind eye before quietly heading toward Orochimaru's camp. Magnet release, third eye. Near the camp, Shin formed a floating iron sand eye in his palm. Through this eye, he could spy on the scene ahead. As long as the conversation wasn't encrypted by special means, he could even read their lips. Everything in the eye's vision was relayed back to him. Combined with his wide-range sensory abilities, Shin could practically see and hear anything within his range. He guided the third eye toward Nawaki's position. Sure enough, the chakra signature belonged to Nawaki. But Shin also sensed 3 other unfamiliar chakra signatures near him. They weren't enemy assassins from Hidden Rain, these guys were moving too deliberately, almost like escorts. Did these 3 help him get here? Shin mused. Given Nawaki's current strength, barely at Chunin level, the brat had no business making it this far alone. His suspicions were confirmed when he got a good look at the idiot himself. Nawaki bounced on his feet, an excited grin on his face. Hell yeah! I made it to the front lines, he declared, punching the air triumphantly. Haha. And Grandma said I wasn't allowed to come here. What does she know? I'm gonna show everyone what I can do. My sister. My grandma. They'll see I'm an independent shinobi now. The brat strutted around the camp, soaking it all in like a tourist. He had no idea how out of place he looked. Shin's deadpan stare deepened. This is why Senju needs better leadership. Mangekyo had snuck out of Konoha 3 days ago. Most shinobi his age were already out on missions, yet he had been stuck in the village, coddled and overprotected. Then, while eavesdropping at the Hokage's office, he heard about Shin making a name for himself on the front lines. That was all it took. The brat got it into his head that he needed to prove himself. So he ran away. Kids got the survival instincts of a boiled potato, Shin muttered. How did he not die on the way here? Turns out, he wasn't alone. 3 masked shinobi had shadowed him the entire way. Root. The third Hokage's personal enforcers. They had ensured Naweki's survival until he reached the front lines. But they had never interfered otherwise. Right. They just needed to make sure he arrived. If he died on the battlefield, it wouldn't be Konoha's fault. In other words, someone had sent Mangekyo here to die. Shin's jaw clenched. He didn't care much about Senju politics, but even he could see the game being played. If Mangekyo died in transit, Mito and Tsunade would tear Konoha apart. But if he died fighting, he'd be a war hero. The Senju clan wouldn't be able to retaliate. Shin exhaled through his nose. And the kid doesn't even know he's a pawn. Meanwhile, Mangekyo was still talking. Don't tell my sister or sensei yet. I want to surprise them with how strong I am, he declared. Shin felt second-hand embarrassment just watching him. The Konoha Jounin in charge of the camp gave Mangekyo a look that could only be described as why is this happening to me? But orders were orders. There's a recon mission at the border, the Jounin finally said. Scout enemy movement and check for traps. It's dangerous. Are you sure you want to go? Of course. Don't underestimate me. I'm gonna be Hokage one day. Mangekyo beamed. The Jounin sighed. Shin, watching from above, also sighed. The kid had all the signs of a future corpse. Overconfident. Sheltered. No combat instincts. And walking straight into a setup. Shin had barely interacted with him before. But now? He was convinced this idiot was an upgraded version of Naruto except without the actual talent to back it up. No wonder Uzumaki Mito still held authority over the Senju clan. Tsunade didn't want the job, and Mangekyo. Well. Mangekyo was proof that not everyone should breed. This fool got played, Shin muttered. The root escorted him, but only so he wouldn't die early. They needed him to reach the battlefield. If he dies here, he's a hero. Konoha gets away clean. Tsunade and Mito lose their say in politics. Everyone wins, except him. Shin clicked his tongue. He wasn't exactly sentimental, but he had half a mind to step in. Technically, Mangekyo was his brother-in-law by association. Which meant if he let the brat die here, Tsunade would take it out on him later. Guess I'll have to clean this up. Suppressing his chakra further, Uchiha Shin silently began making his way toward the battlefield. You owe me for this, Senju brat. Bonus chapter, 200 Power Stones. Chapter 35, Mangekyo is about to die. Magnet release, iron sand marker. A small amount of unnoticed iron sand lifted off the ground and latched onto the corner of Mangekyo's shirt. Having placed the marker, Uchiha Shin had no intention of chasing after him. Instead, he turned back toward camp. If he rushed over to drag Mangekyo away, and the brat resisted, he'd have to fight him. Shin weighed the odds of that happening. Pretty damn high. If he really got into a brawl with Mangekyo, he'd just end up looking like an idiot. The last thing he needed was to be the camp's new joke. Shin wasn't dumb enough to involve himself in a pointless mess. He landed silently in front of Tsunade's medical tent and stepped inside. Tsunade was hunched over a collection of test tubes, deep in concentration. Using the toxins they had gathered, she was in the process of formulating an antidote. The moment she spotted him, her voice snapped out like a kunai. Shin. Where the hell have you been? I need you to use your healing jutsu to test how effective it is against this poison. Now that he thought about it, he was probably the only person in the entire camp capable of assisting her at this level. Without his help, the antidote's development would slow down drastically. All right, Shin agreed, stepping forward and placing his hands over the test subjects, his chakra glowing with the pale green hue of the mystical palm technique. He adjusted the chakra flow, observing how much was needed to neutralize the poison. As he worked, he casually dropped the real reason he had come. By the way, I picked something up during my patrol. Tsunade didn't look up, still mixing the liquid. What? Mangekyo came to the camp. The test tube in her hand slipped from her fingers and shattered against the floor. Her bright brown eyes widened, her expression shifting as 1,000 emotions warred on her face. Her mouth opened and closed before she finally found her voice. What? There were a few unknown shinobi with him. Anbu or Root, most likely. Shin continued, as if he hadn't just dropped a bomb. He accepted a reconnaissance mission. Based on the marker I put on him, he's already heading toward the front lines. Silence. Then. What the fuck is he doing on the front lines? Tsunade's roar shook the entire tent. Her chest rose and fell violently, her anger tangible in the air. Crack. 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 Her fists clenched, knuckles popping loudly as her fury continued to build. Her teeth ground together, her jaw tight as she growled, where is that little shit now? They're approaching the edge of the battlefield, Shin answered dryly. I can still sense him. Tsunade's fury flared even hotter. That dumbass. He finally started getting better, and now he's charging into the most dangerous zone. Let's move. She ripped off her gloves and shoved her medical instruments aside, not giving a damn about the antidote anymore. She knew her brother well. Too well. Nagato was kind-hearted, but that just meant he lacked self-preservation. With no battlefield experience, no real perception ability, and too much idealism, he wouldn't last a damn day. Tsunade turned to the only other person present. Mikoto, keep working. Follow the formula I gave you. Uchiha Mikoto nodded and continued her work as Tsunade turned to Shin. With him leading the way, the two of them sprinted toward Nagato's location. From Shin's sensory ability, he could tell that Nagato was still moving, dashing through the forest like an idiot with no awareness. The brat had no tracking jutsu, no experience, nothing. Just blind confidence. Shin exhaled sharply, already predicting how this was going to end. As Nagato charged recklessly ahead, he reached the boundary of the range shinobi's territory. A minefield of explosive tags lay ahead. Obvious. Painfully obvious. And yet, Nagato didn't notice. Shin had to hold back the urge to laugh. Is this dumbass serious? The three root shinobi tailing him certainly weren't going to warn him. Their orders were simple, escort Nagato to the front. If he accidentally died? Well. That would just make their jobs easier. Nagato's eyes lit up as he spotted a set of footprints ahead. He grinned, his excitement making him run faster. This fool, Shin muttered. Even through his iron sand perception, he could clearly see the damn trap. Is he blind? He wasn't the only one who noticed. The root shinobi saw it too, but made no attempt to stop Nagato. Instead, they simply prepared to recover the body. Then. Use HAAA. With an excited shout, Nagato leaped forward straight into the trap. Shin instantly moved. Magnet release, iron sand barrier. From thousands of meters away, his refined iron sand surged toward Nagato, encasing him in a protective sphere just before his feet touched the ground. Boom. The explosion sent fire and debris into the sky. Tsunade skidded to a halt beside Shin, panic flickering across her face. What the hell was that? Shin exhaled and said flatly, Nagato. He jumped into an explosive tag trap. Tsunade's face went pale. He what? I saved him, Shin added lazily. But you seriously need to sit this brat down and give him a lesson on survival. Even academy kids know better. Tsunade's hands clenched at her sides. Then, suddenly, she crossed her arms and looked away. It's not my fault. I wasn't the one who raised him. Shin gave her a skeptical look. What? She shrugged. I was already a chunin when my parents had him. They took care of him. Then Grandma Mito raised him, and after that, Orochimaru trained him. It's got nothing to do with me. The more she spoke, the more it sounded like she was desperately distancing herself from the problem. Shin stared at her. You really gonna pretend you're not related? Tsunade scowled, crossing her arms tighter. I'm not. I barely even know him. Shin just shook his head in amusement. Then, suddenly, something clicked in his mind. Wait. You had parents. The air grew still. Tsunade slowly turned her head toward him. What did you just say? Shin, now sensing danger, coughed awkwardly. I mean, I never heard you mention them before. Tsunade's fists trembled. So you think I just spawned out of the fucking dirt? Shin wisely shut up. For a second. Then he gave her a once-over. Well, with how you fight, it wouldn't be that weird. Tsunade roared and took a swing at him. Shin barely dodged in time, smirking as they continued toward Nagako's location. Chapter 36, Chapter 36. Tsunade rolled her eyes at Uchiha Shin and said, First of all, my parents aren't dead. My father is from the Senju clan, and my mother is just an ordinary villager from Konoha. Second, why should I even mention them? They're alive and well, in their 40s. Third, they integrated into Konoha according to my grandfather's teachings. They don't want unnecessary attention, and they specifically told me not to disturb them too much. Uchiha Shin coughed awkwardly, realizing something that had never crossed his mind before. Tsunade's parents never existed in his previous knowledge, and she never mentioned them. He had always assumed she was like him, both parents gone. Turned out she had both parents alive but lived independently, keeping her distance. In an attempt to shift the subject, Uchiha Shin's expression turned serious. The situation on Nagako's side isn't good. Looks like root operatives are after him. Root again. Denso. Tsunade's eyes darkened. She already suspected Root had been involved in the previous attack on Shin, and now, here they were again. There was no doubt about it, the Senju clan was being targeted. Tsunade clenched her fists. Right now, she wanted nothing more than to storm back to Konoha and drag Denso out of his rat hole for a proper beating. Meanwhile, the three Root ninjas, who had come to recover the body of Nagako, were confused. Inside the fiery crater, something stirred. At the center, a dark sphere formed. Ah! Hot! 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 A muffled scream echoed from within, reaching Tsunade's ears. The Root ninjas hesitated, unsure of what was happening, but one of them took action, launching an attack at the strange iron sphere. TCH. You think you can break through my iron sand shield? From 1,000 meters away, Uchiha Shin called out, Tsunade, get over there now. I'll keep these three occupied. Although Tsunade had no clue what he meant by iron sand, she didn't question it. She took off running toward the location he pointed at. Magnet release, iron sand grip. Uchiha Shin focused his chakra. The iron sand he had refined carried his own chakra, allowing him to control it remotely. It wouldn't last long, but it was more than enough to deal with a few jonin. The black sand iron swirled before forming a massive hand that shot out of the ground, reaching for the root ninja attacking the shield. Two of them reacted fast enough to retreat. The third wasn't so lucky. Magnet release, iron sand binding kill. Uchiha Shin clenched his fist, and instantly, the giant sand iron hand exploded with hundreds of sharp spikes, impaling the root ninja trapped within. His body convulsed violently, transforming into a grotesque pincushion of iron spikes before going limp. Soul transference, black flame shroud. Uchiha Shin's right eye spun, revealing the ominous glow of his Mangekyō Sharingan. In an instant, the black flames of his jutsu flared to life, consuming the sand iron hand along with the impaled ninja's corpse. The chakra and life force absorbed from the victim momentarily reinforced the iron sand, making it stronger. This was the technique he had developed over the past 2 years, a refined version of soul transference. His left eye allowed him to shape the black flames at will, similar to Uchiha Sasuke's Kagutsuki. Now, he could attach these flames to his techniques or weapons, draining life force and chakra from his enemies while attacking. And this was the first time he had unleashed it from long range. Seeing how effective it was, he couldn't help but smirk. Next up. Magnet release, iron sand prison. To prevent the root operatives from escaping, Uchiha Shin gathered more of his chakra. A massive wave of iron sand erupted from the ground, enclosing the remaining root ninjas within an inescapable prison. Complex ceiling patterns formed along its walls, ensuring that unless they had space-time ninjutsu, escape was impossible. Earth release, hiding like a mole technique. One of the trapped root ninjas formed a quick seal, attempting to soften the earth beneath him to tunnel away. The moment his hand touched the ground, the black flames leapt onto his skin. Ack! His arm withered and burned at an alarming rate, his flesh turning to ash before his horrified companion's eyes. Water release, water colliding wave. The second root ninja quickly formed a seal, releasing a powerful stream of water toward his burning ally in an attempt to extinguish the flames. But it was futile. The black flames, enhanced by Shin's pupil power, refused to be doused just like the infamous Amaterasu. Damn it! Realizing their situation was hopeless, the two root operatives shared a silent nod. Tsunade had just arrived near the prison when she saw them bite down on something. Shit! But before she could stop them, they crushed the poison capsules hidden in their molars. The potent toxin took effect almost instantly, snuffing out their lives in mere seconds. Tsunade skidded to a halt, watching helplessly as their bodies crumbled, consumed by the relentless black flames. Uchiha Shin, unfazed, let the flames burn them away. He wasn't about to let high-ranking root corpses go to waste. Their chakra and life energy were still ripe for harvesting. Tsunade stood there as the sand iron cage collapsed, revealing Mangekyo inside. The iron sand peeled away, uncovering the young Senju sprawled on the ground, whimpering. His hands and feet were scorched red from the intense heat of the explosion. The iron sand shield had saved his life, but the aftermath of the detonation had still burned him. Tsunade's face darkened. You stupid, idiotic little brat. Mangekyo flinched, looking up in horror. If it weren't for the iron sand intervention, he would have been dead. And if that had happened, Tsunade would never be able to face their grandmother Mito, or their parents. Sis. The moment Mangekyo saw Tsunade's terrifying glare, all the pain from his burns vanished. He shrank back, looking like a frightened quail. Uchiha Shin arrived just in time to witness Tsunade clenching her fist before delivering a monstrous punch to Mangekyo's head. You nearly got yourself killed, you little shit. Gah! The impact sent him flying several meters, his body skidding across the dirt before stopping at Shin's feet. Uchiha Shin looked down at the groaning boy and nudged him lightly with his foot. Mangekyo groaned in pain but immediately snapped to attention the moment Shin tapped his forehead with his shoe. Well? Are you dead yet? Mangekyo, still lying on the ground, raised his head like a resurrected corpse. Shin smirked. Tsunade, meanwhile, cracked her knuckles. You should be thanking Shin. If it weren't for him, your dumb ass would have been in a body bag. Now get your ass up. Mangekyo scrambled to his knees, bowing toward Uchiha Shin, not sure if he should thank him or fear him. Shin just clicked his tongue, amused. What a mess. Chapter 37, Chapter 37. That. Hee big bro Shin, thanks a lot. Otherwise, I, the future Hokage, would have died here. Looking at Mangekyo's goofy grin, Uchiha Shin resisted the urge to kick him in the face. If you keep rushing toward death like that, one day you won't get back up. Now stop grinning like an idiot and explain what the hell happened. Even though he was annoyed, Shin still placed his hand over Mangekyo's wounds and used the mystical palm technique to heal him first. A few moments later, Mangekyo, now fully recovered, jumped up as if nothing had happened. Watching him move so easily, Shin muttered under his breath, the Senju's vitality really is something else. They bounce back way faster than normal people. Obviously. It's just a shame that this kid is like me, no wood release. Only grandpa had it. Tsunade, arms crossed, huffed and then turned to glare at Mangekyo. Mangekyo immediately shrank under her gaze, lowering his head like a scolded puppy. The near-death experience had finally made him realize just how reckless he'd been. Tsunade then glanced at the two corpses, or rather, the ashes of the root operatives Shin had incinerated. She didn't bother asking him what technique he'd used. There was no point. Besides, since those bastards took poison, it was impossible to confirm their identities. If they had taken the bodies back to Konoha and confronted Danzo, that old fox would have just denied everything. Tsunade clenched her fists. As much as she hated to admit it, she knew she couldn't do anything about him, not yet. For now, the priority was understanding how Nawaki even ended up in this mess. Under the combined stares of Tsunade and Shin, Nawaki spilled everything. From his perspective, this wasn't some elaborate setup. He had just wandered too far without realizing the danger. Despite that, he still looked at Shin with awe in his eyes. Big brother Shin. Let me call you big bro from now on. Teach me that badass jutsu you used earlier. The way Shin had manipulated the iron sand to shield him had looked incredibly cool in Nawaki's eyes. Shin immediately smacked the back of his head in annoyance. Forget it. That's magnet release, something I developed myself. You wouldn't be able to use it. Shin's right. You should master the basics of your own clan's jutsu first. Tsunade backed him up without hesitation, effectively shutting Nawaki up. After piecing together the details, she and Shin exchanged a glance before speaking in hushed tones. I'm guessing the third Hokage wants to use this war to erase the last remnants of the Senju. Tsunade said nothing. She couldn't say anything. Because, deep down, she knew Shin was right. Her sensei, the third Hokage, along with Danzo and the rest of the higher UPS, had all but abandoned the Senju clan. What made her blood boil even more was Danzo's involvement. The root operatives had clearly intended to take Nawaki's body. She didn't even have to think to know why. That bastard Danzo wanted to experiment on Nawaki's DNA, hoping to replicate Hashirama's would release. Tsunade's jaw clenched. Anger surged through her veins. But even if she wanted to confront Danzo, she had no solid proof. The only thing she could do was return to camp and inform Grandma Mito about everything. You need to send Nawaki back immediately. Have your family keep a close eye on him so he doesn't run off again. Agreed. It's too dangerous here for him. Shin and Tsunade were on the same page. She turned to her younger brother. Did you hear that? You understand the situation now. Nawaki scratched his head, not daring to argue. Even if he was normally carefree, he wasn't stupid. He had heard everything Shin and Tsunade discussed. Knowing that people wanted him dead had sobered him up quickly. Just as they prepared to leave, Shin suddenly tensed. His Sharingan activated instantly, scanning the area. Ninjas were approaching. They weren't from Konoha. He shot a quick glance at Tsunade and Nawaki before surrounding them both in iron sand and pulling them into the shadows. Moments later, a squad of Mangekyo ninjas arrived. They examined the battlefield, their expressions wary. Looks like someone triggered an explosive trap. Did they survive? Who knows? Either way, we should report back. The group exchanged a few words before quickly retreating. As they left, Shin condensed a small amount of iron sand and discreetly attached it to one of them. If his guess was correct, they were probably talking about Hanzo's next move. Mangekyo was already losing ground against Konoha. If Tsunade's antidote was finished within a week, then Hanzo's poisonous tactics would lose their effectiveness entirely. They had no choice. If they didn't want to surrender, they had to go all in. But Shin didn't know when Hanzo would make his move, and neither did Orochimaru, Jiraiya, or Tsunade. For now, holding the current front line was the safest strategy. I placed a marker on one of them. If I'm lucky, I'll be able to track their attack plan. Let's return to camp and prepare. Mangekyo won't sit around waiting for us to counter their poison. Tsunade nodded. As they made their way back, she found herself sneaking glances at Shin. He was focused, his expression sharp. And yet, despite being the same age as Nawaki, he felt far more mature, far more reliable. When did I start listening to him so naturally? As an adult, she should be the one guiding and protecting. Yet, around Shin, it felt like the roles had reversed. Strangely enough, she didn't mind. Lost in thought, she barely noticed when Shin opened his eyes again. Phew. The Rain Ninja are planning a full-scale attack on this camp within a day. Tsunade snapped back to reality. Call Orochimaru and Jiraiya. We need to discuss countermeasures. On it. She turned to leave but paused, glancing at Shin. You should rest too. Don't overwork yourself. Shin blinked. The last time Tsunade had spoken this softly to him, she had been drunk off her ass. You good? Tsunade rolled her eyes. Idiot. Just accept my concern. Then she walked away, leaving Shin both amused and slightly terrified. Man, when you act all sweet and caring while sober, it's kinda terrifying. Bonus chapter, 200 Power Stones. Chapter 38, Chapter 38. Before leaving, Tsunade couldn't help but pat her face and mutter, am I usually this fierce? She sighed, a guilty expression flashing across her face. Tsunade wasn't particularly harsh, but she wasn't gentle either. Carefree and strong-willed, her relationship with Uchiha Shin had always been one of camaraderie rather than strict hierarchy. Shaking off the unnecessary thoughts, she hurried to discuss tactical arrangements with Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and the others. By the time she returned, exhaustion weighing heavily on her, she found Uchiha Shin sleeping soundly, his head resting on Mikato's lap. Tsunade quickly discarded any lingering feelings of sympathy she had for him earlier. Shin-kun, Tsunade-sensei are back. Seeing Tsunade approach, Mikato gently nudged Uchiha Shin. Her movements were soft, as if afraid of waking him too abruptly. Fortunately, Uchiha Shin wasn't actually asleep. He opened his eyes leisurely, his gaze settling on Tsunade as she approached. "You're back. How did the strategy meeting go?" he asked casually, not even bothering to sit up, his head still comfortably pillowed on Mikato's lap. Mikato, feeling the weight of Tsunade's stare, flushed red but didn't push him away. She was indulging him. Tsunade, suppressing a flicker of jealousy, exhaled and spoke in a serious tone, detailing the battle plans they had discussed. "We'll be reallocating some of the forces from this camp to reinforce the other battlefronts. When they launch their assault, we'll hold them back here while our main force pushes directly into Megakure." Their plan was straightforward, counter the enemy's strategy with their own. But Uchiha Shin saw a major flaw: they hadn't properly accounted for Hands of the Salamander. In an era where cage-level shinobi reigned supreme, Hands was undoubtedly one of the strongest. Uchiha Shin preferred to avoid direct confrontation with him. But even if he voiced his concerns, it wouldn't matter. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and the others wouldn't back down just because he warned them of the threat. Only Tsunade, big, cute, and blessed in all the right places, might actually listen to him. But even then, retreating wasn't an option. If they didn't hold Hands back, Konoha's forces on other fronts would suffer devastating losses. After careful consideration, Uchiha Shin nodded slightly and chose not to interfere. For now, the plan was solid. The only question was, when Hands made his move, would he be able to stop him? Would he survive the encounter? He had never fought a true cage-level opponent before. He couldn't be sure. "No matter what, I won't die even if I lose." He clenched his fists, feeling the power surging within his Sharingan. Even if he couldn't manifest the complete form of Susanoo yet, he was confident he could stand against the so-called demigod of the shinobi world. Excitement stirred in his chest, overpowering any fear. Meanwhile, within a Megakure, Hands stood before his assembled forces, hundreds of nin, their faces hard with determination. Gazing down at them, Hands felt a surge of pride. From the moment he implanted the venom sac of the deadly black salamander into his own body as a child, he had clawed his way to power. From a mere warrior to the undisputed leader of a Megakure. From a feared shinobi to a legend whispered across nations. Now, with war at his doorstep, he was prepared. A Megakure's inevitable defeat was something he had already foreseen. Not because he was weak, far from it. But because his village was too small. Even Tsunagakure, the weakest of the 5 great shinobi villages, could crush them if it came down to raw power. So, this wasn't a battle he needed to win outright. No. This was about sending a message to the world. Even if a Megakure fell to Konoha, it wouldn't be a loss. It would prove to the world that they were strong enough to challenge the Leaf. War had long plagued a Megakure due to its unfortunate location, caught between the borders of major nations. Shinobi from all villages waged their battles on its soil, leaving the people of Rain Country to suffer. This war was his answer to that injustice. And now, he had to solidify his gains. Recently, a Megakure had crushed the Land of Iron's forces, raiding their wealth, capturing their women, and expanding their territory. Now, as the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire clashed, he had seized even more land. What mattered now was holding on to those gains, making sure Megakure didn't just fight, but emerged stronger than ever. To do that, he needed to cripple Konoha's will to fight. If Tsunade cracked his poisons, all of this would be for nothing. He had to act before that happened. A Megakure will rise. The world will know that we are a force to be reckoned with. Advance. With that final war cry, Hands led his army forward, hundreds of nin marching toward Konoha's camp. From a distance, Uchiha Shin sensed the approaching army. He sighed at Han's speech. A Megakure could barely scrape together 100 elite fighters, and yet here they were, making dramatic proclamations. Was the pre-battle speech really necessary? Suppressing a chuckle, he turned toward his allies. "They're coming." Orochimaru, his pale face twisted into a grin, gave a low chuckle. "Your sensory skills are remarkable, Uchiha Shin. It saves us a great deal of effort." Despite his eerie demeanor, Shin knew Orochimaru was genuinely complimenting him. And at least Orochimaru was polite. Aside from his unsettling aura, he wasn't all that bad. Uchiha Shin nodded in acknowledgement. "How are the preparations?" Jiraiya crossed his arms. "Most of our forces have moved out. Traps are set along their path." Tsunade stepped forward, pulling out a handful of small vials. "These are antidote pills I developed on short notice." Her voice was firm, but there was a hint of strain. "They won't completely neutralize the salamander's poison, but they'll suppress its effects long enough for treatment. They're safe to use." The others immediately took the antidotes, grateful for the precaution. Meanwhile, as Han's forces advanced, they were met with a relentless barrage of explosive traps. Boom! Another trap ignited, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. The already small nin army lost several more men in an instant. The war had begun. Join Patreon for complete novel, 240 chapters. https://www.patreon.com/dd44. Chapter 39, Chapter 39, Hanzo. Dear readers. Join Patreon for complete novel, 240 chapters. https://www.patreon.com/dd44. Strange, there are too many traps. Hanzo of the Salamander had already noticed something was off. Setting traps on a battlefield was normal, but this was excessive. Poison gas traps, explosive tags, pitfall traps, they had encountered so many that even with constant checks, they couldn't clear them all in time. The relentless ambushes had whittled their forces down. The army that started with hundreds had now been reduced to barely over 80. The sheer loss of life sent ripples of unease through the ranks of the hidden range shinobi. If it weren't for Hanzo himself leading them, morale would have collapsed entirely. Now, as they stood a few hundred meters from the Konoha encampment, Hanzo clenched his jaw and bellowed, "No matter what, we must kill them all. Anyone who retreats will be executed." His harsh command left no room for cowardice. With no choice but to obey, the remaining range shinobi advanced, each swallowing the antidote to Hanzo's toxin before charging towards the enemy camp. Summoning jutsu, Ibus, burrow deep. Hanzo wasted no time, forming hand seals to summon his massive, poison-spewing salamander. The enormous beast slithered underground, moving into position before resurfacing with a guttural growl. Poison mist spray. Without hesitation, Ibus unleashed a thick cloud of lethal purple gas, blanketing the battlefield. Hanzo followed up by weaving additional hand seals, using wind release to push the toxic fog towards the Konoha stronghold. Looks like it's time. High above the camp, a figure stood watching the unfolding battle, a wide grin stretching across his face. Uchiha Shin's crimson eyes gleamed with exhilaration. Magnet release, iron sand tsunami. Clapping his hands together, he sent a surge of chakra into the earth. The ground trembled as an enormous wave of iron sand erupted into the air, towering over the battlefield like a black tidal wave. Orochimaru and Jiraiya, witnessing Shin's chakra surge for the first time, exchanged looks of disbelief. This isn't normal. The intensity of his chakra was overwhelming, far beyond what they expected. Even Tsunade, watching from a distance, felt a pit form in her stomach. In her memory, Shin was strong, but not like this. His presence now eclipsed even their teachers. Before they could dwell on it further, the iron sand wave came crashing down, swallowing the approaching range shinobi whole. Despair flashed across their faces just before the tsunami buried them beneath tons of crushing metal. Boom. The battlefield trembled under the weight of the attack. The shinobi caught in its wake had no chance. Their bodies were mercilessly crushed, suffocated, and torn apart by the sheer force of the attack. Shin's right eye gleamed ominously, its intricate pattern twisting as he activated his next move. Soul transference, sacrifice. A dark fire ignited deep beneath the iron sand, unseen by all. The 80+ trapped range shinobi were suddenly engulfed in jet black flames. Their life force and chakra were forcibly extracted, siphoning into Shin's body like a rushing river. His left eye spun rapidly, processing the immense energy influx. Wind, earth, and fire. Good. I'll construct dust release now. Now that he had a constant source of vitality restoring his pupil power, Shin didn't hold back. Lowering his head, his Mangekyō Sharingan whirled as he forcibly merged the 3 chakra natures within his body. Once. Twice. 10 times. The process was grueling. His vision blurred, his limbs trembled, and his body screamed in exhaustion. But when he lifted his gaze again, he knew. He had succeeded. Orochimaru and the others, watching his condition, were stunned. Just moments ago, Shin had seemed unstoppable. Now, he was barely standing. Did he burn through his chakra using a forbidden technique? Jiraiya muttered. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes but said nothing. Regardless of how he did it, Shin had just decimated a massive portion of Hanzo's forces. That was undeniable. Before they could recover, the poisonous fog rolled closer. Without hesitation, Jiraiya and Orochimaru rallied the Konoha shinobi. Wind style, great breakthrough. A storm of wind release jutsu erupted from the Konoha forces, colliding with the advancing poison cloud. Hanzo, watching from atop Ibus, narrowed his eyes behind his mask. They anticipated my moves. Who leaked our strategy? His fists clenched as he mentally cycled through possible traitors. But he had no time to dwell on it now. His forces were decimated. Victory was slipping through his fingers. Only 2 options remained, retreat or fight to the death. He inhaled sharply, his mind made up. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade. His gaze burned with resolve. If I take them hostage, Hidden Rain can still save face. With newfound determination, he issued a command to Ibus. Go. The colossal salamander lunged forward as Hanzo formed a new set of seals. Ninja art, concealing mist jutsu. A dense fog swept across the battlefield, shrouding everything in a thick haze. Hidden within the cover, Hanzo charged straight at the Konoha camp. The moment he closed in, he tore off his mask and exhaled. A cloud of highly concentrated poison flooded the area. This time, he held nothing back. Every last ounce of toxin stored in Ibus's poison sac poured forth, catalyzed by Hanzo's chakra into an even deadlier mist. And this time, it wouldn't be so easily dispelled. Before anyone could react, Hanzo launched his next attack. Water style, poisoned water dragon bullet. A massive water dragon surged forward, its swirling body laced with the airborne poison. It was a monstrous sight. A writhing, liquid serpent, infused with toxins so potent that a single touch could melt flesh. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade could evade it, but the shinobi behind them weren't as lucky. A dozen Konoha shinobi were struck instantly. Their bodies detonated upon impact, internal organs bursting as poisoned water tore through them. Screams echoed across the battlefield. Nearby, shinobi who had only been splashed by the toxic liquid clutched at their faces in agony. Their skin blistered, eyes melted in their sockets, and throats closed as they collapsed, convulsing. The air reeked of blood, death, and despair. Hanzo pulled his mask back on, surveying the devastation with cold eyes. Now, he muttered, turning toward the stunned trio before him. Let's see if you three can survive this. Dear readers, join Patreon for complete novel, 240 chapters. https://www.patreon.com/dd44. Chapter 40, vs Hanzo. Dash. Dear readers, join Patreon for complete novel, 240 chapters. https://www.patreon.com/dd44. Water release, Water Dragon Jutsu. Hands, who had successfully launched his attack, quickly formed a new set of seals and unleashed a deadly follow-up technique aimed at Uchiha Shin, who remained motionless. At that exact moment, Uchiha Shin, having just completed his hand-drawn portrait, abruptly lifted his head. Fire release, Great Dragon Flame. Clapping his hands together, Uchiha Shin compressed a vast amount of chakra within his body, condensing it before expelling it from his mouth. A massive dragon of pure fire materialized in the air. Zzzzzzzzz. The intense heat vaporized the lingering poisonous mist in the atmosphere. Under Uchiha Shin's precise control, the flaming dragon suddenly split into 5 ferocious fire dragons. Boom! One of the fire dragons collided with the incoming water dragon and obliterated it in an instant, causing a massive wave of steam to rise. Utilizing the strong updraft created by the high-temperature flames, Uchiha Shin carried the remains of the poisonous mist into the sky. The remaining 4 fire dragons charged forward, launching an all-out assault on Hanzo, who sat atop his summoned salamander, striking from all sides. This level of fire release. Did Konoha send an elite from the Uchiha clan? Even before the flame dragons reached him, the oppressive heat waves forced Hanzo to acknowledge the devastating power behind them. Water release, instantaneous water body. Unwilling to take the attack head-on, Hanzo swiftly formed a one-handed seal and instantly liquefied his body, vanishing into a pool of water just as the dragons struck. However, his summoned salamander was not as fortunate. The 4 remaining fire dragons slammed into the massive creature, detonating upon impact. The force of the explosion hurled it hundreds of meters away, the extreme heat searing its thick, armored hide and tearing flesh from bone. The acrid scent of burnt flesh filled the battlefield. Though gravely injured, the salamander's durability kept it from being completely incapacitated. Seeing that Hanzo had been forced into retreat, Jiraiya and Orochimaru immediately capitalized on the opening. Earth release, Swamp of the Underworld. Orochimaru slammed both palms against the ground, instantly turning the area beneath the salamander into a deep, viscous swamp. Jiraiya, understanding his comrade's intention, inhaled deeply before releasing a potent mixture of oil-infused chakra from his mouth. Fire release, Flame Bullet. A massive fireball shot toward the struggling salamander, fueled by the flammable oil. Though it lacked the sheer destructive force of Uchiha Shin's earlier attack, it was still lethal. Water release, Water Wall. Hanzo, ever the master of water techniques, swiftly erected a towering wall of water to intercept the incoming flames. He broke free from the swamp and rushed toward Jiraiya and Orochimaru, wielding his infamous chain sickle, its razor edges coated with deadly poison. While the 3 clashed, Tsunade bit her thumb and slammed her palm to the ground. Summoning Jutsu, Katsuyu. A giant slug from the Shikotsu forest materialized in a burst of smoke. Understanding Tsunade's unspoken command, Katsuyu immediately divided into smaller clones, slithering across the battlefield to retrieve the poisoned victims, dragging them to safety for treatment. Tsunade hurried to Uchiha Shin, her face filled with concern. Are you hurt? Uchiha Shin, who had momentarily faltered, quickly regained his composure. No, just a temporary breathing issue. I'm fine. He nodded slightly, eyes fixed on Hanzo, who had regained the upper hand against Jiraiya and Orochimaru. The remaining Amon under Hanzo's command were nearing their limits, their vitality and chakra being steadily drained by Shin's earlier sand-iron assault. As their bodies crumbled, their remnants merged into Uchiha Shin's being. Though this couldn't replenish the enormous chakra expenditure from his failed attempt at deducing dust release, it was enough to sustain him in battle. During his confrontation with Hanzo, Uchiha Shin made a surprising realization. So this is the infamous Hanzo. Without his poison, he wouldn't be nearly as formidable. If one ignored the toxic mists, Hanzo was strong but not an insurmountable threat at the cage level. However, for Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who had only recently reached cage level, Hanzo remained a terrifying enemy. Lion Mane Jutsu. Jiraiya channeled his chakra into his hair, extending and hardening it into a lion-headed mass, attempting to ensnare Hanzo. Yet, before his attack could land, Hanzo's chain sickle flashed through the air, effortlessly severing the elongated strands. Swish! Predicting Jiraiya's attack route, Hanzo's sickle found its mark, neatly cutting through the hair before it could wrap around him. Seeing his technique fail, Jiraiya immediately leaped back. Orochimaru met his gaze, and the two executed their summoning jutsu simultaneously. Summoning Jutsu, Gamabuntat. Summoning Jutsu, Manda. With 2 bursts of smoke, the giant red toad wielding a massive tonto and the colossal purple serpent slithered onto the battlefield. Tsunade and Uchiha Shin rejoined the fight at that moment. Faced with an all-out assault from all sides, Hanzo sneered behind his gas mask. If that's all you have, then try and kill me. His summon, Ibus, had been quietly biding its time. Now, its bloated cheeks signaled that it was ready. After 5 minutes of building up toxins, the massive salamander released its devastating poison fog once again. From its gaping maw, a nearly liquefied purple miasma surged outward, engulfing the battlefield. Uchiha Shin reacted instantly, yanking Tsunade toward him before vanishing using Soru, reappearing dozens of meters away. Jiraiya and Orochimaru, however, were not as quick. Huff. The dense, deadly poison engulfed them head-on. Having consumed experimental antidote pills beforehand, they survived the exposure, but their strength rapidly deteriorated. Gamabunta and Manda, however, were not so lucky. The overwhelming toxicity took immediate effect, bringing them both crashing down. The two giant summons, now paralyzed, glared at their summoners with pure betrayal. You summoned us just to get poisoned, their eyes screamed. Get them to Katsuyu. Only she can heal them. Jiraiya and Orochimaru, while retreating, shouted their desperate plea to Tsunade. They hadn't expected Hands to have another poison attack prepared. Tsunade scoffed. You two are too reckless. My student reacts faster than both of you. Jiraiya and Orochimaru hesitated to argue. Tsunade had been saved only because of Uchiha Shin's quick thinking, after all. Uchiha Shin, eyes locked onto the darkening storm clouds above, unsheathed his katana. I'll hold him off. Recover as fast as you can. Without another word, he vanished, his sheer speed leaving even his allies momentarily stunned. Dear readers, join Patreon for complete novel, 240 chapters, and 100 early chapters. https://www.patreon.com/dd44. Chapter 41, Chapter 41, Kirin. Dear readers, join Patreon for complete novel, 240 chapters, and 100 early chapters. https://www.patreon.com/dd44. So fast. Hans' pupils shrank as he watched Uchiha Shin, who had been about to strike him down, suddenly raise his sword to counter an incoming attack. Clang. The chain sickle's blade clashed violently against the samurai sword, sparks bursting into the rain-drenched battlefield. Having failed his initial strike, Uchiha Shin's eyes flickered, revealing his three-tomo Sharingan. An Uchiha. The experienced Hands of the salamander immediately shut his eyes and used his right arm to push Uchiha Shin back several meters, avoiding direct eye contact. You sure know your Uchiha lore. Uchiha Shin smirked and immediately channeled lightning chakra into his blade. ZZZT. Chidori blade, Reikari. Lightning crackled violently around the sword as Shin infused it with pure chakra, further enhancing its cutting power. With a single-handed grip, he lunged at Hands from the side, electricity roaring through the battlefield. Tsunade, ever the opportunist in battle, coordinated with him and struck with overwhelming force. Superhuman strength, Iron Fist. By integrating the Kekkei, Iron Body, technique into her monstrous strength, she momentarily hardened her muscles. The sheer force made her punch exponentially stronger, capable of shattering steel with ease. Hands, who dared not open his eyes and whose hearing was disrupted by the buzzing electricity, swiftly formed a one-handed seal. Fire release, exploding flame formation. Unnoticed until now, a series of pre-planted explosive tags buried beneath the mud shot up into the air. Before they could react, the tags latched onto the legs of Uchiha Shin and Tsunade, forcing them into a trap. With his free hand, Hands swung the sickle's chain in a wide arc. Thwack! Thwack! The heavy links struck both Shin and Tsunade, sending them flying backward. Suspended in midair, the explosive tags on their legs were about to detonate. Jiraiya and Orochimaru, still weakened by the lingering poison, had no chance of intervening in time. Yet, despite their dire predicament, neither Shin nor Tsunade showed any signs of panic. Kekkei. Iron Body. Both warriors tensed their muscles and channeled their chakra, rendering their bodies as hard as steel. Boom. A deafening explosion rocked the battlefield, flames shooting high into the stormy sky. Got them. Hands' eyes flickered open, momentarily displaying a triumphant smirk. However, his victory was short-lived. Thud. Two figures dropped from the sky, landing heavily on the shattered ground. Their torn pant legs revealed their injuries, or rather, what little was left of them. Instead of charred flesh and broken limbs, only minor burns marred their skin. Yin Seal, release healing. Both warriors activated their stored chakra reserves, rapidly regenerating their wounds. Within mere breaths, the burn marks vanished entirely, their legs looking as pristine as before. The contrast of their flawless skin against the dark, rain-soaked battlefield made for an eerie sight. Seeing this, Hans' heart sank. TCH. Tactically, I'm still far below your level. Your swordsmanship and strategic prowess are also superior to mine. Uchiha Shin sighed as he observed the infamous Hands of the salamander before him. Had it not been for the predictive prowess of his Kagura mind's eye and the enhanced perception of the Sharingan, he would have struggled to keep up with Hands' sheer battlefield cunning. Their difference in combat experience was evident. The seasoned war veteran's mastery of tactics far exceeded his own. This realization struck Shin deeply. Most of his battle experience had come from fighting his own shadow clones. True battles against enemies of this caliber were still a rarity for him. You've impressed me, Hands, Shin admitted, rolling his shoulders, but it's time to end this. With that, he loosened his grip and let his sword drop. The blade stabbed deep into the ground, sending ripples through the rain-soaked earth. Hands, along with Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, all stared in confusion. What do you mean end? Even if you all attack together, you are still no match for me. Hands sneered and tightened his grip on his sickle's chain. The title of demigod of the shinobi world was not something he would relinquish easily. His poison salamander had almost finished recharging its toxic fumes. Once ready, he was confident he could wipe out both Shin and Tsunade in one strike. No, Shin interrupted, it's already over. Lightning crackled in his palm as he flung a bolt into the sky. Bzzzt. The moment that Chidori vanished into the storm clouds, the heavens trembled. Rumble. A surge of thunderous energy tore through the sky, merging with the storm above. The dark clouds churned violently, gathering into a massive vortex of raw power. It was an overwhelming force, one that sent shivers down the spines of all who witnessed it. Jiraiya's eyes widened. No way. Lightning crackled and twisted, taking shape. A monstrous beast formed from pure electricity roared as it solidified a mighty Kirin, wreathed in divine thunder, its glowing eyes locked onto the battlefield below. Lightning release, Kirin. Uchiha Shin whispered the words like a death sentence, raising his hand before slicing it downward in a commanding motion. Ruoor. The colossal lightning beast let out a bone-rattling cry, shaking the earth as it descended with blinding speed. Hands froze. The sheer brilliance of the lightning blocked out his vision. Before he could even attempt to react, the Kylan crashed into the ground. Boom! A pillar of lightning erupted, engulfing everything in a sea of destruction. Orochimaru and Jiraiya, still 100 meters away, were lifted off the ground by the shockwave. At the heart of the devastation, within the blinding white light, Uchiha Shin stood firm. With one arm, he held Tsunade close, shielding her within the golden ribcage of his Susanoo, resisting the Kylan's catastrophic force. Moments later, as the storm of destruction subsided, Shin dismissed the skeletal form of Susanoo. Tsunade, he muttered in a husky voice, don't tell anyone about this. What? Dazed, Tsunade blinked, still trying to process what had just happened. Shin smirked and, with a swift motion, delivered a firm slap to her round backside. Smack. The impact sent a pleasing ripple through the soft flesh. You bastard. Tsunade's face turned red as she instinctively rubbed the sore spot, her confusion deepening. That lightning release, and that skeleton just now. The sheer amount of information overwhelmed her, her brain struggling to piece everything together. Just don't think too hard about it, Shin teased, pinching her side for good measure before swiftly dashing off toward the center of the impact zone. Still clutching her stinging backside, Tsunade's eye twitched in a mixture of embarrassment and fury. Glancing around, she found the battlefield still shrouded in smoke and dust. Relieved that no one else had seen what just transpired, she exhaled deeply before muttering a string of curses under her breath. Dear readers! Join Patreon for complete novel, 240 chapters, and 100 early chapters. https://www.patreon.com/dd44. Bonus chapter, 200 Power Stones. Chapter 42, Chapter 42. Dear readers! Join Patreon for complete novel, 240 chapters, and 100 early chapters. https://www.patreon.com/dd44. It's okay if no one sees it, otherwise, it's too embarrassing. It's not necessary to bring people back to their senses like this. He's not a child anymore. Tsunade murmured in her heart, staring at Uchiha Shin's back. She recalled the golden skeletal structure that had just protected her, and couldn't help but think of the recorded accounts in the Senju archives about the divine power the Uchiha clan wielded upon awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan. According to rumors, it was the power Uchiha Madara himself had mastered, capable of rivaling her grandfather, Senju Hashirama. But up until now, she had never seen an Uchiha manifest it. Today, she had seen it in Uchiha Shin. Does this mean he's awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan? That's absurd. He's only 12. Even though he carries himself like an adult, his body is he's still a child. Tsunade was shaken, but Uchiha Shin, on the other hand, was filled with nothing but exhilaration. As he stepped closer to the lifeless corpse of the salamander, he found the dying form of Hanzo beneath it. His reaction speed was truly impressive. At the last moment, he had used his summoned creature as a shield against the attack. Impressive, Shin mused. But against absolute power and overwhelming numbers, such efforts are meaningless. You. Hanzo struggled to open his eyes, attempting to say something. Before he could finish, Uchiha Shin grabbed him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. Kagutsuki. Black flames erupted from his palm, engulfing Hanzo's body entirely. Simultaneously, another surge of those same flames shot toward the lifeless salamander corpse beside them. Mangekyō. Hanzo gasped in horror, barely able to voice his final words. The searing flames of Amaterasu devoured him. His flesh disintegrated, his body shriveling until nothing remained but a pile of ashes. Uchiha Shin closed his eyes, feeling the surge of vitality and chakra coursing through him. A moment later, he opened them again, his 8-pointed Mangekyō gleaming ominously. Half of my left eye's chakra has recovered, and my vision remains unaffected. My physical capabilities and chakra levels have improved across the board. And, it seems I've gained resistance to poisons. Glancing at the pool of venom left behind by Hanzo's summon, Shin made a bold decision. He sliced his own palm and allowed the venom to seep into the open wound. With the ability of life return, he could manipulate his body's cellular structure at will. If the toxins proved too dangerous, he would simply discard the infected cells. The poison spread rapidly through his bloodstream. Yet, nothing happened. His body neutralized the toxins effortlessly. The combination of the Uzumaki lineage's life force and the antibodies obtained from Hanzo has made me resistant to poison, even to the infamous salamander venom. A slow, wicked grin spread across Shin's face. He understood the gravity of this. Even Hanzo, despite his own immunity to poisons, could still succumb to the venom of his own summon under the right conditions. But Shin, he was now immune to all poisons. As a shinobi who often employed poison in battle, he knew exactly how valuable this was. No longer would he need to rely on merely coating his blades or iron sand with poison. Now, he could unleash large-scale toxic attacks without hesitation. A grin tugged at his lips as the possibilities raced through his mind. Seeing this unsettling smile, Tsunade, who had come closer, felt a shiver run down her spine. He's definitely thinking of something terrible, she thought instinctively. At that moment, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and a group of Konoha shinobi arrived. Upon seeing the remains or rather, the absence of Hanzo, realization dawned upon them. Uchiha Shin had slain Hanzo of the Salamander. Lord Uchiha Shin! Lord Uchiha Shin! The first voice called out, and soon, every Konoha ninja present followed suit, their cheers echoing across the battlefield. In their eyes, Uchiha Shin had surpassed even the Sunin. Jiraiya and Orochimaru exchanged complicated glances. No matter how much they denied it, the Kirin Shin had unleashed moments ago was strong enough to annihilate them. A 12-year-old who had already outgrown them in power. Orochimaru's golden eyes flickered as he studied Shin's Mangekyo. The Uchiha bloodline, its potential is monstrous. Compared to Jiraiya and Orochimaru, Tsunade's feelings were simpler. She was genuinely happy for Shin. Well, aside from his little antics earlier. While they secured the battlefield, the other fronts in Amegakure received word of Hanzo's defeat. Hanzo had withdrawn a significant number of elite range shinobi for his failed offensive, and Tsunade's earlier strategy had ensured Konoha's numerical superiority at key positions. As a result, within hours, the battle turned overwhelmingly in Konoha's favor. The Hidden Rain village fell. Hanzo's death sent shockwaves throughout the shinobi world. As the news spread, so too did the names of those who had brought him down. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, the students of the third Hokage, were henceforth known as the legendary Sunin of Konoha. And as for Uchiha Shin, the young shinobi who had slain the demigod of the shinobi world, a new title emerged. Konoha's Thunder God. When the nickname reached Shin, he could only stare, speechless. Do people really love giving out titles that much? He sighed. Did anyone even ask for my opinion? I'm not just good at lightning release, you know. Unfortunately, his protests did nothing to stop the moniker from spreading. The entire ninja world had already accepted it. Back in Konoha, the Uchiha clan's more militant faction was ecstatic. The elder, Uchiha Shinji, practically grinned from ear to ear each day, eagerly awaiting Shin's return so he could assume leadership of their faction. Even the more pacifist members of the clan began to view Shin in a different light. Many started shifting their loyalties towards the hawkish faction. After all, where was Uchiha Fugaku? Nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shin, who was younger, had already carved his name into history. The ripples of this battle had only just begun. Dear readers, join Patreon for complete novel, 240 chapters, and 100 early chapters. https://www.patreon.com/dd44. Bonus chapter, 200 Power Stones. Chapter 43, Reaction. Dear readers, join Patreon for complete novel, 240 chapters, and 100 early chapters. https://www.patreon.com/dd44. Some celebrated, while others drowned in despair. As the Uchiha clan rejoiced, the third Hokage and Danzo sat in the Hokage's office, their expressions grim. At 12 years old, how could he coordinate with Tsunade and the others to assassinate Hanzo of the Salamander? Hiruzen Sarutobi stared at the intelligence report from the Anbu, reading it over and over, yet he still found it hard to believe. It was absurd. At that age, the boy wasn't even a jonin yet. Danzo's face darkened as he exhaled slowly before speaking. Is there a possibility that this is the power of the Uchiha's Mangekyō Sharingan? It is said that once an Uchiha awakens the Mangekyō, they gain strength on par with the Kage level. The third Hokage took a deep drag from his pipe, his face concealed momentarily behind a veil of smoke. Though Danzo's claim seemed far-fetched, it was not without precedent. His mind drifted back to his younger days when Hashirama Senju had led them into battle. He recalled Uchiha Kageme's final stand, how, after their teacher's demise, Kagami had awakened his Mangekyō and annihilated the pursuing forces of the Kinkaku squad in a single, decisive strike. Even from several kilometers away, Hiruzen could still remember the towering form of Susanoo. Its blade alone had torn through the landscape, making mountains tremble. Even with his current strength, he wasn't certain he could have bested Kagami at that moment. Knocking the ash from his pipe, the third Hokage finally spoke. This hasn't been confirmed yet. What is certain, however, is that Uchiha Shin has developed a lightning release technique strong enough to take down a Kage-level opponent. In any case, this Uchiha brat is dangerous. His existence alone threatens us. Danzo's tone grew sharper. Last time, so many Senju clan remnants returned safely from Ozashio. I suspect he was the one behind it. Danzo always assumed the worst, but this time, his theory had merit. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, recalling how Uchiha Shin had personally escorted an orphan from the Uzumaki clan back to Konoha. That alone had been suspicious. We must remain vigilant. Your dear student, Tsunade, might side with the Uchiha because of this boy, Danzo warned. His voice carried a bitter edge. Her brother, Noeki, is alive and well now. He didn't die on the battlefield as you wanted. Hiruzen's face turned even grimmer. His goal had been to further weaken the Senju clan's influence in Konoha. Without a successor, they would eventually fade into obscurity. But now, things had deviated drastically from his plans. He unconsciously touched the wound on his face, a scar left by Uzumaki Mito's wrath. She had nearly torn Konoha apart when she learned the truth about Naoki's survival. If not for his swift promises and concessions, she might have actually killed him in her fury. She was old, nearing her end, but as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, she was still someone he could not afford to anger. This time, his actions had only been subtle manipulations. If he had directly acted against Naoki, Mito would have turned against him completely. After careful consideration, the third Hokage's expression hardened. The plan against the Senju clan will be shelved for now. Uchiha Shin's reputation has grown too large, we must suppress him. He will not participate in the upcoming war. Denso, monitor his movements, but do not act recklessly. We will decide our course later. The escalating war remained the primary concern. Konoha and Tsunade were already at each other's throats, and Amegakure had only just fallen. Hiruzen had to monitor the movements of the other hidden villages as well. There were too many pieces on the board, and he couldn't afford to make rash decisions regarding Uchiha Shin. Danzo scowled, his anger barely contained. We already see the threat he poses to Konoha, yet you still hesitate. Hiruzen, which side are you on? Danzo slammed his fist onto the desk. Shin is set to become the leader of the Uchiha's Hawk faction. If he ascends to the position of clan head, the entire Uchiha clan will become a disaster. Hiruzen merely cast a cold glance his way. Danzo. I am the Hokage. You are the root. Do not forget your place. I even covered for you when you sent the root after Naoki. That reckless decision of yours brought unnecessary trouble onto me. Danzo stiffened. I know you're the Hokage. No need to rub it in. He thought bitterly. If I hadn't hesitated back then, you would never have taken the title from me. You speak as though I acted alone, as if you weren't complicit. Resentment festered deep within him. He had never forgotten that fateful day when their teacher, Tobirama Senju, chose to be the bait. In that moment of hesitation, he had lost his chance. Hiruzen had stepped forward instead, securing his path to becoming Hokage. That bitterness had never faded. Humph. Danzo shot him a glare before turning on his heel and storming out. After their discussion concluded, the orders were relayed. Meanwhile, in Amegakure, Uchiha Shin and Tsunade had been stationed there for nearly a month. The old man finally sent word for us to return to Konoha. Says the situation isn't urgent, Tsunade said, waving the sealed letter in front of the others. She glanced at Uchiha Shin, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, none of whom seemed surprised. If this had been an important order, it would have arrived much sooner. The delay made it clear there was nothing of urgency. Is the war in the Land of Wind already settled? They don't need us. Orochimaru frowned. He had planned to use this war to build his reputation for his future bid as Hokage. Konoha's decision displeased him. Jiraiya merely stretched and yawned. Who knows? But if the old man says we don't need to worry about it, that means we get to relax. Tsunade sighed and turned to Uchiha Shin. Shin, should we return or stay in Amegakure? She was indifferent to either choice. Over time, she had come to trust Shin's judgment more than her own. Shin took a bite of roasted boar meat that Mikoto had prepared for him and pondered for a moment. The third Hokage wasn't planning to act against them yet. As long as things hadn't escalated into outright conflict, returning to Konoha was the best course of action. Before we leave, let's deal with the chaos here. Some Konoha shinobi have been looting and killing civilians. We'll clean up the mess and send them back in batches. His tone was calm, yet decisive. Amegakure had been devastated in the war, and now, as the defeated side, it had no means to resist. Many Konoha shinobi had taken advantage of the situation to pillage and indulge in their bloodlust. It was a common occurrence in war. Even if Tsunade and the others disapproved, they couldn't oversee every single soldier. But Shin wasn't doing this out of morality. He had another goal. Nagato and Konan, he wanted to find them before anyone else did. Dear readers, join Patreon for complete novel, 240 chapters, and 100 early chapters. https://www.patreon.com/dd44. Bonus chapter, 200 Power Stones. Chapter 44, Chapter 44, Konan. Dear readers, join Patreon for complete novel, 240 chapters, and 100 early chapters. https://www.patreon.com/dd44. Nagato had been implanted with the Rinnegan by Uchiha Madara, which meant Uchiha Shin had to find him in advance. He couldn't attack him immediately, but he could mark him. When Uchiha Madara eventually died, Shin might be able to sit back and reap the rewards, absorbing the power of the Rinnegan for himself. In Shin's grand plan, obtaining the Rinnegan was a key step toward surpassing his current limits. With its power, he might evolve his Mangekyō Sharingan into the eternal Mangekyo or even awaken the Rinnegan himself. After all, these were the eyes of the divine, and their abilities should theoretically propel him to the next stage. If that plan failed, then he would simply have to find another way. Either way, with the ability of his right eye soul, Sacrifice Shin could function as a pseudo-eternal Mangekyo user as long as he managed his abilities wisely. As for his secondary objective, finding Konan, that was purely out of personal interest. Was it so wrong to appreciate a cute little girl? And knowing how stunning she would grow up to be, wouldn't it be ideal to take her now and raise her properly? Train her into the perfect kunoichi? He already had Uzumaki Kaneko in his household, he wouldn't mind adding Konan to the mix. Tsunade and Uchiha Mikoto, unaware of Shin's true motivations, saw him as a kind-hearted man. Even Jiraiya was somewhat moved by the younger Uchiha's apparent compassion. Jiraiya, already troubled by the state of the Hidden Rain village, had been considering staying to offer some kind of aid. I'll head to Mangekyo first. Tsunade-sensei, Mikoto, you two should return to camp and pack up our things, Shin instructed. All right. Mikoto and I will take care of it, Tsunade agreed, nodding before leading Mikoto away. At this point, Uchiha Mikoto already bore the diamond-shaped mark on her forehead, identical to Tsunade's. After a month of rigorous training, she had mastered the Yin seal. During that same month, Shin had devoted himself to refining his mastery over dust release and discreetly obtaining summoning contracts from Jiraiya and Orochimaru. With Tsunade vouching for him, neither of them refused when he expressed interest in choosing a summoning beast. Offering a scroll wasn't the issue, the real question was whether the summons would choose him. High-level contracts such as Rika Cave, Mount Maiboku, and Shikotsu Forest were the ones doing the selecting, not the other way around. From Jiraiya and Orochimaru's perspectives, Shin's approach casting a wide net was understandable. However, they had no idea that he didn't give a damn about the summons themselves. He was after something far more valuable, Sage Mode. I should start by learning Slug Sage Mode from Tsunade first, then test whether the other two can work for me. Tsunade might put in a good word for him, but for Maiboku and Rika Cave, he was on his own. Shin wasn't foolish enough to barge in and demand their power. Who knew how strong the elders of those places truly were? Each of them had lived for millennia, true monsters in every sense of the word. Shin preferred to assume the worst and estimate their strength as beyond cage level. With a heavy mind, he once again stepped into Mangekyo. Thanks to its climate, the village rained almost incessantly 8 days out of 10. Today, at least, it was a mere drizzle. It was no wonder Hans the Salamander sought to expand his country's borders. With terrain like this, developing infrastructure was a nightmare. Despite the shinobi world being at a semi-modern level, the contradictions were absurd. There were sofas, televisions, and radios, yet the majority of the population still survived through subsistence farming. If I ever get control of the entire shinobi world, I'll push for major reforms, Shin muttered to himself. At least introduce cell phones and computers, otherwise, what's left to do besides training and clapping cheeks with my women? With that stray thought, he resumed his search of a Mangekyo. The previous war had devastated the village, wiping out most of its male population. The streets were now filled primarily with women and young girls. That was the fundamental problem. There were too many girls who resembled Konan at this stage in her life. It had already been nearly 2 weeks, and he still hadn't found her. Yet, the moment he appeared, flocks of little girls ran up to him, excitedly surrounding him in groups, their faces filled with hope and admiration. All right, line up. Everyone gets food. Outside a store owned by a wealthy merchant, Shin pushed open the doors and retrieved the rice porridge and side dishes provided by his generous benefactor. After spending weeks distributing food, his reputation in Mangekyo had reached divine status. If it weren't for a lack of funds, the villagers would have erected a statue of him by now. As for where he obtained the food, part of it came from hypnotizing and controlling said wealthy merchant. The rest came from his use of wood release to forcefully cultivate rice. Along with the bacon he'd cured from hunted wild animals and pickled vegetables supplied by the merchant, these provisions were keeping countless orphans alive. Most importantly, the rogue ninjas lurking in Mangekyo and the Konoha forces wouldn't dare steal food from Lord Uchiha Shin. In Mangekyo, food was survival itself. Lord Shin, me too. Me. Me. A chorus of young voices rang out as the girls crowded closer, desperate yet disciplined. Thanks to his prior instructions, they all lined up obediently instead of rushing in a frenzy. As he distributed food, another thought crossed Shin's mind. I might as well install a puppet leader in Mangekyo. That way, I can keep indirect control of this village even after I leave. He couldn't stay here forever, after all. And once he left, what would become of these little girls? Shin wasn't one to act purely out of kindness and then walk away. If he was going to play God, he might as well do it properly. Considering Mangekyo's location right at the intersection of multiple major nations, having a firm grip on it was a strategically sound move. And for him, this was an easy task. His Mangekyō Sharingan's hypnotic abilities were so potent that even a cage-level ninja caught off guard would struggle to break free. In Mangekyo's current state, there weren't even any cage-level shinobi left. A mere chunin was considered strong here. With this plan added to his agenda, Shin finished handing out the last of the food. As he shut the shop doors and prepared to resume his search, a small figure cautiously peeked out from a nearby alleyway. A little girl with tattered clothes and sharp, guarded eyes, her short blue hair messy, her pale skin smeared with dirt, hesitantly stepped forward. As Shin turned to leave, she finally mustered the courage to speak. Stepping onto the wet, muddy ground, she slowly walked up to him. Lifting her round, dirt-streaked face, she murmured softly, is there any food left? I don't need much, just a little bit. She spoke timidly, her voice barely above a whisper. And when Shin's piercing gaze fell upon her, she instinctively lowered her head, as if afraid to meet his eyes. Dear readers, join Patreon for complete novel, 240 chapters, and 100 early chapters. https://www.patreon.com/dd44. Bonus chapter, 150 Power Stones. Chapter 45, Chapter 45, Konan, 2. You want to eat, right? Then be confident and look up at me. Looking at the little girl in front of him, Uchiha Shin smiled and reached out, gently brushing the dust off her purple-blue hair. Hearing his soft voice, the panic in the girl's heart gradually subsided. She hesitantly raised her head, her bright orange eyes meeting Uchiha Shin's gaze for a brief moment before she quickly looked away. But when she realized she wasn't being scolded or hit, she slowly lifted her head again, this time holding his gaze for a bit longer. That's good. You've been hiding in the shadows all this time, but you need to be braver. It's all right now. Shin ruffled her hair before turning towards the shop's entrance. I'll heat up the leftovers for you. Go inside and clean up first. With that, Uchiha Shin, who had been about to close up for the night, turned back, reopened the door, and led the girl inside. Feeling a warmth she hadn't known since her parents' death, the 6-year-old girl couldn't help but tear up. I don't want to trouble you, she whispered, her voice trembling with uncertainty. I just need some food. How could Uchiha Shin, who had finally found his target, let Konan leave so easily? Don't be so reserved. He flashed a reassuring smile. I'm Uchiha Shin. I'm only 12, but I guess I'm just taller than most. Hearing that the handsome boy in front of her was only 12, just 6 years older than herself, Konan's orange eyes widened. 12? Why are you taller than most adults? Maybe I just eat well, Shin replied vaguely, dodging the truth. In reality, his rapid growth wasn't just due to nutrition. The abilities he had cultivated had enhanced his physical strength over the past 2 years. Techniques derived from deep meditation, chakra refinement, and combat discipline had strengthened his body far beyond a normal child's. Konan glanced down at her own frail frame, her malnourished body stark in contrast. Her thoughts darkened for a moment, but before she could dwell on them, Shin gently pulled her further inside. Behind the shop, there was a small, separate living space. Other than occasional visits from servants who came to clean, it remained empty most of the time. I'll heat up some water for you. There are fresh clothes inside. Pick whatever fits. Not giving her a chance to refuse, Shin set up everything for her. After realizing that he was a child like her, Konan let down some of her wariness. He didn't seem like an adult who would take advantage of her. Without much resistance, she accepted his kindness. As she soaked in the warm water, Konan felt her body relax for the first time in what seemed like forever. Her delicate, dirt-covered face was soon revealed to be quite beautiful despite her young age. The dust and grime that had masked her features washed away, revealing pale skin beneath. But the malnutrition was evident, her limbs were too thin, and an unhealthy pallor still clung to her. Putting on the clean clothes Shin had provided, Konan hesitantly stepped toward the dining table. Her eyes fixated on the hot food. She swallowed instinctively. Shin, watching her with a small smile, found the sight amusing. Konan noticed his gaze and immediately flushed, looking down shyly. Even though she was just 6, she had been forced to mature faster than other children. She knew the difference between men and women, and this was the first time a boy had looked at her like this. But unlike the fear she usually associated with men, this was different. His gaze wasn't predatory, it held warmth. She found herself feeling something she hadn't in a long time, joy. Just as Shin was about to say something, Konan's stomach let out a loud growl. The awkward silence that followed made her cheeks turn an even deeper red. Her hands clenched her clothes tightly as her embarrassment deepened. Shin couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. Don't hold back if you're hungry. Just eat slowly, all right. Still flustered, Konan nodded and sat down. She took small, careful bites at first, but as soon as the taste hit her tongue, her self-control wavered. She ate faster and faster. Shin noticed this and gently reminded her, slow down. Your stomach won't handle too much all at once. Hearing his concern, Konan tried her best to pace herself, silently memorizing his words. As they ate, Shin asked about her circumstances. With her heart slightly more open now, Konan hesitated but eventually began to share her story. Brother Shin, my name is Konan. She rarely used honorifics, but something about Shin made her want to address him more intimately. My parents. They were forced to the front lines a year ago. They should be dead by now. Her voice was even, but her orange eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Shin mentally calculated the timeline and confirmed that he likely hadn't been involved in their deaths. He stayed silent as Konan continued. When her parents left, they had no one to protect their home. The village leader, Hanzo, demanded more and more from the people, leaving orphans like Konan with nothing. Her parents' house was stolen, their possessions ransacked. There had been no official word of their deaths, and no pension was given to her. Left completely alone, Konan had been forced to fend for herself. Most of the time, she hid in a small cave outside the village, only coming into town to steal food when she had no other choice. She had witnessed the worst of humanity in these times, and as a result, she had learned to avoid people, especially men. But now, sitting here, she had met someone entirely different. Someone who, despite everything, didn't make her feel afraid. I heard food was being given out, so I came to check, Konan admitted. I thought I'd leave empty-handed, but I met you instead. She glanced at him from under her lashes. You're really kind, and you're also really handsome. Her last words were so soft that she wasn't sure if he even heard them. Shin smirked slightly but let her words slide. I just do what I want, he replied nonchalantly. When Konan learned that he was from Konoha, her reaction was surprising. Wait. Are you the legendary Leaf's Flash? Shin choked on his food, his face turning slightly red. Ugh. Don't call me that. That's embarrassing. Seeing him flustered for the first time, Konan giggled softly. At that moment, the storm outside seemed just a little less harsh. Dear readers, join Patreon for complete novel, 240 chapters, and 100 early chapters. https://www.patreon.com/dd44. Bonus chapter, 150 Power Stones. Chapter 46, Chapter 46, Konan, 3. Seeing Uchiha Shin's expression, Konan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hehehe, I feel like, Uchiha Shin-sama, you're different from what the rumors say. Of course, those are just rumors. Uchiha Shin waved his hand dismissively, regaining his composure. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, I'm from Konoha. Aren't you afraid, Konan? Hearing him mention this, Konan thought for a moment before shaking her head. Because I think you're not a bad person, big brother. And besides, we were the ones who started this war. Having grown up in the midst of chaos, Konan understood the nature of conflict. If she had to place blame, her hatred was directed at hands of the salamander, the man who had initiated the war. Her parents had likely been casualties of battle, possibly during the skirmishes with the Iron Country. So when she learned that the infamous Konoha Thunder God, the man who had killed Hanzo, was standing before her, she felt something unexpected, gratitude. Looking at the perceptive young girl before him, Uchiha Shin felt a rare sense of admiration. To think independently at such a young age, she must have endured more than most. After finishing their meal, Konan fidgeted, looking uneasy. Eventually, she stood up, bowed her head, and said, Thank you, big brother, for the food. I won't trouble you any longer. Konan. Just as she was about to leave, Uchiha Shin called out, his voice firm. She immediately froze in place, her body tensing up. You should stay here for a while. If you leave now, you have nowhere to go, right? But, wouldn't that be too much trouble for you, big brother? Konan hesitated, her gaze drifting around the house. Her lips pressed together, betraying her longing. She wanted to stay. Her cold, damp cave was nothing compared to this warm, comfortable shelter. Understanding her hesitation, Uchiha Shin smirked. I'll be staying here for a few more days. It's tiring to distribute food alone. You can help, can't you? He paused before adding, and besides, there's something else I need your help with. Konan's eyes lit up with curiosity. What is it? If she could help him, she wouldn't feel like a burden. I'm looking for someone, a boy with red hair. You've been around here a long time. Have you seen anyone like that? Uchiha Shin described the appearance of the person he was searching for. A descendant of the Uzumaki clan, his target would have vibrant red hair. Konan fell into deep thought. She tried to recall the people she had encountered but couldn't remember seeing a boy matching that description. I haven't seen anyone like that, she admitted. But I know where children like him might be. There's a street on the west side of the village where kids often steal food. And sometimes, I go to the forest a few hundred meters east of the village. There are a lot of orphans there. She listed the locations where war orphans tended to gather. This was invaluable information. Uchiha Shin had been searching methodically, but the nature of war meant that it was easy to overlook people. All right, Konan, get some rest here. I'll go check out those places. After giving a few instructions, Uchiha Shin left without hesitation. Konan watched him disappear into the distance. She didn't know what he was planning, but she was relieved she could be of use. He's only 6 years older than me, yet he takes such good care of me. A warm feeling spread through her chest. For so long, she had prayed for a normal life, never expecting such a day to come. Her gaze drifted to a few blank sheets of paper on the wooden table. Since she could remember, she had always loved origami. It was a habit she had carried even through the harshest of times. Even though she was only 6, her skill with paper folding was remarkable. After over a year without touching paper, her fingers itched with anticipation. Instinctively, she reached out and began folding. A rabbit. A crane. A butterfly. She stared at the delicate creations in her hands. If I give these to Big Brother, will he like them? Her face flushed slightly. She wasn't sure why she was nervous. Even as she lay down on the soft bed, her mind was filled with thoughts of her folded animals and what Uchiha Shin might think of them. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shin arrived at the western street of Amegakure. This area was far from the wealthiest part of the village. The ongoing war had left it bleak and desolate. Only a few vendors remained, selling whatever food they had left. When they noticed Uchiha Shin, their faces filled with fear. Was he a wandering shinobi? A Konoha ninja come to plunder them? But when they saw his face clearly, their fear faded. His reputation had spread throughout the village. Everyone knew that the Konoha Thunder God would not harm civilians. Ignoring the wary merchants, Uchiha Shin activated his sensory abilities, expanding his awareness to search for his target. Unfortunately, he had never encountered Nagato before and did not know his chakra signature. For now, his sensory abilities could only help locate people more easily. One by one, he pinpointed the presence of children hiding in alleyways. But none of them were Nagato. Where the hell is he? A thought occurred to him. Could his parents still be alive? Is he not wandering yet? Uchiha Shin recalled what he knew about Nagato. During the Second Shinobi World War, 2 Konoha shinobi had broken into Nagato's home searching for supplies. Mistaking his parents for enemy combatants, they killed them. In his grief, Nagato's latent Rinnegan activated, wiping out the intruders. Alone, he was forced into a life of wandering. Something doesn't add up. Konoha shinobi did raid supplies, but would high-ranking jonin really do something like that? Raiding was typically carried out by genin and chunin, the ones with limited rations. Jonin, the elite of the village, would never be desperate for food. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed. Unless, those Konoha shinobi were being manipulated. His eyes narrowed. If that were the case, everything would make sense. There was only one person with both the ability and the motive to orchestrate such an event. Uchiha Madara. And if Madara had a hand in it, things were going to get even more complicated. Dear readers, join Patreon for complete novel, 240 chapters, and 100 early chapters. https://www.patreon.com/dd44. Bonus chapter, 150 Power Stones. Chapter 47, Chapter 47. Uchiha Shin paused for a moment, lost in thought. He was planning to try his luck in the forest outside the village. If he couldn't find what he was looking for, then so be it. From here on out, it would depend on Jiraiya whether he could encounter Nagato or not. After all, with his involvement, things had already deviated from the original timeline. Hanzo the salamander was dead. Tsunade had also complained to him about some effeminate idiot trying to woo her. Needless to say, she kicked him half to death. With the original timeline shifting, Shin had no clue what further changes would unfold. That was exactly why he had always chosen to act rather than passively wait for events to play out. But now, it seemed there really weren't any other viable options left. For him, gaining Konan from this trip was enough. If Konan awakens her paper release in the future, she could serve as a reference. That way, reconstructing and acquiring paper release myself would require less chakra expenditure. Creating techniques from nothing, even with theoretical knowledge, consumed a massive amount of chakra. But if he had a foundation beforehand or was even on the verge of learning it, it would make things much easier. He had tested it before. By using soul transmigration, portrait, techniques could be learned with significantly reduced chakra expenditure. Just like how he had mastered lightning release, Kirin, since he already had a strong grasp of Chidori, the chakra drain was almost negligible. With that comforting thought, Shin set out for the forest east of the village. The area was remote, yet signs of life were everywhere. Old campfires littered the ground. Malnourished children wandered through the forest, drinking from whatever water sources they could find, hunting, and doing their best to survive. I never noticed before, but there's actually a whole camp for orphaned kids here. With a raised brow, Shin concealed himself within the canopy of a tree, scanning the children below. After a careful sweep, there was still no sign of Nagato. However, amidst his search, he caught a faint, almost imperceptible trace of chakra in the air. Everyone in this world had chakra, even if just a trace. But this one was weaker than that of a dying civilian. It's so subtle that it's almost undetectable. Someone is definitely suppressing their chakra. Shin narrowed his eyes slightly and immediately understood the situation. He kept his own chakra concealed and did not approach directly. He had a theory someone nearby was using the mayfly technique. Whether it was white zetsu or black zetsu, either way, it wasn't good news. Magnet release, third eye. Shin formed iron sand into an artificial eye, controlling every grain with precision. Suppressing its chakra signature to the absolute minimum, he sent the floating iron sand eye toward the source of the disturbance. Minutes later, deep within the forest, he found it. The faint, suppressed chakra signature was buried beneath the earth. If not for the enhanced perception granted by Kagura's mind eye, heart net, even his iron sand eye would have been unable to detect it. And then, on a narrow dirt path between the trees, Shin spotted him. A red-haired boy, walking unsteadily. His face was pale, his frame sickly, thin, malnourished, weak. Nagato. Shin recognized him instantly. You little bastard, hiding all the way out here? No wonder I searched every corner of the hidden rain village and still didn't find a trace of you. As Shin silently cursed his wasted efforts, Nagato staggered forward and collapsed face first into the dirt. Thud. The boy didn't move. It was obvious he had passed out from hunger. The ground nearby suddenly shifted. A strange, humanoid figure with sickly white skin emerged from the earth. White Zetsu. Oh my, you can't die here, White Zetsu muttered. If you do, Lord Madara's plan will be ruined. Without hesitation, White Zetsu pressed his palm against Nagato's frail body, injecting nutrients into him. Suddenly, White Zetsu stiffened. Sensing movement nearby, he quickly retreated, melting back into the ground. The bushes nearby rustled, and a small figure popped out. A boy with short, spiky orange hair. I wonder if my traps caught anything today. Hey! The boy Yahiko muttered excitedly, then froze as he noticed the unconscious Nagato on the ground. Quickly rushing over, he knelt beside him. As the self-proclaimed leader of the children in this area, Yahiko immediately realized what had happened. He passed out from hunger. Yahiko pulled out the food and water he had with him, carefully breaking off small portions and feeding them to Nagato. Thanks to the combined effect of White Zetsu's nutrients and Yahiko's food, the resilient redhead soon stirred. His eyelids fluttered open. The first thing he saw was Yahiko's grinning face. Yo! I'm Yahiko. Are you okay? What's your name? I haven't seen you around before. Yahiko helped him up, still smiling brightly. Shin, who had been watching the entire scene from above, suddenly frowned. Why does this whole scene feel like a goddamn romance subplot? The way these two met was exactly like the protagonist picking up a lost girl on the roadside. He shuddered. Deciding not to dwell on the thought, he separated a few grains of iron sand and subtly attached them to the roots of Yahiko's hair. It wasn't a proper iron sand marker, but it was enough to serve as a tracking coordinate. He deliberately avoided marking Nagato. That kid was under constant surveillance by White Zetsu, which meant Madara was watching, too. Shin wasn't about to take the risk of alerting the old bastard just yet. There's still plenty of time, and Yahiko can be useful. Watching the two interact, Shin could only shake his head. Nagato's future strength was uncertain, but Yahiko's fate was sealed. If something went wrong in the future, Yahiko could be used as leverage. Satisfied, Shin turned and left. Instead of heading back to the Hidden Rain village immediately, he made his way toward the Konoha camp. There were people he needed to meet: Tsunade and Mikoto. He wasn't hiding the existence of Konan. It was perfectly reasonable for him to have taken her in. Mikoto believed his story without question. Tsunade, however, was much less trusting. There are plenty of war orphans in the Hidden Rain village. Why did you pick just one to adopt? Nope, I don't buy it. I have to see her myself. Tsunade had every reason to be suspicious. After all, Shin was already raising Uzumaki Kaneko like a future wife, and Uzumaki Kushina practically lived at his house. She knew damn well what kind of guy he was. So, she was absolutely convinced Shin had ulterior motives. Shin was dumbfounded. How the hell did she see through me so fast? What happened to big boobs, no brains? Did all that protein I gave her actually nourish her brain instead? Suspicious, but left with no choice, Uchiha Shin sighed. Well, let's go meet her, then. Dear readers, join Patreon for complete novel, 240 chapters, and 100 early chapters. https://www.patreon.com/dd44. Bonus chapter, 150 Power Stones. Chapter 48, Chapter 48. After leading Tsunade and Mikoto to the base he had set up in the Hidden Rain village, Uchiha Shin entered first. He wanted to inform Konan and let her mentally prepare for their arrival. Uchiha Shin had already explained Konan's situation to Tsunade and Mikoto. Mikoto didn't need much convincing when she heard that Konan had lost both parents, had wandered for over a year begging for food, and had only met Uchiha Shin by chance. She immediately sympathized. Even Tsunade's usually hardened heart softened. Though the conflict between Konoha and the Hidden Rain had nothing to do with her personally, Tsunade still felt guilty, as if this was somehow a consequence of the war she had fought in. Uchiha Shin took this moment to head deeper into the mansion. Soon, he found Konan sleeping soundly, her thin clothes clinging to her soft skin. A sweet smile rested on her face, as if she were lost in a pleasant dream. Even in her sleep, Konan still clutched 1,000 paper cranes tightly in her small hands. On the wooden table beside her bed, Uchiha Shin noticed several other origami figures. What a beautiful piece of art. I can barely fold a paper airplane. Uchiha Shin picked up one of the origami animals and studied it for a few seconds. In his world, paper was meant to be folded in half, and that was it. The idea of crafting such intricate animals out of mere paper had never even crossed his mind. Perhaps due to her life on the run, Konan was extremely alert. The moment she heard Uchiha Shin sigh, she stirred awake. She tensed immediately, her instincts honed by years of survival, and her eyes snapped open to scan her surroundings. Uchiha Shin noticed her reaction and smiled while holding up the origami animal. Sorry to wake you, Konan. This is yours, isn't it? It's beautiful. Seeing Uchiha Shin smiling at her, Konan remained stunned for a few seconds. So, it wasn't a dream. For a brief moment, she had feared she would wake up back in some cold, damp cave, alone. But no, everything she had experienced today was real. Hearing Konan murmur to herself, Uchiha Shin chuckled and lightly tapped her forehead with his finger. Of course it wasn't a dream. You fell asleep, but I was standing right here. Sorry to wake you, but it's time to get up, Konan. I have two companions I'd like to introduce you to. They've been wanting to meet you. Before she could respond, Uchiha Shin reached out and pinched her cheek, the same way he always did when teasing her. Konan, still half awake, instinctively sat up straight upon hearing that Uchiha Shin's companions were coming. Seeing her so tense, Uchiha Shin reassured her softly, don't be nervous. They're good people. After placing the origami animal back on the table, Uchiha Shin stepped outside to bring Tsunade and Mikoto in. Konan, still groggy, glanced at the origami figures she had made. Uchiha Shin had called them beautiful. A strange warmth spread in her chest at that thought, a feeling of satisfaction she had not felt in a very long time. A short while later, Uchiha Shin appeared at the door with Tsunade and Mikoto. Seeing the two unfamiliar women, Konan immediately tensed. Tsunade and Mikoto, on the other hand, softened the moment they saw her. The maternal instinct in them surged at the sight of such a young girl, her expression a mix of uncertainty and wariness. Even though Tsunade noticed that Konan was a natural beauty, she didn't mention any of her previous suspicions about Uchiha Shin's intentions. The situation was different now. Uchiha Shin gave the three of them space to talk, choosing not to interfere. A 6-year-old, a 12-year-old, and a woman in her 20s who knew what kind of conversation would unfold between them? He wasn't about to take that risk. If things escalated into a chaotic battlefield of emotions, he wanted no part of it. Ah. I'm in a good mood today. I'll kill a couple of enemy ninjas before nightfall to replenish my vitality. Since he would have to keep a low profile once he returned to Konoha, Uchiha Shin wasn't going to waste this opportunity. There weren't many high-level shinobi left in the Hidden Rain village. But Uchiha Shin wasn't picky. Any genin or chunin caught committing a crime would be executed on the spot. The never-ending rain would wash away the blood, just as it always did. By the time Uchiha Shin returned, the initial awkwardness between Konan, Tsunade, and Mikoto had faded away. The four of them stayed in the Hidden Rain village for 3 days. During that time, Uchiha Shin manipulated the wealthy merchants, the remaining jonin, and even the daimyo of the Land of Rain using genjutsu. Honestly, he never understood why these shinobi pledged loyalty to a bloated aristocrat who did nothing but eat, drink, and defecate. They didn't even consider rebelling. Uchiha Shin wasn't sentimental about the daimyo. If he didn't need him as a puppet, he would have killed him already. Using the daimyo's influence, along with his control over the wealthy elite and shinobi forces, Uchiha Shin swiftly established a new power structure to dominate the Hidden Rain village. He installed a jonin under his genjutsu as the village's new leader. No one outside the Land of Rain cared. Even Konoha paid no attention. As far as they were concerned, the Land of Rain had already paid its reparations. No one was interested in seizing control of its territory. It was too strategically inconvenient, sandwiched between multiple powerful nations. So, without anyone noticing, Uchiha Shin had quietly taken control of an entire country. Returning to Konoha, however, came with its own set of problems. And the biggest one? Dealing with the women waiting for him at home. The moment Uchiha Shin stepped inside his house, 2 red-haired women rushed at him. "Welcome back, young master, Shin." Uzumaki Kaneko wore a custom-made outfit, her soft voice and polite bow making her seem even more adorable. Uzumaki Kushina, on the other hand, was far less restrained. She threw herself into Uchiha Shin's arms, wrapping him in a tight embrace. She wore a light yellow shirt, the soft fabric accentuating her small frame. Her body was warm and delicate, and as she clung to him, Uchiha Shin could feel every bit of it. Kushina smelled fresh, a faint mix of flowers and something uniquely hers. Her innocent smile only added to her charm, but there was also a hint of mischief in her expression. "Damn, Kushina, that was quite the impact." Uchiha Shin chuckled, ruffling her wild red hair. "Humph. I've gotten stronger. Don't underestimate me." Kushina pouted, puffing out her cheeks. Of course, of course. My Kushina is the best." Uchiha Shin responded indulgently, like he was humoring a child. Even though she knew he was teasing, Kushina still beamed with pride. She was so easy to please. Uchiha Shin smirked and pinched her round cheeks. This kind of softness, he had a feeling he wouldn't be able to experience it so freely in the future. While Kushina was still young, he intended to enjoy this dynamic for as long as he could. Dear readers, join Patreon for complete novel, 240 chapters, and 100 early chapters. https://www.patreon.com/dd44. Bonus chapter, 150 Power Stones. Chapter 49, Chapter 49. After enjoying the fragrant and soft Kushina, Uchiha Shin introduced Konan, who would be living here from now on. Konan, dressed in formal attire, stepped forward from behind him and bowed respectfully to Kaneko and Kushina. "Hello, sisters. I'm Konan. Please guide me well in the future." "Hey. What a cute girl." Kushina exclaimed in surprise before rushing forward and hugging Konan, who was even smaller than her. Uzumaki Kaneko narrowed her eyes slightly, a scrutinizing glint in her gaze. Something felt off. She had been the youngest in the house all this time, and that came with certain advantages. She had spent her time at home studying some advanced reading material and learning a lot about adult topics. Tsunade was on another level. Those two massive assets were a gap Kaneko couldn't hope to cross. But her young age had been her advantage. And now Konan had arrived to challenge her position as the youngest and most doted-on member. Noticing Kaneko's shift in mood, Uchiha Shin smirked. They were all younger than him, yet they dared to get jealous. This sort of situation needed to be handled immediately. To change the subject, he suddenly declared, "Since we're back, we need to celebrate. Tsunade's treating us to barbecue and seafood later. Pack up and let's go." "Great." Kushina immediately cheered. Konan, still caught in Kushina's tight embrace, couldn't help but gulp. She had only ever heard of these foods before. Kaneko's attention was successfully diverted, and she eagerly took Uchiha Shin's hand to lead him inside to change clothes. Having spent the last 2 years learning the proper etiquette of a maid, Kaneko took her dressing service quite seriously. The outfit he had specially prepared for her maid uniform with a dangerously short hem gave him quite the view when she bent down. Fortunately, she only wore it at home. Eventually, she switched into normal clothes. A shame, really. Unlike Tsunade, who had an overwhelming, mature allure, Kaneko was still growing. But that faint, unripe charm was something Shin didn't dislike at all. Had Kushina and Konan not been waiting outside, he might have taken his time tasting this particular fruit to see if it was ripe enough yet. However, the main course for today awaited, so Uchiha Shin controlled himself. He slipped into his usual casual attire, then took Kaneko's hand and stepped out of the room. "All right, let's go." With that command, the group set off in high spirits. At the entrance of Konoha's largest barbecue restaurant, Mikoto and Tsunade were already waiting, dressed for the occasion. Mikoto had applied a touch of light makeup, enhancing her already delicate features and making her appear more mature. Her attire accentuated the slight curves of her figure, giving her a youthful yet subtly seductive charm. Tsunade, on the other hand, was dressed simply her usual tea-green long coat, a sleeveless kimono-style top, and dark blue cropped pants. However, no amount of loose fabric could hide her outrageous figure. Those ridiculous proportions defied all logic, making her impossible to ignore. Her natural majesty and aura of command tempered her overwhelming allure, but to Uchiha Shin, she was downright lethal. The moment he laid eyes on her, his gaze burned. Tsunade, noticing his expression, immediately turned red. She crossed her arms over her chest, as if to shield herself. Bad move. The motion only served to deepen the already devastating valley of cleavage, making Shin's gaze linger even longer. Before anyone else noticed, Tsunade quickly ushered everyone inside, leading them to the private room she had reserved. As they entered, she glanced at Shin and murmured teasingly, "If your girlfriend sees that look on your face, she'll get mad." "I doubt it. Mikoto is quite understanding," Shin replied, grinning. "And besides, it's hard not to stare at you." Tsunade sighed, exasperated at his shamelessness. Before stepping inside, Shin casually gave her backside a firm smack. "Don't forget your promise to me. I've been waiting to collect since I got back from the battlefield." He left her no time to respond and followed the others inside. Tsunade, standing behind, pressed a hand to her burning cheeks and muttered, "He still remembers that. At his age. How is that even biologically possible? If I go along with this, wouldn't I be committing a crime?" A series of conflicting emotions swirled in her mind, and when the final thought struck her, she nearly slapped herself. If this was a crime, then she had already committed it long ago. Resigning herself to fate, Tsunade took a deep breath, straightened her posture, and stepped inside with an odd mixture of nervous excitement and anticipation. The atmosphere inside the private dining room quickly turned lively. Tsunade ordered some low-alcohol fruit wine for everyone to try, though Konan stuck to juice, obediently nibbling on vegetables while everyone took turns rubbing her soft cheeks. By the time they finished eating, night had fallen. "Mikoto, take Konan, Kaneko, and the others back first. I'll handle things here," Shin instructed, noticing how late it had gotten. Mikoto, already full and slightly drowsy, nodded without question. "All right, Shin-kun. I'll take them home." With that, she led the younger girls away. As for Kushina, Shin personally walked her back to the Senju compound, where she was staying with Uzumaki Mito. That left only him and Tsunade on the dimly lit street. Tsunade leaned into his arms, her eyes half closed, her breath carrying the faint sweetness of fruit wine. But Shin could tell she wasn't really drunk. The scent of the lingering wine, mixed with her own natural fragrance, was intoxicating. His hands moved instinctively, tracing over her smooth waist before resting on her hip. "Since you're so drunk, I'll take you home personally," he whispered into her ear before gently nipping her earlobe. Tsunade let out a soft noise, though she still pretended to be asleep. By the time they arrived at her house, she had no choice but to open her eyes. Before she could say anything, Shin captured her lips. Whether it was the remnants of the fruit wine or simply the two of them indulging in each other's presence, the kiss stretched longer than intended. Tsunade's eyes, initially wide in shock, soon turned hazy. Her body, slightly tipsy, melted into his arms, going from reluctant to utterly submissive. "Brat." Shin smirked against her lips. "Call me husband." Tsunade's breath hitched. Dear readers, join Patreon for complete novel, 240 chapters, and 100 early chapters. https://www.patreon.com/dd44. Bonus chapter, 150 Power Stones. Chapter 50, Chapter 50. After using practical actions to upgrade Tsunade's nickname for him from brat to husband and then to daddy, Uchiha Shin felt a deep sense of accomplishment. He had almost lost several times in the battle of endurance, but fortunately, years of rigorous training had conditioned his body, allowing him to hold on and ultimately claim victory. "You have the yin seal, and so do I. I also have chakra flow mastery. Tsunade, you still haven't fully mastered the fundamentals of Navy 6 styles yet." Smack. A sharp slap echoed in the dimly lit room, and the familiar sting on butt instantly snapped Tsunade out of her sleep. Already accustomed to this sort of discipline, Tsunade lazily rolled her eyes at Uchiha Shin and muttered, "Don't call me Shin-kun, I've already surrendered." Her husky, drowsy voice carried a sultry charm that sent a shiver down Shin's spine. "That's more like it." Feeling victorious, Uchiha Shin collapsed into Tsunade's embrace, no longer in the mood to boast about his strategic conquest. Instead, he just wanted to sleep and recover from the previous night's exertion. The two of them closed their eyes, and before they knew it, an entire day had passed. Bang bang bang. As the evening rolled in, urgent knocks on the door jolted both of them awake just as they were about to resume training. Sensing the chakra signatures outside, Uchiha Shin immediately sobered up. "Tsunade, you're getting too addicted. Wake up." Still half asleep, Tsunade instinctively pulled Shin into her arms and held him tightly. "Be gentle," she murmured, her voice weak and seductive. Shin's eye twitched. "I mean, Mikoto and the others are here." Then. Tsunade's golden eyes snapped open. She shoved Shin away, scrambling to grab her robe from the bedside table. But as soon as she looked down at it, she froze. Her usual coat and shirt had been completely shredded. "You brat, you've gone too far." Tsunade shot Shin a fierce glare, intending to get up and grab fresh clothes, but the moment she tried to stand, her legs gave out, and she collapsed back onto the futon. Only now did she realize the battle scars covering her body, red and purple marks that ran across her skin. Even with the yin seal, it would take time to fully recover. Seeing her struggle, Shin pressed her back onto the futon and covered her with a blanket. "Just pretend to be asleep. I'll handle them. Tsunade, face flushed red, nodded and buried herself under the covers. Fine, I'll go along with it. Shin exhaled, then formed a quick hand seal. Wind release, great breakthrough. A powerful gust swept through the room, clearing the air before he hurriedly dressed and made his way to the door. With a bright smile, he swung it open. Standing there were Mikoto and Kushina. Kushina crossed her arms and smirked at Mikoto. See? Told ya he was here. Mikoto had been worried when she couldn't find Shin, so Kushina had used her Kagura's mind's eye to track him down. Mikoto tilted her head. Shin-kun, you weren't home all night. Why are you at Tsunade-sensei's house? Shin coughed lightly. Ah, well, she drank too much last night. I had to bring her back, clean her up, and make sure she was okay. I was up all night, so I crashed here. Mikoto frowned slightly. Something about his explanation felt off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. After all, Tsunade was her teacher. There was no reason to suspect anything inappropriate. Before Mikoto could think any further, Misaki, who had come along out of concern for Tsunade, stepped forward. Sensei hasn't woken up yet? I'll make her some hangover soup. I'll help too. Kushina added cheerfully. Shin wiped the sweat from his brow as they walked past him and into the house. He glanced toward the bedroom, where Tsunade had quickly resumed her act of being unconscious. Deep down, she felt a mix of emotions: guilt, excitement, and a strange sense of thrill. But she maintained her composure, perfectly fooling Mikoto and Kushina with her Oscar-worthy performance. Once the situation was under control, Shin let out a relieved sigh. Next time, I need to manage my time better. A few days passed, and before he knew it, visiting Tsunade had become a daily habit. The results were evident. Tsunade, already blessed with an exquisite figure, had grown even more plump in certain areas, something Shin had measured with precise, hands-on observations. Even Mikoto and the others, despite being women themselves, had started to notice. They had taken to jokingly saying, Tsunade-sama looks even more radiant these days. Tsunade basked in the compliments. If her body could handle more, she might have pushed Shin even further. Shin, for his part, found himself silently thanking his past self for rigorously training his body with lightning release chakra mode and enhancing it with various techniques. Without them, he would have long since collapsed in battle against the Thousand Hands physique. After a full month of indulgence, Shin finally regained his senses. You need to snap out of it, Shin. You're losing your edge. From inside the house, Tsunade's voice called out playfully. What are you talking about? I'm even wearing those fishnet clothes you like today. Shin's mind short-circuited for a moment, and a familiar tune played in his head. Big-headed son, small-headed father. That day, he fell into despair once more. But reality soon hit him. If he didn't wake up soon, he would be the one getting drained. Tsunade, nearing her 30s, was only getting stronger. This little stallion wasn't sure how much longer he could keep up. I need to train. I'm heading to the Shikotsu forest to master Sage Mode. No more distractions for now. Later. Without wasting another second, Shin sprang from the bed, hastily pulled on his clothes, and turned to Tsunade. Summon Katsuyu and send me there. Tsunade, still lounging lazily on the bed, smirked. Oh? But you were so hard-working before. All right, I'll let Mikoto and the others know. She stretched out, her bare skin still faintly flushed from earlier, her every movement exuding a seductive charm. Her fingers lightly traced the curves of her thighs, accentuating her already breathtaking allure. Looking at her, Shin felt like he was staring at a succubus ready to devour his very soul. Fortunately, Tsunade was satisfied for now, so she simply threw on a loose robe and summoned Katsuyu without further teasing. With a determined heart, Shin left, vowing to return even stronger. This war was far from over. Dear readers, join Patreon for complete novel, 240 chapters, and 100 early chapters. https://www.patreon.com/dd44. Bonus chapter, 150 Power Stones. Chapter 51, Katsuyu. Slug Sage, teach this kid a lesson. Tsunade had already spoken to the Slug Sage beforehand, and now she repeated it for Uchiha Shin's sake. You guys are something else. The Uchiha and Senju merging together, what a wild world. I won't get involved in these trivial matters. Let's get to the point. Even Lady Tsunade hasn't mastered Sage Mode yet. Shin, are you confident? The massive slug opened its mouth, a crisp female voice emerging from within. That's right, Slug Sage was female. Or rather, every slug was merely a fragment of her being, all connected as one consciousness. Whether or not they shared the same awareness, Uchiha Shin wasn't entirely sure. Faced with her question, Uchiha Shin nodded, his confidence unwavering. I'm confident. It'd be a disgrace to give up before even trying. Ha! That's the spirit. You've got guts for a kid. Hashirama was far worse than you back in the day. The Slug Sage regarded Uchiha Shin with admiration. Regardless of whether he succeeded, the will to push forward was essential for a strong shinobi. Without further delay, she transported Uchiha Shin to the sacred land of the Wetbone Forest through reverse summoning. Surrounded by lush greenery, Shin could feel his energy revitalized with each breath. The air was thick with the presence of countless tiny slugs, their eye stalks twitching as they fixated on him. The sight was unsettling, to say the least. Shin, however, remained unfazed. He knew these slugs were all manifestations of the Slug Sage. There was no need to react. Alright, Shin, let's start from the basics. To enter Sage Mode, you must absorb the natural energy of the world and merge it with your own chakra to create Sage Chakra. The Slug Sage's clone began explaining in detail. Although Shin already had some knowledge of Sage Mode, he listened attentively. The finer details could make all the difference. Our Shikotsu Forest's Sage Mode is different from the toads of Mount Myaboku and the snakes of Ryokai Cave. The way of learning and the ratio of natural energy absorbed vary, leading to different effects. The Sage Mode of the Shikotsu Forest leans towards yang release, prioritizing vitality above all. That said, don't mistake it for being weak, its destructive power is nothing to scoff at. The Slug Sage spoke with obvious pride in her lineage. Then, the smaller slugs began writhing and soon crawled all over Uchiha Shin's body. The sensation of their soft, slimy bodies made him instinctively uncomfortable. Although there was no unpleasant odor, having slugs all over him triggered a visceral sense of revulsion. Still, Shin didn't react, simply observing the Slug Sage's clone in front of him. Seeing his composure, the Slug Sage's tone carried a hint of approval. You've got good endurance, Shin. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Our method of Sage Mode training isn't easy. These little slugs will help you absorb natural energy. If it spirals out of control, they will expel it before you suffer any serious consequences. Your first goal, absorb natural energy without your body transforming into a slug within 3 days. Only then will you be qualified to proceed. The Slug Sage laid out the conditions clearly, and Uchiha Shin bowed respectfully. Thank you for your guidance, Slug Sage. With that, he sat cross-legged, entered a meditative state, and began attempting to absorb natural energy. Observing his polite demeanor, the Slug Sage's impression of Shin improved further. Perhaps because the Shikotsu Forest was a sacred place, the natural energy here was particularly abundant. With the assistance of the slugs, Shin quickly perceived the natural energy surrounding him. Wild and chaotic. This is the lifeblood of the planet itself. The deeper he connected with the energy, the more he felt its vastness and its terrifying intensity. His thoughts drifted skyward, recalling the Otsutsuki clan and the divine trees they planted. Their targets were always planets rich in life. The essence nourishing those trees had to be this very natural energy, the vitality of the world itself. The more he pondered, the more he strayed from conventional wisdom. He allowed his instincts to guide him, absorbing the energy naturally rather than forcing it into a mold. Natural energy was unlike his own chakra. It was something to be felt, understood, and merged with, not controlled through sheer willpower. Normally, this was an arduous process. But Shin's progress was unexpectedly smooth. Just like Hashirama back then. Could it be the Uchiha bloodline? No, that's not right. The Uchiha inherited the Sage of Six Paths eyes, not his body. This overwhelming vitality. It's the Uzumaki bloodline. Slug Sage observed Shin with growing astonishment. Beyond his Uchiha heritage, he possessed something incredibly rare, the Uzumaki clan's legendary Sage Body. This wasn't just any enhanced physique. It was on par with the Senjo clan's Sage Body, perhaps even superior. And it had manifested in an Uchiha? An Uchiha with Uzumaki blood. Could it be that his lineage has undergone regression? She understood the roots of these bloodlines well. The evidence before her confirmed a shocking reality. At that moment, the natural energy flowing into Uchiha Shin's body began forming distinct black markings around his eyes. 3 hours later, his Sage Mode markings were fully formed. Then, his eyes snapped open. A pair of golden irises gleamed with a regal intensity, eyes that exuded dominance. My chakra's strength has tripled. My ninjutsu and genjutsu have also received a significant boost. But the real terror lies in my regeneration. Fascinated by the effects of Sage Mode, Shin wasted no time testing it. Without hesitation, he shaped his hand into a blade and drove it straight into his own abdomen. SCHLK. His hand sliced clean through flesh and organs, his internal structure breaking apart. Pulling his hand free, blood gushed out in a crimson tide. But within seconds, the tissue in his abdomen began to writhe and regenerate at an astonishing rate. In mere moments, what should have been a fatal injury was completely healed, leaving no scar behind. Even the damage to his internal organs had been undone, at the cost of only a fraction of his Sage Chakra. Unbelievable. Shin, you actually mastered it this quickly. And your markings are flawless, no instability at all. It seems I've found a true genius. You can now move on to the next phase, absorbing natural energy without relying on the slugs. The Slug Sage was truly impressed. Tsunade had once come here to train. For 3 or 4 days, she sat in meditation, barely making progress. Compared to Shin's success, Tsunade's efforts looked utterly pitiful. I swear, that woman was a disgrace to her lineage. Dear readers, join Patreon for complete novel, 240 chapters, and 100 early chapters. https://www.patreon.com/dd44. Bonus chapter, 150 Power Stones. Chapter 52, Chapter 52. H. In the room, Tsunade, who was washing wet sheets and clothes, suddenly sneezed. She felt a chill and instinctively felt that someone was scolding her. Unfortunately, she couldn't think of it, it was the Slug Sage from the Shikotsu Forest who was talking about her. Time passed quickly, and 5 days had passed. Today, Tsunade was very irritable in her room. Since her first experience with sex, she had been obsessed with Uchiha Shin for more than a month, and her body insides had completely changed into his shape. After 5 days of separation, Tsunade felt a little itchy. Did Shin succeed? If he failed, he should be back in 3 or 4 days. Tsunade was muttering with longing, and with a bang, the Slug Sage's clone came back with Uchiha Shin. Tsunade, who was wearing pajamas, happened to meet Uchiha Shin, who was shirtless and looked refreshing. The strong muscles and masculine outline almost made Tsunade drool. But after reacting, Tsunade immediately straightened her posture. Hey? You're back so soon, it looks like you failed, Shin. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Shin with a gloating look, as if she saw herself failing at the time. She, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru actually went to their respective sacred places of summoning beasts to learn the sage mode. But so far, even Jiraiya has made some progress. As for her and Orochimaru, they were born useless and had no fate with the sage mode. No, Master Tsunade, Master Shin has already learned the complete version of sage mode. The slug shook her head and told about Uchiha Shin's current situation. Although she, a slug, could not see any expression, her tone was still particularly pleasantly surprised. Just from the change in her address to Uchiha Shin, Tsunade could hear that the slug sage recognized Uchiha Shin. How is it possible? Hey, it's only been 5 days, even if he learned it, it can't be so fast. Tsunade blinked and felt a little emotional after hearing from the slug that Uchiha Shin had already learned it. She had been trying hard for several days before, but there was no effect. How come in almost the same time, you told me that Uchiha Shin has already learned it? The gap is too big, I will be sad too. Looking at Tsunade, who stood up suddenly, Uchiha Shin did not respond, but silently clasped his hands together. The natural energy that Tsunade could not perceive immediately gathered into Uchiha Shin's body. After a moment, Uchiha Shin's face showed eyeshadow and facial makeup, and the majestic golden eyes made Tsunade completely speechless. Are you kidding? You really learned it? Tsunade opened her lips slightly, and was completely speechless at the sight in front of her. The slug beside her shook her head. She actually wanted to say, I feel the same way as you. From sensing natural energy, to removing the assistance of the little slug, to entering the sage mode on her own. Uchiha Shin's learning speed was frighteningly fast, completely beyond her cognition for thousands of years. They were shocked, and Uchiha Shin was actually a little dissatisfied. It takes some time to enter sage mode, and it can only last for 15 minutes at most. I am not proficient in this aspect. Chakra strength has increased 5 times, and the recovery speed of chakra and physical strength has increased by more than 5 times. Unfortunately, the regeneration strength of the body has not yet reached the level of regenerating a severed limb. Uchiha Shin felt that it was still far from his expectations. The only thing that made him happy was that the sage mode of the Shikotsu forest would allow the user to learn how to use yang release. In this sage mode, the wood escape he used was no longer a mere show. What he had to do later was to get familiar with this feeling, so that even if he didn't enter the sage mode, he could skillfully use yang release, which would be completely perfect. He didn't need to follow his previous plan and find a way to obtain Hashirama's cells or absorb Hashirama's chakra. Hearing Uchiha Shin's muttering, Tsunade and the slug broke out in cold sweat on their foreheads. You are talking like a human being, and your amplification is not enough. Even if there is a little difference between the same level, the gap will be infinitely magnified. And you want to regenerate broken limbs, even Senjo Hashirama, my grandfather, doesn't have such a strong regeneration ability. Master Shin, you have only been learning for a few days. As you slowly get used to it, the duration and intensity will improve. Although Uchiha Shin's words were not human, the gentle slug still comforted him. Uchiha Shin nodded slightly, and then looked at Tsunade in front of him. I need a battle to get used to the sage mode, what do you think, Tsunade? Fight? Sure. Hearing that Uchiha Shin was ready to fight, Tsunade responded with high morale. Seeing that there was nothing for him to do, the slug disappeared from the spot. Tsunade was about to ask which training ground to go to for a fight, but Uchiha Shin pushed her to the ground. That's okay, I think it's okay here too. You stinky brat, you actually want to fight like this, how can you be so dirty? Tsunade twisted her plump and charming body, mustering up her strength to resist. She wanted to take the initiative, but she failed in the end. No. I just bought this dress. Wait, how come you're still in sage mode? Are you kidding? It seemed like an unprecedented determination, and it was due to the fact that it was her first sex when he is in sage mode. Uchiha Shin successfully raised the duration of the sage mode during sex to 20 minutes. The effect was quite significant. At first, if he wanted to dominate Tsunade and make her beg for mercy, it would take at least half an hour. But now, starting from the 10th minute, Tsunade raised her hands and feet high and wailed in surrender. Tsunade slowly regained consciousness after half an hour. Staring at the pure white ceiling, she was speechless. She had been gradually gaining the upper hand and was about to enjoy the pleasure of being a female knight and riding him. Why did the situation change back now, and even worse? Our compatibility is getting better and better. Tsunade, I feel I will need your help later on. Let me hone my sage mode for a while longer, okay? Listening to the voice of Uchiha Shin in her arms, Tsunade opened her cherry lips slightly and wanted to speak. In the end, she could only turn her eyes into 1,000 tenderness and reluctantly agreed. She really couldn't refuse. Uchiha Shin just touched her lightly, and her body responded instinctively like an obedient slave. What good compatibility! This is clearly forced by you little by little. In the next half-month, Tsunade also lived a life of soaking wolfberries in a thermos. She really couldn't handle it. In the past half-month, she didn't even go to the casino and the tavern once. She just rested and recuperated at home. If it weren't for the chakra discharge every time, Tsunade was sure that she couldn't avoid the possibility of pregnancy. At this time point, the ninja world was at war, and she didn't want to get pregnant now. And she didn't have a boyfriend outside. If she was really pregnant, she would expose Uchiha Shin, and her life would be over. She would definitely be arrested and put in jail. Dear readers, join Patreon for complete novel, 240 chapters, and 100 early chapters. https://www.patreon.com/dd44. Bonus chapter, 150 Power Stones.